I thought that after practicing archery for several days, they would at least be able to hit the bullseye, but the 3 arrows missed the target at the same time and flew away like 3 drunk birds. I couldn't bear to watch it, so I raised my hands to cover my eyes, leaving a slit to secretly peek at this farce. But they pulled out the second arrow as if they were angry, gritted their teeth, and tried again. Second arrow ready. The referee gave the order, and 3 bows were drawn at the same time. Only 3 whooshing sounds were left in the air. There was some improvement in the second round. Nie Xiaorong and Shun Bing both hit the target, scoring 2 points each. Only Leah still scored 0 points. Her face was livid, but she still gritted her teeth and prepared for the third arrow. I peeked between my fingers and thought, could there really be a miracle this time? As the command release came out, 3 arrows whizzed out. This time there was some progress. At least Nie Xiaorong and Shun Bing hit the target, and both scored 2 points. And Leah still hadn't scored a single point. Her face was ashen as if she had just swallowed a fly. Although she didn't say anything, she was obviously holding her breath. She stared at the target and drew another arrow, obviously not ready to give up. If she could score 5 or 10 points, she might be able to turn the tables. I couldn't help but peek through my fingers and whispered, "Is this true? Did they really hit it?" Then, the final round began. The 3 of them drew their bows and aimed almost simultaneously, their movements clean and sharp, as arrows flew through the air one after another. "Oh, that's great," Jean K.I.'s exclaimed on the side. It can be seen that the effect of this last arrow is obviously different. I quickly stretched my neck to look towards the target, and couldn't help but begin to hope that this farce would bring about a miracle. I hit it! I hit it!" Nie Xiaorong shouted, threw away the bow and arrow, ran towards me, and then threw herself into my arms excitedly. Before I could react, she hugged me tightly, and I couldn't control the joy at all. Jean K.I.'s then announced the final results. Nie Xiaorong 10 points, Shun Bing 5 points, Leah 5 points. Without a doubt, the champion was her, Nie Xiaorong. Kim Hyunju on the side also smiled knowingly, and Leah could only sigh and put away her bow and arrow. Today was really bad luck for her. Only Shun Bing was still standing there, with a complex expression on her face. She stared at the target for a long time, as if she was brewing some kind of determination. After a few seconds, she silently put away her bow and arrow and walked towards the target. No one knew what she was thinking. 3 hours later, Nie Xiaorong and I had left the cave and were on our way to the lake. She was in a very good mood along the way, like a child. She kept holding my hand and refused to let go, with smiles in her eyes. This time when I came to the lake, I originally wanted to reinforce the fish circle to prepare for the next fishing trip, and also let her relieve the jealousy in her heart. After all, Kim Hyunju and I had played in the water at the lake before, and she heard about it, so she insisted on dragging me along to come too. She would feel unhappy if I didn't come. The closer I got to the lake, the more alert I became. This was no ordinary place. I was almost besieged by 6 guys here before and almost died. So, no matter how beautiful the scenery is, I have to stay vigilant and never let an accident happen again. We finally arrived safely at the lake. The lake water is lighter than the sea water, which I discovered when I first came here, so I also like this place. As soon as Nie Xiaorong arrived here, she couldn't wait to jump into the water, but I stopped her with my quick eyes and hands, because I saw a few vague figures swaying on the other side of the river in the distance. They seemed to be fishing, but I couldn't tell who they were. Nie Xiaorong looked at those people and asked me, "Can you recognize who they are?" I squinted for a while and shook my head. It's too far to see clearly. If I really want to go around it, it will probably take a whole day to walk. She curled her lips and said, forget it. They are far away and cannot pose a threat to us." After saying that, she smiled and pulled open her coat, revealing the bikini swimsuit that she had prepared long ago. It was obvious that she had planned this in advance. Although this was not the first time we had intimate contact, I still couldn't help but stare at her in amazement when she stood in front of me in that swimsuit. She looked back at me and smiled, made a naughty face, and the next second she jumped into the lake. I smiled helplessly, looked around, and after making sure there was no danger, I jumped into the water. The water at the lakeside is shallow, with the deepest place being no more than 2 meters. Both of us are familiar with swimming, so there's no problem for us to play here for a while. While swimming, I kept an eye on the people on the other side of the lake. Although they didn't move, I didn't dare to be careless. Unfortunately, no matter how nervous I was, I couldn't resist Nie Xiaorong's various intimate offensives. She swam around me, clinging to me and laughing all the time, making it impossible for me to concentrate. After playing for a while, she finally came ashore reluctantly, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were still people on the other side of the lake, so I gave up on looking for a fish pen and simply took the fish back with me, which would at least be enough for a few days. We put on our clothes, packed our equipment, and prepared to go deep into the woods to hunt, leaving early and returning early. But plans cannot keep up with changes. A heavy rain poured down without warning, forcing us to take shelter under a nearby rock wall. I cursed in my heart. This weather is too unlucky. The hunting plan is ruined. But Nye Xiaorong in my arms was very happy. She leaned on my chest, looking intoxicated, not caring about the sudden rain at all. She even hoped that the rain would last longer so that we could be trapped together for the night. Just like that, 2 hours later, the rain finally subsided a lot. Only after my insistence did she reluctantly continue on her way. The woods were slippery and muddy after the rain, making it difficult to walk. In order to prevent her from falling, I took every step very carefully. We chose to walk towards the west side of the lake, which was an area I had never explored before, so we could consider it an exploration along the way. After walking for a long time, just when we were exhausted, we suddenly heard a quarrel coming from the woods ahead. The two of them were immediately shocked. Who would appear in this remote forest? In order to see the situation clearly, we quietly crouched down on the high slope beside. Not only is the view there wide, but the rocks are dense, which is just right for us to hide and observe the movements ahead. The heavy rain finally stopped a little. With my insistence, Nye Xiaorong, although reluctant, still followed me. The recent rainstorm turned the entire ground into a quagmire. Every time I took a step, I had to pull my shoes out of the mud, and the soles of my feet felt as heavy as if they were stuck with pieces of lead. The road was also dotted with puddles of varying depths. If you weren't careful, you could easily step into one and get splashed all over, making you look very miserable. In order to prevent Nye Xiaorong from falling, I could only walk as slowly as possible, reminding her to be careful of the stones and puddles under her feet as she walked. This time we went around the west side of the lake. I had never been to this area before. I always feel that the more unfamiliar a place is, the more likely it is to hide clues or opportunities. I have always been obsessed with adventure. That feeling of the unknown seems to burn an inexplicable impulse in my heart, urging me to keep moving forward. Along the way, Nye Xiaorong kept complaining, saying things like this road is too difficult to walk on, and you should have listened to me if you had known. I could only calm her down and perfunctorily say with a smile, maybe there will be a surprise ahead, just be patient. But after walking for so long, we were already exhausted and our legs and feet were sore. Just when we were about to give up, a fierce quarrel suddenly came from the woods ahead. I was instantly alert and lowered my voice to say, Xiaorong, how could there be someone in such a remote place? She also showed a surprised look and whispered to me, why don't we go over and take a look? Maybe there are some clues. We immediately crouched down and quietly climbed up the slope on the side. The place was high and hidden, and the ground was full of large rocks, which just concealed our whereabouts. We crouched close to the top of the slope and looked down through the gaps between the leaves. We saw 11 people arguing fiercely in the camp ahead. There are several thatched huts at the back of the camp. It seems that these people have settled here for a while, and it is probably a fixed place to stay. One of the men was very emotional and shouted that they wanted to evacuate immediately, saying that the place was dangerous. There were wild beasts at night, and heavy rain was falling, and they were almost dead. The other man, however, refused to leave. He thought that as long as they were united, they could resist the beasts even without guns. Wouldn't a rainstorm be the same wherever they went? Neither of them was willing to back down, and they were about to fight, but a woman interrupted the argument with a firm and slightly angry tone. Why are you arguing? You might as well save your energy to fight the beasts at night. At least I think you are still manly. As soon as she said this, the scene immediately became quiet. This woman's aura was too strong, and even though she didn't speak loudly, she could dominate the whole place. I stared at her for a long time. I felt that she looked very familiar, as if I had seen her somewhere, but I couldn't remember where. Seeing me in a daze, Nye Xiaorong whispered, Luchi, don't you think that woman looks like someone we know? I feel the same way, but I just can't remember who she is. While we were still discussing in low voices on the slope, two presences suddenly appeared behind us, and we didn't notice when they approached. It was not until we heard a light cough that we turned around and saw two women standing behind us, holding wooden spears in their hands. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong was so scared that she sat on the ground and crawled back using her hands and feet. I just wanted to stand up and resist, but I was easily restrained by one of them. I was so angry that my heart was beating wildly. I secretly cursed myself for being careless and felt so regretful in my heart. This is not a human being. It is clearly a well-trained female ghost. The other party stood on the left and the right, and one of them sneered and said, "With this little ability, you dare to peek into our camp?" Another one said in a joking tone, "Are you planning to steal or rob?" Nie Xiaorong got furious when she heard this and said, "Why are you talking about us? This is not your home." I was shocked and quickly shouted in my mind, "Nie Xiaoma, don't get excited. Are you planning to let me clean up your mess?" But not only did she not back down, instead she gave me a confident look as if to say, "Watch me." I could only roll my eyes, sigh, and secretly prepare myself to be taken into the camp as a prisoner. "You are such a tough talker, woman." The woman raised the corner of her mouth, raised her hand, and swung a stick towards Nie Xiaorong. The stick left a fierce shadow in the air and was about to hit her in the face. At this moment, a clear shout came from a distance. "Stop!" The voice was like a sharp blade, cutting off her actions in time. The stick just stopped at the side of Xiaorong's face, just a few centimeters away from hitting her. I instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and Xiaorong's expression changed from anger to fear. I knew in my heart that this woman's moves were fast and accurate, and she was obviously not an ordinary person. Her movements showed the foundation of a martial artist, so I must not underestimate her. Afterwards, they took us deep into the jungle, and in front of us was a camp surrounded by a group of people. As soon as we got there, a few people came up and took away our weapons. Although I was unwilling, I saw that the other side had the advantage in numbers and knew that resistance was pointless, so I could only watch my bow and arrow being taken away. Fortunately, I didn't search my whole body, and the dagger tied to my leg was still there, which was a little trump card I kept for myself. A woman walked up to the beautiful woman who tried to stop her and whispered something in her ear. Then a hint of surprise appeared on her face. The woman stood up and approached me with a gentle expression. She extended her hand and introduced herself, saying her name was Hui Shuchi. She also asked me if I knew how to fish. Her tone was not hostile, but rather a bit relaxed, which was completely different from the ferocious attitude of her subordinates. I quickly recalled the name in my mind, but I couldn't remember who she was. I just felt like she looked familiar, as if I had heard it somewhere before. Xiaorong came over and reminded me in a low voice. "Is she the famous singer who sang Desert Island Love?" "I feel like it's her." I suddenly understood what she meant, but I still couldn't remember her exact appearance. However, out of politeness, I reached out and shook her hand, giving her a simple response. "My name is Luchi, and this is Nie Xiaorong. I used to go fishing, but I haven't fished since I lost my fishing gear. Who are you? Why are you stealing our things?" I was a little defensive in my words. After all, they attacked us first. But Hui Shuchi was not irritated by my attitude. Instead, she laughed and teased. "You should be aware of the situation before you enter someone else's territory with weapons. Your bow and arrows are quite exquisitely made. Why don't I keep them for you?" Her words sounded light, but in fact they were very strong. I felt a little unhappy. This woman looked gentle on the outside, but her words were sharp. It was really hard to figure out. Xiaorong's face instantly turned black. She originally had some kind of star-chasing feeling, but now it was completely gone, and she directly retorted. "You are too domineering, aren't you? We didn't provoke you. Why did you steal our things?" As soon as she finished speaking, Hui Shuchi winked at the two men, who immediately stepped forward, forcibly held Xiaorong down, and twisted her around. I was about to take action, but just as I took a step forward, Hui Shuchi's voice suppressed me. "Luchi, don't be impulsive. Aren't you a smart person?" Her words were threatening, but her expression was still gentle, as if she was trying to persuade me not to do anything pointless. "If you don't know what's good for you, then I can't guarantee that nothing will happen to her." I was stunned. This woman is really not easy to deal with. The people under her obey her orders. It is obvious that she is the boss here. Although I felt unhappy, I had to admit that her methods were more powerful than those who only knew how to use force. I managed to force a smile in response. "Miss Shuchi, my friend was a little impulsive just now. I hope you won't take it too seriously, since this is our first meeting. As for whether we can leave safely, please don't use your numbers to overwhelm us. If you really need anything, I can consider cooperating." She laughed when she heard that, a hearty laugh. "Ha, what a great guy, Luchi. You're the first man I've met who dares to negotiate with me like this. Before I could say anything, the man who had just grabbed Xiao Rong shouted again. Did you hear that? If our sister, Shu Qi, gets angry, the consequences will be serious. I ignored him and just glanced at him coldly. Hui Shuqi waved her hand, and the two men immediately let go of Xiaorong. Xiaorong shook off their hands, snorted, and immediately ran to my side. I quickly grabbed her hands and checked them, and there were only a few red marks left. After confirming that no one was injured, I breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the two people. Although I didn't get angry, I'd already made a note of it in my heart. Although these people haven't really taken action yet, if they continue to push their limits, I won't sit idly by. I looked at Hui Shuqi and found that she was still hesitating about what to do with me next. So I took the initiative to speak. If you want to cooperate, then state the conditions as soon as possible. If we delay any longer, my companions might come looking for us. As soon as I finished speaking, she immediately asked alertly, Do you have any companions? Where are they? How many of them are there? I sneered at her. Do you think I will tell you? She was speechless for a moment, as if she didn't expect me to directly shut her up, but she didn't get angry. She just stared at me for a few seconds, as if she was judging whether it was true or not. You're quite courageous. She snorted, and then finally started talking about cooperation. To be honest, I have quite a few people here, but the more people there are, the faster they eat. It's getting harder and harder to find food lately. We went fishing at the lake, but we came back empty-handed every time. We thought there were no fish there, but just now I heard you say that you caught some. So my request is, go catch a few fish yourself. As long as you can do it, I will let you leave safely. She paused for a moment after she finished speaking, looking at me for an answer. It didn't sound like the conditions were too demanding, and were even surprisingly simple. But I know this is not just about fishing. I looked at Hui Shuqi's confident look and couldn't help laughing out loud. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? You want me to believe you with just a few soft words? Am I stupid? Her expression remained unchanged, and she asked me calmly, What do you want me to do in order to believe you? I spread my hands and shrugged. Trust has its price. You want me to do the fishing, and you want me to reap the fruits of my labor? Are you planning to kill me in the end? Do you really think I'm stupid? After hearing what I said, she didn't get angry. Instead, she nodded and said, Give the bow and arrow back to him. Then, with a cold look in her eyes, she added, But I want to see the fish before dark. Otherwise, you woman, stay here. After saying that, she walked away without looking back. The two men behind her immediately grabbed Nie Xiaorong and took her away by force. Xiaorong held my hand tightly and refused to let go. I whispered to her, Don't be afraid. They won't really hurt you. I'm going fishing and we'll be back soon. Then she was taken into a thatched hut, and I stood there, feeling annoyed as I watched her disappear behind the door. At this time, two men came up to me and looked at me with a lewd look on their faces. If you can really catch a fish, Sister Hui will be happy and maybe even give you an autograph. Yes, that is signature with red lipstick prints. It could be exchanged for a house in the city. I rolled my eyes at them and didn't bother to pay attention. These two people looked like licking dogs, and they really treated Hui Shuqi as a fairy, licking her so wholeheartedly. At this time, the two half-covered women who had escorted me came over, and one of them handed me something in her hand. Here, this is the fish hook and line we used before. You can use this today. I took it and took a look and found that it was actually the homemade fish hook and fishing line that I had polished myself. It was quite exquisite, with 2 hooks and 2 lines, and it was intact. It seems that they're not a bunch of good-for-nothings in the camp. At least they have some skills in surviving in the wild. It's just a pity that I can't really use this thing today. I asked them, Am I going alone, or do you want to accompany me? The tall woman rolled her eyes. Didn't you say you don't look like a 3-year-old? Why are you asking that? Go. After saying that, the two of them walked directly in front of me. I had no choice but to follow them while trying to figure out how to get the fish in the fish pen under their noses without being discovered. After walking for more than 10 minutes, we finally arrived at an unfamiliar lake. I observed that it was still a little far from my fish trap, so it was almost time to start. I sat by the lake and pretended to observe carefully. Then I took out the fish hook and fishing line, tied the line, and wrapped the hook like a professional, and performed a serious fishing process. When I cast the line into the water, I deliberately didn't put the bait on. The two girls stared at me with their eyes wide open, muttering to each other, Isn't this just a normal way of fishing? Wait, did he throw it down without bait? I heard it clearly, and quickly made a hush gesture to them, and put on a cute look. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? One of the women asked with a frown. I think so too. The other man nodded, then walked to a rock and sat down, ignoring me for the time being. Seeing that the time was almost right, I changed to the second fishing line, walked another 10 meters toward the lake, and approached the fish circle. I fiddled with it in the same pretentious way and threw the line into the water again. The two girls thought I was trying to increase my chances of success, so they didn't think much of it. But then, my behavior made them dumbfounded. I started to take off my clothes, literally one piece at a time. The two of them were petrified instantly and stood there in a daze. Sister, what is he doing? I don't know, but he seems to be in good shape. I saw abs. As I was talking, I had already taken off all my clothes except for my shorts, which I then threw away without hesitation. The two girls immediately covered their eyes and turned away. This guy is so shameless, running naked in broad daylight. If he was going to run away, why would he keep the clothes? He probably had no good intentions. I pretended to jump into the water and made a splash to attract their attention. When they turned around, they saw me holding a big fish in the water with my whole hand in my mouth. This fish was kept in a pen by me before. After being kept for several days, it had completely lost its wildness. I picked it up easily without it even struggling. I swam towards them, holding the fish with a smile that looked like I was asking for trouble. The setting sun was shining on the water, and I guess in their eyes, I might have been crazy. Sister, he swam over here. He's not trying to be a hooligan, is he? The tall woman said nervously. I'm afraid we've seen a ghost today. Another person frowned, looking doubtful about his life. If I had known this guy was so wild, I should have just let the quarreling men watch him. The tall woman no longer wanted to care about me, so she simply turned around to look at the lake view and sighed. Why don't you stare at him? He's a man. Another person complained in a low voice. What's so good about men? Looking at them too much will only make me slower. I swam up to them and found that they were pretending to chat and didn't even look at me. I laughed in my heart and dived into the water. This guy's too crazy. The female bodyguard turned around and saw the snow-white skin revealed before I jumped into the water. She was so shocked that she dared not open her eyes. I told you not to look, but you kept looking. You deserve to be irritated by it. Another person laughed with a look of schadenfreude on his face. In fact, I was still holding my breath under the water at that time and quickly put the big fish on the hook. My movements had to be fast, accurate, and ruthless, and there could not be any mistakes. A few seconds later, I emerged from the water and saw the two women still facing away from me. I quickly shouted, "Hey, pull up the rods. We've got a fish." As soon as they heard it, they turned around and saw the fishing rod shaking violently. The shorter woman reacted quickly, rushed forward, grabbed the fishing rod tightly, and dragged it to the shore. Judging from her strength, it was obvious that she was not comparable to an ordinary person and might even be stronger than me. I instantly understood that these two women were definitely bodyguards. As a big star, it is normal for Hui Shuchi to have bodyguard around her, but I always feel that her male followers are not like bodyguards and they lick her too hard. As soon as the fish was pulled ashore, the two of them surrounded the fish and cheered, a little excited. I took the opportunity to swim back to the fish circle and quietly took out the second big fish. He dived again, came ashore, and pulled the other fishing rod with the fish in hand, shouting, "Hey, I got a fish here too. It's fucking huge." The tall girl turned around and saw that I was naked and immediately yelled, "Asshole, can you put on some clothes before talking?" I laughed unrestrainedly, and the short girl stared at me without blinking and almost ran over to help me pull it. After a while, I finally got dressed and returned to them with the big fish. I checked the fishing rod and reeled in the hook and line. The tall woman frowned and asked me, "Why are you collecting things?" I responded calmly, "I have fulfilled my promise and caught the fish, so I have to go back and report. Do you still want me to camp here?" She was unwilling to give up and said with a sullen face, "Too few. Keep fishing. Since you are here, don't think you can leave so easily." I didn't give in, so I said in a colder tone, "Please pay attention to the way you speak. Even if Hui Shuchi herself is here, I will still leave." After saying that, I picked up the two fish and walked towards the camp without looking back, completely ignoring the dissatisfaction and speechless expressions on their faces. The tall woman's face turned pale, and she was about to get angry, but the short woman next to her stopped her and advised, "Come on, you've already caught a fish, and you're still not satisfied?" They're right. Now that we know there are fish in this lake, and we know how to fish, why would we worry about not having enough food to eat in the future? After saying that, she didn't say anything more and just chased after him, leaving the tall girl standing there angrily calling her a nympho, and then she turned around and chased after him. When the three of us were almost at the camp, a faint twilight had already appeared on the horizon, and the sky had obviously become much darker. At this moment, Nie Xiaorong was temporarily locked in the thatched hut. She was becoming more and more anxious, not only because it was dark, but also because the group of men outside the door were too annoying. Not long after Luchi left, the 7 men gathered in front of the hut and started playing the ridiculously boring fish betting game, with each one being more offensive than the last. I heard one of them yelling at Xiaorong, "Don't wait. Luchi ran away a long time ago. You should stay and accompany us." Someone else added sarcastically, "How about your 2 bodyguards also play hide-and-seek with him? Do you think that guy can handle it?" The most annoyed man interrupted and said, Hey, stop arguing. My bets are ready. I'm just waiting for the result." It turned out that among the 7 people, there was a strong man named Lu Dazhuang, who was betting with the other 6 on whether I could catch some fish. He was the only one who bet that I could catch the fish. If he won, the other 6 people had to give him a piece of jewelry, such as a ring or a bracelet. But if he lost, he would have to do the hard work of making fire and cooking and serving meals to everyone in the camp for a week. Although this guy doesn't talk much, he is very methodical in doing things. He was willing to make a bet this time because he got the information out of Xiaorong when he secretly brought her water. Xiaorong said angrily, "Humph, Brother Luchi used a fish for us to eat. He will definitely come back." When Lu Dazhuang heard this, he confidently challenged the 6 people to a bet. The 6 people were naturally happy to see someone asking for trouble, so the bet was set. When the 6 people were arguing, a female voice suddenly came from a distance, breaking the evening tranquility of the entire camp. "Sister Shuqi, we are back." The people arrived before the voice. As soon as the female bodyguard opened her mouth, everyone in the camp rushed out to greet her as if they were swept up by a gust of wind. When Ye Xiaorong heard this familiar voice, her eyes immediately lit up and the tension in her heart was instantly swept away. When everyone arrived at the entrance of the camp, they saw me walking out of the twilight, carrying 2 big fish. The fish was at least 70 to 80 centimeters long and was still flapping in my hands. It was so heavy that it was shocking to look at. Is this true? He really caught it? Could this fish be a spirit? Holy crap. We fished for over a dozen times and got nothing, but he caught 2 in one go. The 6 men all looked confused, their mouths opened wide enough to fit a fist. Only Lu Dazhuang laughed out loud. "Ha ha, I won. Come on, deliver the goods quickly. If anyone doesn't want to give it to me, don't blame me for snatching it away." As soon as I returned to the camp, Hui Shuqi and her female companions in the distance saw the 2 big fish in my hands, and their eyes instantly lit up. To be honest, they looked really happy. They were probably already imagining the sumptuous fish dinner tonight, and had even prepared the pots and bowls. But she was obviously confused. Why did we come back empty-handed every time we went fishing before, but I brought back 2 fat fish in one trip? At this time, the short female bodyguard came up to Hui Shuqi and whispered something in her ear. Hui Shuqi raised her eyebrows after hearing this, and seemed a little unconvinced, and asked back, "Is it that simple?" "Yes, Sister Shuqi." We were watching the whole time. There really wasn't any special technique. I just swam a few laps in the water. Swimming. She became even more confused when she heard these 2 words. It seemed that she was almost treating this matter as metaphysics. I also walked up to them at this time. Xiaorong ran over to me first, grabbed my arm tightly, and her face was as happy as a little child. "I knew you wouldn't let me down," she said, her eyes full of pride. I gave her a relaxed smile and asked in a low voice, "They didn't bully you, did they?" Her face immediately flushed, and she smiled like a flower while shaking her head. Only then did I turn to Hui Shuqi with relief and handed the fish forward. "I brought the fish back for you. Please keep it well." She didn't take it, but winked at the person next to her. A man walked up, took the fish with a smile, his face showing an expression of having found a treasure. As for Hui Shuqi, she first brushed the long hair beside her ear, then did something provocative, smiling ambiguously. "I didn't expect you to catch it so easily. We've been trying for several days, but didn't catch any. Are you just lucky, or do you have some other skills?" I just smiled and said, "Maybe you'll get lucky one day and get something." Xiaorong looked impatient and said coldly, "Give us our things back. I don't want to stay in this damn place for even a second." After she finished speaking, she held my hand tightly. Her tone was not polite at all, and her eyes looked at Hui Shuqi without any concealment. A trace of displeasure flashed across Hui Shuqi's face, but she still waved her hand and asked someone to take back our bows and spears. You could go now, but next time you come to visit, don't be so sneaky to avoid causing misunderstandings. Xiaorong and I looked at each other and both breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, I suddenly tightened her hand and whispered something in her ear. She looked at me in shock, as if she suspected that she had heard it wrong, but seeing my firm expression, she just stood there without moving. Hui Shuqi originally thought that the two of us would leave immediately, but she saw that I didn't move at all, but was still looking around their camp. She asked me in confusion, "Are you not going to leave?" I walked up to her with a smile and said in a leisurely tone, "If it's not too much trouble for you, I would like to help you with a small favor." She raised an eyebrow, looking playful. "Help? What do you want to help with?" Seeing that she was interested, I continued, "Weren't you guys still arguing during the day about being harassed by wild animals at night? Maybe I can help you solve that problem." "Are you serious?" There was some surprise on her face, and even the two female bodyguards beside her looked at each other with an expression of, "Why is this person always unexpected?" The other 7 men became even more excited when they heard this. In this place, every night was like fighting a guerrilla war, and they were scared by the wild beasts and couldn't sleep. In the previous few times, they managed to scare the enemy away by shouting and showing off their numbers, but it hasn't worked recently. Last night, a wild beast even nearly tore down their hut. Seeing their big reaction, I decided not to hide it. Anyway, I haven't started the real hunting today, so this is a good opportunity to make up for it and help you. I've also given you an explanation when I bring the prey back. You can sleep well at night, and everyone will be happy. In fact, the reason why I stayed was not because I was reluctant to leave, but because I felt that although Hui Shuqi had a sharp tongue, she was still a trustworthy person. The fact that she can manage this group of people in this environment shows that she doesn't just rely on her looks to make a living, she has some skills. She thought for a while, looked at the attitudes of the people around her, and seeing that no one objected, she agreed. "Okay, you guys stay, but don't expect us to treat you to a meal. You have to figure out how to eat on your own." I smiled and nodded. "No problem. We can handle it ourselves. We just asked for a chance to keep watch." She waved her hand, tacitly agreeing, and then she and the others dispersed, each doing their own thing. Xiaorong looked at her back as she left, then turned to look at me, her eyes full of questioning. "Why are you staying here? What do you want to do?" She bit her lip with an expression that said, "I'll beat you up if you dare to lie." I said with a smile, "Look, they have wasted our time today. We can't go back empty-handed, right? It won't be a loss if we help them a little." Xiaorong rolled her eyes and snorted. "I think you are fascinated by that big star, and you still refuse to admit it?" I quickly explained, "How dare I? If we really encounter wild animals, we will leave immediately after finishing our work. We will not delay." TSK, your eyeballs almost welded her face, and you're still trying to make excuses. After saying that, she turned around, walked away angrily, and ignored me. I could only sigh and once again use my secret weapon to coax girls, holding her hand and coaxing her softly. In short, I wanted her not to ruin my plans for tonight. After all, I came here for the prey. No matter who is present or not, I must return with the results in the end. Otherwise, the trip will not be in vain. We sat aside and watched the lively scene of a group of people stewing fish around the fire. The air was filled with fragrance, but Xiaorong and I could only gnaw on some shriveled bacon. Although Xiaorong didn't say anything, I could see that she was a little unbalanced. But I was prepared for this scene. After all, hunting was the focus of tonight. At the campfire opposite, a man noticed the meat in our hands, pretended to be curious, and came over to say that he wanted to see what we were eating, and several people nearby also started to make a noise. Unexpectedly, after hearing what they said, Hui Shuqi's face changed, her tone turned cold, and she directly stopped them from coming closer. She looked at me seriously and said, "That guy is not as simple as he seems. What he hides is probably the most terrifying. Tonight's operation will show whether he has real abilities." The group of people suddenly became quiet after hearing her speak so seriously. It was obvious that she seemed to have some unusual views on me. Among her people, 7 are dancers, 4 are professional dancers, and 2 women are bodyguards, all of whom she trusts. Originally, the performance on the ship was supposed to be a glorious moment, but we ended up encountering this dilemma in the wilderness. Now, everyone was stunned to hear her suddenly speak so highly of me. "Okay, Sister Shuqi, if you say we can't go, Then we won't go. A female dance partner said with a smile. I've always thought this guy is good, and he didn't disappoint me. Lu Dajwang said as he shook his hands full of rings to show off the bet he just won. Why are you showing off? Let's have another go. Let's bet on whether he can hunt something tonight. As soon as the words came out, the other men became excited, and even a female bodyguard wanted to join in. The stakes were still on the accessories, and the atmosphere immediately became lively again. 3 hours passed in a flash, and it was already completely dark. Xiaorong and I hid in 2 thatched huts according to our daytime plan and waited. I was in the room with Lu Dajwang and the other 4 men, while Xiaorong was arranged to stay in Hui Shuqi's room. There were fewer people on her side, so it was easier to observe and take action. I was bored and chatted with a few men about various things, but Xiaorong was obviously much quieter and almost no one spoke. Only Hui Shuqi and the 2 female bodyguards were in the hut, whispering occasionally. Xiaorong was quietly guarding the door, looking outside without saying a word, in a state of alert. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the whole forest fell into silence, with only the occasional growl of wild beasts coming from afar, as if reminding us of the danger of the night. Just when everyone was feeling a little anxious, a low grunt sound cut through the night sky. The atmosphere in the hut suddenly became tense, and no one dared to act rashly. I quietly approached the door and looked out through the gap. Lu Dajwang beside me whispered to me, "It was this guy who almost overturned our hut last night." I nodded to show that I understood, my eyes fixed on the open space, my hand already on the arrow, ready to shoot at any time. On the other side, Xiaorong had also drawn her bow and was ready to shoot. Her expression was extremely serious, not at all like her impulsive self as before. "Hey, can you pull this bow? It looks like you're almost strained." The tall female bodyguard asked Xiaorong worriedly, with a hint of doubt in her tone. But Xiaorong just replied calmly, "No, I can do it." Her eyes never left the window. Although the bow looks big, I actually adjusted it specially. The tension and weight are tailored for her. Others just don't understand. Hui Shuqi looked at Xiaorong silently, with a complicated look in her eyes. She didn't dislike Xiaorong, but she just felt that this girl had a bad temper and was difficult to approach. What she didn't know was that there was only one moment when Xiaorong would really get angry. That was when she saw me being bullied or cheated. At this time, a black shadow slowly walked to the open space outside the camp. Xiaorong and I spoke almost at the same time. Wild boar. Everyone in the hut understood at once, and finally confirmed that the creatures that appeared every night during this period were these creatures, a few sturdy wild boars. Their fur is rough, their fangs are sharp, and their noses dig into the ground like a bulldozer, easily making small holes in the ground. If they really dig up a thatched house, it will definitely fall down with one push. Just as we were about to draw our bows and arrows, the wild boar suddenly stopped and stared at our hut, appearing extremely alert. My heart sank. Sure enough, someone behind me suddenly sneezed. Although he tried to cover his mouth, the sound still startled the wild boar. It immediately took a few steps back in alert, staring at us fiercely. I was so furious that I really wanted to stab the sneeze maker in the mouth with an arrow. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, suddenly a shrill wild boar cry that tore through the night sky was heard outside, shocking everyone. Chapter 83. The Brave Wins. Uh, uh, uh. Luchi understood what was going on immediately and ran out of the hut in a hurry. He saw a big wild boar rolling on the ground near the hut where Nie Xiaorong was, with a sharp arrow firmly stuck in its neck. The other wild boars had already run away and disappeared. Only in the distant jungle, one could vaguely see a pair of their scarlet eyes flashing in the dark. After Luchi got closer to it again, he quickly put an arrow on his bow and drew his bow. At this time, the wild boar that was hit by the arrow also noticed Luchi's approach and rushed towards Luchi without caring about the arrow that hit it. Luchi was nervous, but his body did not move. When he saw the wild boar rushing towards him, the longbow in his hand made a bang, and the fully drawn arrow pierced into the wild boar's chest in the blink of an eye, leaving only half of the arrow body exposed. In the thatch cottage, Nie Xiaorong shot an arrow decisively and then ran outside. Behind her, both the 2 female bodyguards and the big star Hui Shuqi opened their eyes wide, looking at Nie Xiaorong in surprise as she shot the arrow gracefully and stood up to walk out. "Sister Shuqi, did you see the posture and strength of her archery just now? Am I seeing things?" The tall female bodyguard asked in surprise as she looked at Nie Xiaorong, who was walking out. "You're not mistaken. She was the one who shot the arrow just now. The short female bodyguard patted her shoulder gently. While the two girls were discussing, Hui Shuchi was still immersed in the shock brought to her by Nie Xiaorong. She also didn't expect that such a weak girl like Nie Xiaorong could actually shoot and hunt so coolly. I just felt that my lofty mind was instantly struck by lightning and was completely stunned. After seeing the bodyguard beside her follow him out, she finally reacted and stood up to follow him. At this time, Luchi and Nie Xiaorong had already left the camp. After everyone came out of the thatched hut, they only saw two people running in one direction, one in front and one behind, and the person behind was holding a lantern-like lighting device. Flashlight? Sister Shuchi, they actually have flashlights for lighting. Looking at the two people who had already chased out 30 or 40 meters away, the two female bodyguards turned their heads and looked at Hui Shuchi, who had walked out, and said, "It seems that they must have had experience in night hunting before, otherwise they wouldn't be so brave to chase after the prey." Hui Shuchi nodded thoughtfully, as if she was hesitating whether to chase after him. At this time, Lu Dazhuang stood up happily again and said excitedly, "Haha, everyone, it seems that I will win again. I said that the guy will definitely succeed in hunting. What do you think? What do you think? Don't I have good vision? Sorry, just prepare your bets." Ha ha. Hui Shuchi ignored Lu Dazhuang at this moment, but said to the two girls beside her, "Go take my phone and catch up with them. No matter what, after we get the prey, we have to leave half of it for us." "Okay, Sister Shuchi." The tall female bodyguard quickly returned to the hut and took out an exquisite mobile phone. It was Hui Shuchi's solar panel-charged mobile phone. If there was a signal here, this phone might be the only one that could be used on the island so far. Although it was dark at night, the lighting provided by their cell phones was enough for them to chase Luchi. Seeing the two girls were about to leave, Lu Dazhuang quickly said, "Sister Shuchi, I'll go too. Carrying a wild boar is a strenuous job, and I'm strong enough." Hui Shuchi glanced at him and replied indifferently, "If you can control Luchi, I won't stop you. If you don't have that confidence, then you'd better stay here." I'd better stay here then." While the two were talking, the two female bodyguards had already set off and chased in the direction Luchi left. However, when Luchi, who was chasing the wild boar, saw the lights coming from the camp, he quickly asked Nie Xiaorong behind him to turn off the flashlight in her hand. "Xiaorong, turn off the flashlight and just follow me." Although Nie Xiaorong did as Luchi said, she didn't understand, so she asked in a low voice, "Luchi, why did you turn off the flashlight? Aren't we still chasing that wild boar? Look behind you." Luchi did not give much explanation, but directly asked Nie Xiaorong to look behind him. When she saw a bright spot chasing in the direction of the two of them, she finally understood what Luchi meant. It was obvious that Luchi didn't want to have anything to do with those people because of his prey. It seems that the celebrity you like is not willing to give up yet. He must have sent someone to try to get a piece of the pie from us. Nie Xiaorong looked behind her angrily and said to Luchi. This sentence immediately made Luchi not know how to respond, so he could only say helplessly, "Follow me closely. They will go back if they can't find us." After saying that, he and Nie Xiaorong continued to search forward in the dark. Behind, when the two girls saw from afar that Luchi and Nie Xiaorong suddenly turned off the lights, they were stunned at first, and then they heard the tall bodyguard say, "It seems like we're no longer welcomed by others. What should we do, Ari?" The tall female bodyguard looked at Ari beside him and asked, "Since Sister Shuchi has told us, we can't go back empty-handed. Are you still afraid of them?" Ollie looked at Mu Qing with a questioning look. "Look at what you said. Let's teach them a lesson. Let them know that we are not bodyguards for nothing." Mu Qing's expression turned cold, and his eyes became sharp. "Let's go," Ari said, and then looked at the ground carefully with his phone. 3 minutes later, Luchi, who was still chasing in the dark, saw the light in the distance behind him still chasing after him and his partner. It suddenly dawned on him. "Oh no, I was careless. I forgot the most important information. Oh, what a shame. What's wrong, Luchi?" Nie Xiaorong asked in confusion when she saw Luchi suddenly say this to her. "How do we track that wild boar?" "Bloodstains, oh. You mean they can continue to chase us using this method?" Nie Xiaorong suddenly came to her senses and asked, "So what should we do now?" After Luchi pondered for a moment, he took the initiative to say, "Since they don't want to abide by the agreement, there is no need for us to be polite. How can we let the other party retreat without fighting? When two people meet on a narrow road, the brave will win." "Lady," Luchi gave Nie Xiaorong some instructions, and then the two of them chose a favorable location and waited for the arrival of the two women behind them. At this time, Ollie and Mu Qing were still following the bloodstain with their heads down, but when the two professional bodyguards reached this place, they suddenly stopped at the same time. The two women were seen staring at a high ground in front of them, because there stood a human-shaped dark shadow. Chapter 84. Going back on one's word. Just as Ollie was about to shine the light of her mobile phone towards the figure in the distance, the figure's hand suddenly shone with an extremely strong light shining on their faces. The strong light caused the two girls to hurriedly cover their eyes with their hands, and suddenly they could see nothing but the light. The two of them realized that Luchi had weakened the flashlight before. Now he turned on the full light, obviously in preparation for dealing with them. You too. Why are you following us like this? Does Shuchi want us to stay here overnight? Under the strong light in the distance, Luchi's voice sounded. His tone was impolite, full of serious warnings and questions. After hearing this, the two of them were obviously a little unresponsive. Luchi would use such a trick on them. They were caught off guard and didn't know how to respond for a while. After thinking for a long time, Ari stammered. Luchi, can you please turn off the flashlight first? We are here just to help you. Hearing this, Luchi did not turn off the flashlight, but replied jokingly. Help me? Haha. As long as you don't go back on your word and shamelessly compete with me for prey, please go back. By the way, tell Shuchi that I can ignore her offense against me today, but if she continues to embarrass me and go against me, don't blame me for being rude to her in the future. Luchi, I made it clear to you. You have to leave half of the prey for us tonight. If we hadn't provided you with a thatched hut for hunting, you wouldn't have had such a big harvest. So you have to leave half of the prey. Otherwise, you can't go anywhere. After hearing what Luchi said, Mu Qing was furious. He didn't care what Luchi and the others were thinking, and spoke directly, because she had never seen a man dare to treat his employer, who was such a famous singer, so arrogantly. This made her very unhappy, so she frankly and straightforwardly stated the reasons why the two of them came. But just as she finished her words, there was a whooshing sound from a dark place on the right side of the two people, and then a sharp arrow pierced steadily into the ground in front of her, only 30 or 40 centimeters away from her. The moment the sharp arrow pierced the ground, a clanging sound was heard. Mu Qing and Ali were so frightened that they took 4 or 5 steps back before stopping, and then tried their best to calm themselves down. The two women thought at the same time, if the arrow had hit them, wouldn't there be a bloody hole in their bodies now? Luchi, don't be impulsive. If you have something to say, talk it over nicely. If you have something to say, talk it over nicely. At this moment, Ali quickly explained to Luchi that they naturally understood that the arrow just now was just a warning from Luchi to the two of them. But Luchi still ignored what she said, and said again in a cold tone, Go away. Don't come back. If you don't listen to me, the next arrow will pierce your head. As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Qing and Ali felt a chill running through their heads to their feet in an instant. This was the first time in their long careers that the two women felt like they were touched by death. Mu Qing turned his head towards the bright light, and judging by his expression, he seemed to be about to say something else. But another squeaking sound was heard in the night nearby, and Ali hurriedly pulled Mu Qing's sleeve and pulled her towards him. After shaking his head gently at her, Mu Qing turned around and walked back with her reluctantly. Before leaving, Ari turned and shouted to Luchi, Luchi, it's a dark and windy night. The road is not easy to walk on. Although we can't be friends for the time being, we are not your enemies. See you later. After saying that, she and Mu Qing walked back, and their speed was obviously much faster than when they came. Just as they turned back, the bright light in Luchi's hand suddenly went out. What a cunning and difficult guy. Ari turned his head to look at the figure behind him and said in a low voice, Oomph, you will be in trouble sooner or later. Mu Qing did not turn his head, but his face was full of anger. Okay, let's go back. There's no need for us to risk our lives. They showed mercy just now. Otherwise, how could you have avoided it? Didn't you see how that woman shot the arrow in the thatched cottage? Her movements were so crisp, neat, and graceful. I thought she wouldn't be able to pull the bowstring, but I didn't expect that she pulled it so smoothly. As soon as the arrow was shot, the thick-skinned wild boar screamed on the spot. I got goosebumps at that time. After a pause, Ari sighed and said, It's a pity. Hey, we don't have the wild boar meat tonight. Let's go back. Let's go back. After listening to Ali's words, Muqing reluctantly followed her and continued walking towards the camp. When Hui Shuqi saw the two girls coming back alone, although she already had the answer in her mind, she was still very curious about how Luchi got rid of them. After Ali and Muqing told the story of how Luchi had intercepted them, Hui Shuqi looked at the two women with a playful look on her face and then fell into deep thought. I never thought that this guy could see through her thoughts. It's really interesting. He is much better than those men who can only talk. Ali, Muqing, do you think we should just let it go or continue to follow them? As soon as Hui Shuqi said this, Ali and Muqing looked at her with their eyes wide open because they knew their employer well. She is most likely going to have a quarrel with Luchi. Sure enough, after Hui Shuqi saw the expressions of Ali and Muqing, she had already made a decision in her heart. Before the two girls could answer the questions, she told them her plan. Ali, Muqing, the two of you should make another run and observe the direction they leave from a distance. Don't let them find you again. Once you figure out the direction they're going, come back. After explaining things to the two girls, Hui Shuqi returned to the thatched hut in the camp. She was already planning how to convince everyone to leave tomorrow. Chapter 85, Carrying Pigs at Night. After seeing the two girls off, it was confirmed that they had no intention of sneaking in the dark. Luchi and Nie Xiaorong then set out to pursue him again. The reason why he was not in a hurry was because he knew that with the powerful strength of the second brother, even if he fell to the ground and couldn't get up, he would have to wait for another half an hour. The strong light turned into a weak lantern again, and Luchi and Nie Xiaorong continued to move forward in the darkness. After a long time, on a low, sunken road, Luchi and Nie Xiaorong stood beside a large wild boar that had fallen to the ground and was no longer breathing. Hoo-hoo, both of them were panting. This guy was shot by an arrow, but he was able to run so far. He is really tenacious. Nie Xiaorong looked at the wild boar on the ground in disbelief. When she saw that the arrow she had shot was gone from its body, she looked at Luchi again. It has to be you. It can't get rid of your arrow. I guess I have to practice my archery skills when I get back. Luchi did not object to what Nie Xiaorong said and nodded in support. Then, the two began to discuss how to carry such a heavy wild boar back to the cave. Luchi first took a look and estimated that the wild boar weighed 180 kilograms. It might be slightly smaller than the wild boar he saw on the beach on the first night, but its weight still gave Luchi a headache. Because transporting such a large wild boar back home is a huge undertaking. It is definitely not an easy job. At this moment, he really regretted not bringing all the women out. If so, he could immediately cut up the wild boar meat and take it all back. Nie Xiaorong saw Luchi in a daze, so she asked, "What? Are you regretting having driven away the two female bodyguards of the big star? Are you thinking that we can't take all of this big wild boar back, so why not give them some? Are you trying to get a favor from the big star?" Hearing this, Luchi raised his head and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him seriously. He wondered why she was completely different from what he thought. What? Did I get right? Are you feeling guilty? It's no use looking at me like that, Big Wolf Lu. I don't think I've called you that in a long time. I guess I'll have to call you that every day in the future to remind you all the time. Seeing Luchi looking at her like that, Nie Xiaorong remained undeterred and continued to do as she pleased, pouring out all her assumptions and conjectures. Then she looked at Luchi smugly and waited for her reply. After listening to Nie Xiaorong's words, Luchi instantly felt full of strength, as if he could carry the wild boar on the ground and rush back to the cave by himself. Of course, that was just his momentary fantasy. After taking a deep breath and suppressing his boiling blood, he was only thinking about how to get along with a woman in a friendly way and solve the difficulties at hand. Looking at Luchi, who was so calm in front of her, Nie Xiaorong suddenly had a bad feeling. Her heart was pounding. Perhaps she realized that she had overspeculated. After stealing a glance at Luchi's expression, she stopped talking. After a few breaths, seeing that Luchi still didn't speak and kept staring at the wild boar on the ground, Nie Xiaorong, who was panicking, took the initiative to step forward, gently grabbed Luchi's hand, leaned forward, and said tenderly against Luchi's arm, "Are you still angry? Can't I stop scolding you? Say something quickly." Nie Xiaoma's big hand was swaying left and right, and at the same time he felt the tenderness coming from his arm, which made Luchi's just immersed blood boil again, and even brought a hint of evil fire. When he felt that he was about to fall, he couldn't resist the temptation and said, "I didn't hear what you said just now. Now I'm just thinking about how to get this guy back." But seriously, the arrow you shot was so beautiful, so cool. If you hadn't acted decisively and in time, we wouldn't have had such a harvest tonight. If all of this were transported back, they would definitely look at you with admiration when they see it. Hee hee, really? Of course. Bo. There was no need to say anything more. Nie Xiaorong stood on tiptoe and happily gave Luchi the most beautiful reward. Luchi instantly felt refreshed and happy. Then he grabbed the two hind legs of the wild boar and pulled them. He used all his 1.87-meter-tall abdominal muscles to pull and carry the 180-kilogram wild boar on his shoulders. The moment he stood up, his expression showed that he was struggling, but he showed no signs of falling down. He stood firmly, took a few breaths to adjust himself, and then began to walk slowly. Wow, Lu Dalong, you are awesome. You can even carry such a big wild boar. That's amazing. At this moment, seeing Luchi lift the whole wild boar by himself, Nie Xiaorong was shocked for him, and at the same time felt sorry for him for trying so hard. Although I can't help, I can only cheer Luchi up in my own way and encourage him to persevere. Luchi carefully tried to walk a few steps again while carrying the wild boar. After finding that he could continue the challenge, he said to Nie Xiaorong, "Light the way ahead. Let's go home." Hee hee. Okay. It's past midnight. In the cave, the fire was fanning. Jean Kaiser had already fallen asleep, and his soft snoring could be heard. Shin Bing and the other two girls were lying on their wooden beds, unable to fall asleep, and whispering to each other from time to time. Sister Shun Bing, has Brother Luchi encountered any danger? Why hasn't he come back yet? On Shin Bing's left, Jean Xianju turned over and asked the same question again. Shin Bing sighed and thought to herself, how come this girl is so young? Not even as old as me. So why is her memory so bad? I asked her the same question twice just now, but she asked it again as if she didn't realize it. After hearing Shin Bing's sigh, Leah seemed to notice something was wrong. She gently poked Shun Bing's arm, and when Shin Bing turned around, she whispered, Sister Shun Bing, this little girl has fallen in love with Luchi, and it has completely gone beyond the level of concern. There's a saying that goes, the deeper the love, the more confused the heart. She is so confused that she doesn't even know how many times she has asked Luchi questions to show her concern. What? It's clearly about love and blame. I've never heard of any confusion in my heart. You must have made that up. Shin Bing rolled her eyes at Leah and turned away. Hey, Sister Shin Bing, you know what I mean. If you don't believe me, just look at her expression. Who can act out that look of worry and obsession? Hearing this, Shin Bing turned her head slightly, and in the firelight, she saw Jean Xianju with a worried and distracted look on her face, her brows tightly twisted into the shape of a Chan character, her eyes wandering, revealing worry and uneasiness. Chapter 86 Physical Limits. Hyunju, Hyunju, Hyunju. Shun Bing called Jean Xianju's name softly, and when she didn't respond, she called it twice again. In her heart, she had already accepted Leah's guess about her. Sister Shin Bing, what's wrong? What do you think of Luchi? Hey, Sister Shin Bing, why are you asking me this question all of a sudden? When Jean Xianju heard Shin Bing ask her this, she finally came back to her senses and looked at Shun Bing seriously. Sis, you look distracted and worried. Are you in love with Luchi? I didn't, Sister Shin Bing. I was just worried that they hadn't come back yet so late. Are they in danger? Being suddenly asked such a sensitive question by Shun Bing, Jean Xianju's thoughts were confused, and she stammered and replied hurriedly. But Shin Bing had confirmed her guess from Jean Xianju's expression. The last time you and Luchi went to the beach to retrieve those metal fragments, did you find it unforgettable? Seeing Shun Bing change the subject, Jean Xianju nodded hurriedly. Yes, Sister Shin Bing. The last time we went out, although Luchi and I accomplished our goal and successfully brought back the metal fragments, what we experienced may be something I will never forget in my life. That day, I realized how immature and naive I was, and I easily trusted others and almost killed Brother Luchi. We had just escaped from the robbers, but we were plotted against by a villain. I have never experienced anything like that in my life. That night, there were so many wild animals howling around the forest, but I was not afraid because I knew that Brother Luchi was with me, although he was still unconscious at that time. But when he really woke up, I suddenly felt scared, threw myself into his arms, and burst into tears. Sister Shin Bing, I don't know if that was love, but Luchi is really a good person, and he is very good to me, Sister Xiaorong, and you. After hearing what Jean Xianju said, Shun Bing felt mixed emotions. It was not that she was jealous of Jin Xianju for being able to like someone so much, but she envied Jin Xianju for being able to have such a life and death experience with Luchi, because only such an experience can create a deep relationship between two people. Shun Bing looked at Jin Xianju enviously and comforted her. Don't worry, Luchi will come back safely. Although he is very outstanding, you're also very beautiful. If you like him, you should be bolder. Sometimes you will regret it if you miss him. Sister Shun Bing, do you like Luchi too? I saw you practicing archery so diligently today after Luchi and the others left. When it's daybreak, you can teach me too. I also want to practice archery with you. Otherwise, I won't have the chance to go hunting with Luchi in the future. Forehead. Shun Bing had never expected that Jin Xianju would ask her this. Are girls in their teens so open-minded and tolerant now? Should I say I like it or not? After thinking for a while, Shun Bing looked at Jin Xianju and said, You are so smart, you will definitely learn archery quickly. We haven't practiced for a few days. Let's go together when the day breaks. Yes, okay, Sister Shun Bing. Seeing that Shun Bing skipped her question, Jin Xianju did not ask any further questions. She naturally believed that her brother Luchi was so outstanding and kind, and it was definitely natural for Sister Shun Bing to like him. Leah, who was standing aside, listened to what the two of them said and let out a long sigh, because from her perspective, the relationship issues among them are most clear. The three women like Luchi at the same time, and they're still so harmonious at the moment. She's drunk too. Thinking about the prince charming in her mind, her fiancé, she couldn't help but fall into longing at this moment. For a long time, the second half of the night is almost over, and the sky is about to brighten. In the forest, Luchi was sweating profusely as he carried the wild boar, but he still kept moving forward trembling. Beside him, Nie Xiaorong looked at Luchi with heartache and kept wiping the sweat off his head. The flashlight in her hand was about to run out of power, but it was still flashing. Luchi raised his head and glanced into the distance. It was still nearly half an hour's journey to the cave, but his physical strength was almost at its limit, as the wild boar weighed almost twice his weight. Walking in the jungle for such a long time was already the biggest challenge to Luchi's physical strength. Luchi, put it down. Rest here for a while. Anyway, we are not very far from the cave. Just wait here for me. I will call them over. Then we will cut up the wild boar and carry it back. Seeing that they were very close to the cave and Luchi's physical strength had reached its limit, Nie Xiaorong spoke. However, Luchi, who was walking slightly ahead, hurriedly put the wild boar off his shoulder. Although he was still gasping for breath, he hurriedly pulled Nie Xiaorong towards him and quickly squatted down. Nie Xiaorong was obviously a little surprised and puzzled by Luchi's inexplicable behavior. Just when she was wondering what Luchi wanted to do, she heard Luchi say, There's someone nearby. Anyone? Nie Xiaorong thought Luchi was joking with her. Just as she was about to say something, a choking smell of smoke came over. As soon as she smelled it, she knew that what Luchi said was true. But who was this person nearby? This place is only half an hour away from their cave, not very far. After Luchi recovered some of his strength, he wanted Nie Xiaorong to wait for him while he went to investigate, to see who would appear in this area. Luchi, be careful. Come back as soon as you're done checking. Don't delay. If there really are bad guys here, I can't protect this big, wild boar by myself. I know. I'll be back soon. Luchi nodded in reply, then headed in the direction where the smoke was coming from. About 10 minutes later, Luchi came to a flat forest. At this moment, he was hiding behind several large rocks and looking forward. Why are there so many people here? Luchi was amazed at the first sight, because in the open space in front of him, there were 3 fires that were about to go out, but there was still a little smoke coming out. There were 7 or 8 people lying around each fire, both men and women. Their clothes looked fashionable, but no longer fashionable. Only a few women were dressed cleanly. They were all still fast asleep and hadn't woken up yet. A dozen meters away from the 3 groups of people, there is a simple thatched hut. The outside is covered with large palm leaves, which should be a temporary camp. Are these people just passing by here? Luchi guessed curiously and started counting. He wanted to find out the number of these people. But just as he was counting the number of people, he saw 2 men beside the fire suddenly stand up and tiptoe towards the thatched hut. Chapter 87. Adding insult to injury. The reason why they chose this time Maybe because dawn is when people sleep the deepest. After all, wild beasts in the middle of the night always make it difficult for them to sleep peacefully. Because there were some clothes and food in the hut, and it was convenient to steal them while people were sleeping. After looking carefully, Luchi discovered the two thin men. They came to the hut with a clear division of labor, one watching the wind and the other fetching things. After a furtive search, the two men quickly took out two packages and prepared to escape in another direction. However, when the two of them had just walked out less than 10 meters away, they suddenly stopped because four men suddenly walked out from behind the big trees in front of them. When these four people came out, Luchi recognized them at a glance. The leader was Sun Chong, the guy who had chased him twice before because of a misunderstanding of him. It was just that there were 6 people before, but now there were 2 brothers missing, and they did not appear behind him. Sun Chong took 2 steps forward, then looked at the two of them with a joking look on his face. Lee Fay, Lee Fay, what do you want to do? Do you think you can survive on this deserted island by just taking some supplies? Haha, look at you now. Where's the demeanor and temperament of the young master of the Lee group? Huh, a fallen tiger is bullied by a dog. Sun Chong, don't be too proud too soon. I can still live a good life if I leave here. Lee Fay suppressed his anger and answered Sun Chong word by word. He was angry because, firstly, the huge difference in his life made him anxious and uncomfortable. Secondly, Sun Chong in front of him was a villain who was ungrateful and successful. The man behind him also said to Sun Chong with an unhappy expression, Sun Chong, this package belongs to Mr. Lee. What right do you have to control it? The Lee group has been very good to you, and Mr. Lee has been very good to you. Why do you treat him like this now? When you were penniless and had nowhere to go, Mr. Lee took pity on you and made you his full-time driver and gave you a respectable job. What? Now that we are in trouble, you not only add insult to injury, but also bully the weak with your numbers. This person is called Wang Chung. He is Lee Fay's consultant and secretary. He is smart in business and loyal. He is the right-hand man specially assigned by the chairman of the Lee group to Lee Fay. Lee Fay also trusts him very much. But Sun Chong, whom he trusted before, has changed drastically, which hit Lee Fay hard. He felt that he and Sun Chong were completely strangers now, and there was even some hatred between them. Hearing their responses, Sun Chong looked disdainful. Not unfair? Ha ha ha. Wang Chung, you are so pitiful. You actually said that he treated me well? What a joke. He treated me like a cow and a horse all day long. He would tease you when he was happy and scold you when he was unhappy. Is this what you call fair? When I was in Lee's, he was the boss, and I worked for him. I got paid every day because that was the compensation I deserved. Here I am a boss. If you listen to me, I can forget about the past and even have enough food and drink. Huh, this is a different time. You don't understand this principle, right? You're such a good fellow, Sun Chong. You could be the boss here, but we don't want to interfere with you. From now on, we will not interfere with each other. Wang Chung, let's go. Lee Fay originally wanted to take his things and leave Wang Chung as soon as possible, but his thoughts were ruthlessly interrupted by Sun Chong. Haha, Lee Fay, you really don't take me, the boss, seriously? You still act so high and mighty, which really makes me uncomfortable. Guys, it seems that this Mr. Lee is very ignorant. He even wants to take back the supplies we have obtained. He looks down on us. Come on, teach these 2 guys a lesson and let them know who is the boss here. Sun Chong said to the 3 people around him, and the 3 of them understood and took action immediately. In just a blink of an eye, Luchi saw Lee Fay and Wang Chung being pinned down and beaten by 4 men. After beating them for more than 10 minutes, they finally snatched the packages from their hands again. When Luchi returned to the place he had left, Nie Xiaorong hurried forward and asked, "Why did you come back just now? Have you found the location? Who are they?" Seeing Nie Xiaorong's anxious look, Luchi stepped forward and gently placed his hand on Nie Xiaorong's forehead, rubbing the center of Nie Xiaorong's brow with his thumb, and then explained, "I went to check. 4 of the people in that group were the ones who had pursued me before. I didn't recognize the rest, but it looked like they were controlled. Most of them were women and elderly people. There were very few men. It seemed that all their things were taken by those 4 people. I guess they were the same type of people as Sure Hao. They said they were doing it for everyone, but in fact they were just selfishly possessing it." Being comforted so gently by Luchi, Nie Xiaorong was in a good mood. A smile immediately appeared on her face, and she said gently, "You've been gone for so long. Something must have happened, right? Haha, you are really observant. You can tell what happened just by calculating the time. Indeed, when I went there, I happened to see two men try to escape from there. After stealing their belongings, they were stopped by the four men when they were about to leave. After a few words of conversation, they surrounded the two men and beat them up. Oh, what happened next? Nie Xiaorong continued to ask with eyes wide open. Luchi looked at her curious expression and laughed. Later, I felt that if I continued watching, something you didn't want to happen would definitely happen, so I left immediately. I would never let something you didn't like happen. Oh, Nie Xiaorong responded blankly. After a few seconds, she finally realized what was going on. Oh, Luchi, you are so annoying. You were teasing me on purpose. Nie Xiaorong slapped Luchi's arm shyly and gave him a cold look. All right, let's go back. These people are too close to the cave. If they find us, there will be another fight. Luchi regained his serious expression and said to Nie Xiaorong. And after Nie Xiaorong nodded, the two of them rushed back to the cave again. Half an hour later, Jean Kai's was the first to walk out of the cave. Although he was the first to fall asleep last night, he woke up early in the morning and could not fall asleep again. His leg injury has almost healed. He can't say that he walks very fast, but at least he walks very steadily. At this moment, he was standing outside the cave, looking in the direction where Luchi and the others left, staring quietly. At this time, Shun Bing came out with a bow and arrow on her back and came to Jean Kai's. She looked worried. Xiao Rong and Luchi have been out since early yesterday morning. I really don't know how they are doing. I want to go out and look for them. Jean Kai's looked at Shun Bing and comforted her. Brother Lu is an upright and calm person, so he should be fine. Besides, they're all carrying weapons. There are probably not many people on a cruise ship who are as dexterous as Luchi and can make such a good bow and arrow. Let's wait a little longer. My leg is almost healed, so I will accompany Brother Luchi out from now on. When Shin Bing heard the last sentence, she raised her head and thought, so what you mean is that all my hard work in archery training these past 2 days has been in vain? But she didn't say it out loud. Instead, she touched the bow in her hand and said anxiously, No, I can't wait any longer. After 1 day and 1 night, they will definitely. However, before Shin Bing could finish her words, 2 familiar figures appeared in her sight in the distance. It was Luchi and Nie Xiaorong. Chapter 88, Seeking Help. Ah, it's Luchi. Luchi and the others are back. Shin Bing immediately put down the bow and arrow in his hand and ran towards them. Ouch, it looks like a big wild boar. Jean Kai's also spoke excitedly when he saw the large black mass on Luchi's body. Jean Xianju and Leah came out upon hearing the sound, and when they saw Luchi and Nie Xiaorong coming back, they also ran towards them with joy. From a distance, Luchi, who was already exhausted, suddenly straightened his back as if he had been injected with chicken blood when he saw the 3 women running towards him. The 3 women came up to help him, but he stopped them all, saying that they could do it themselves and that they would be there soon, and it would be easier for them to walk alone, carrying the women. Hearing his boastful words, Nie Xiaorong stared at Luchi with wide eyes, thinking in her heart, what a stinky man. He wants to save face, but suffers in vain. Seeing Luchi coming back carrying such a big wild boar, Shun Bing, Jean Xianju, Leah, and Jean Kai's. These upper-class people who were used to high-end fashion had seen countless people and all kinds of handsome and heroic men. But now, at this moment, the man who was carrying a 100-pound wild boar looked so handsome, so heroic and tall in their eyes. And it was through such triumphs time and again that Luchi gained the respect, admiration, and support of several people. When Jean Kai's saw the big wild boar that Luchi brought back, he was really glad for his brother and sister from the bottom of his heart. He was glad that they met Luchi and the people around him. Inside the cave, after resting, Luchi and Nie Xiaorong were surrounded by several people. At this time, Luchi had already told them everything that he and Nie Xiaorong had encountered outside, including the people they met nearby when they came back. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, everyone discussed and decided not to go out after dawn. Instead, they first dealt with the wild boars they brought back in a timely manner. After arranging the division of labor, several people started their respective actions in a hurry. The joy of a fruitful labor is irreplaceable by other happiness. Even if they're doing the most tiring and difficult work now, they all felt extremely relaxed and happy. Because Kim Hyun-ju got a lighter during the last outing, making a fire is now a piece of cake for them. Luchi and Jean Kai's were responsible for processing pig hair and decomposing wild boars. Shun Bing, and Liu were picking edible wild vegetables in the surrounding area. Nie Xiaorong and Jin Xianju were responsible for making fire, boiling water, and cooking. Even with such a clear division of labor, it took half a day for the team to process the wild boar into wild boar meat. It was not until the afternoon that the wild boar meat was completely processed and decomposed. After a short rest, they piled up firewood and began to smoke most of the remaining wild boar meat. Because of the temperature, if they don't handle the fresh meat properly, the meat will go bad and rot, and all their efforts will be in vain. After another busy day, the sky gradually darkened. When all the wild boar meat was smoked, Nie Xiaorong and Shun Bing stewed a pot of wild vegetables and wild boar ribs. Although the pottery pot was small, it was enough for 6 people. Gene K.I.'s started to make barbecue for everyone with great interest. Most of the wild boar leg was placed on the fire. He kept turning it over and from time to time squeezed several kinds of sour and spicy wild fruit juices that Nie Xiaorong had collected earlier on it. Under the roasting fire, the aroma of meat filled the cave soon. The 4 girls sat around the campfire, looking at the barbecue in Gene K.I.'s hands, and they were all drooling with greed. Only Luchi was lying on the stone bed and snoring, because he was so tired and exhausted at the moment. Just as Luchi and the other 6 were enjoying delicious food in the cave, near the cave, 2 injured figures, supporting each other, were walking towards here step by step. The 2 men were Lee Fay and Wang Chung, who were beaten up and had all their supplies robbed by Sun Chong and others in the morning. At this time, the 2 men had bruises and bloody wounds on their bodies, and there was a swollen bump on Wang Cheng's forehead. This shows how severely the 2 were beaten and how cruelly Sun Chong and others attacked them. Mr. Lee, this smells so good. It should be nearby. Just hold on a little longer. As long as we can find it, I will go and beg them. I will definitely not let you go hungry. Wang Chung looked up and smelled the aroma of meat wafting in the air. Despite his weak body, he still managed to hold on to one of Lee Fay's arms. Lee Fay also tried to look up at this moment, only to see that one of his eyes was black and swollen and bleeding, obviously caused by a heavy blow. He first looked at Wang Chung, coughed lightly, and then slowly said, "Hey, Wang Chung, you should just call me by my name. I don't look like a gentleman at all now. Let's go. It should be nearby. I must survive and find that bastard Sun Chong. I will avenge today, sooner or later. Yes, Mr. Lee, being alive is more important than anything else." However, just as Wang Chung finished speaking, he saw Lee Fay suddenly go limp and fall to the ground, losing consciousness. Mr. Lee Fay. Wang Chung called Lee Fay anxiously many times, but it was of no use because Lee Fay could no longer hold on and completely passed out. At this moment, Wang Chung was both anxious and helpless. He had no medical knowledge and didn't know how to deal with such a thing. In a hurry, Wang Chung had to lay Lee Fay flat on the ground, and then he quickly went in the direction where the smell of meat came from. At this time, inside the cave, Gene K.I.'s barbecue had been completed. 6 people were sitting together chatting and sharing the barbecue in their hands. There was also a bowl of hot bone soup in front of each of them. Ha ha, I've eaten all kinds of delicacies in the past, but I couldn't taste as good as this bowl of bone soup and roasted pork leg today. That's right, brother. Although I used to go to high-end restaurants every day and eat food that cost hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of dollars every day, none of them could compare to this meal today. It's so delicious. Kim K.I.'s laughed and spoke, and Kim Hyun-ju echoed him. The words of the brother and sister just expressed the feelings of others. Only Luchi had a calm expression, eating silently, without the same emotion as the others, because he didn't have the experience of eating delicacies from land and sea every day. Nie Xiaorong, who was sitting on Luchi's left, seemed to have thought of something after seeing Luchi's expression. Only she knew some of Luchi's things, and perhaps could understand a little bit of Luchi's feelings. Luchi, thank you for your hard work on this hunt. Nie Xiaorong leaned her soft shoulders against Luchi and whispered that her original intention was to make Luchi happier and not fall into some bad memories. Chapter 89, Young Masterly. Luchi responded to Nie Xiaorong's small and heartwarming gesture with a smile. If you hadn't performed so well this time, I wouldn't have been able to succeed in hunting this animal on my own. Your contribution is no less than mine. Seeing that Luchi was not as immersed as she thought, Nie Xiaorong smiled happily. However, Jin Xianju, who was on Luchi's right, heard everything they did. She pouted and turned to Luchi. Brother Luchi, although you and Sister Xiaorong have made the greatest contributions, I also made some contributions today. Why don't you praise me? Jean Xianju looked at Luchi with a jealous expression, completely ignoring the gazes of her brother and the other two girls. And for a moment, Luchi was so annoyed that he quickly praised him. Yes, 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 I almost forgot. Sister Hyunju's performance today was also very good. She was a good helper in slaughtering pigs, a master in making fire, and a great atmosphere maker. Sister Hyunju, I give you a thumbs up. After seeing Luchi putting his big thumbs up in front of her, Jean Xianju's expression instantly changed from gloomy to bright, and flowers bloomed on her palm-sized white face. Even Ye Xiaorong, Shun Binglia, and others admired it, because Jean Xianju's expression at that moment was so cute. He asked for Luchi's praise so openly. No wonder Luchi gave him the reputation of being a good atmosphere maker. Just when the six people were having a great time and were full of joy. Plop! At this time, a voice came from the entrance of the cave. The six people hurriedly stood up. After seeing Luchi quickly go over and pick up a spear hanging on the stone wall, the others also followed Luchi's example, picked up their weapons, and became alert. Luchi, what's that sound? Leah asked with some concern. Luchi hurriedly signaled her to be quiet. Then he slowly walked towards the entrance of the cave with the spear in hand. However, when he came to the wooden door of the cave and looked out through the gap, he saw a man with blood all over his body and blood-stained clothes who had just crawled up from the ground and staggered towards the entrance of the cave. At that moment, Luchi flashed out. Wang Chung, who had just crawled up from the ground and took a few shaky steps, suddenly saw a figure walking out from behind two huge rocks in front of him. He was so scared that he stopped immediately. However, before his already weak body could stand firm, he saw 5 more people appear behind that person, and each of them had a weapon in his hand. This made Wang Chung unable to calm down anymore. He turned around and was about to retreat, but he accidentally tripped over the raised ground again. Seeing that the blood-covered guy was obviously frightened, Luchi quickly handed the spear in his hand to Nye Xiaorong beside him, and then saw him take a few steps forward and said to the man, "My name is Luchi. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. How did you find this place?" When Wang Chung saw the figure in front of him put down his weapon and walk towards him, he could see Luchi's face clearly. In an instant, Wang Chung choked with excitement and said, "Brother, please save us." As he said this, he stood up and wanted to kneel down to Luchi. At this time, Luchi hurriedly stepped forward to support Wang Chung, who was about to kneel on the ground. "That's impossible. My name is Luchi. If you have any difficulties, please tell me. As long as I can help you, I will do my best." But even after hearing Luchi say this to him, he still insisted on kneeling down, because he knew that this was a hard-won opportunity. If he was rejected by these people, Lee Fay would be dead, especially on this terrifying night on a deserted island. Seeing that he couldn't help himself and insisted on kneeling down to beg his king, he quickly signaled a few women to come and help. Shen Bing and Nie Xiaorong ran over immediately, and with the help of the 2 girls, they helped the injured Wang Chung up. The moment Wang Chung looked up, a familiar feeling surged into Luchi's heart. Although he didn't remember it immediately, after thinking about it carefully, Luchi remembered that this was one of the 2 people he saw being beaten by the crowd in the morning. Then, Luchi asked again, "How did you find this place? Is there anyone else with you?" At this moment, Wang Cheng's excitement slowly calmed down, and he told how he found this place, and Lee Fay, who was still unconscious outside. After Luchi and the others heard Wang Cheng's words, no one questioned anything. Only Luchi was worried that Sun Chong and his men would follow the smell of meat like Wang Chung. After speaking, Wang Chung did not relax. Instead, he asked Luchi and others to go with him to rescue the unconscious Lee Fay. Faced with Wang Cheng's request, Luchi naturally did not refuse and agreed immediately. So after taking a short breath, the injured Wang Chung stood up and took Luchi and Ye Xiaorong to the place where Lee Fay was unconscious, and together they brought him back to the cave. In the stone cave, after putting the unconscious Lee Fay on a wooden bed, Shun Bing and Liu were shocked and called out the man's name in unison. Lee Fay. The 2 women looked at him again in disbelief and finally confirmed that he was the person they knew, Lee Fay, the young man who has a special liking for Leah, the one Shin Bing has always wanted to get to invest in her career. "Who are you to him? What happened to him?" Shin Bing looked at Wang Chung and asked. Seeing that Shin Bing and the other girl actually knew Lee Fay, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel happy and relieved. After all, if they were acquaintances, they would get more help. Then he told them how Lee Fay was his boss and how the two of them were beaten by Sun Chong and others. When the two girls heard Sun Chong's name, they were shocked and said Sun Chong's name again at the same time. Only then did they know that Sun Chong was Lee Fay's former full-time driver. One ungrateful guy. Lee Fay gave him a job, but he's still so ungrateful. Shin Bing said angrily, then looked at Luchi and said, "And this guy kidnapped me and Leah before the time you rescued us. So he is this Sun Chong." Luchi muttered to himself, "Isn't this Sun Chong the one who misunderstood him and chased him again and again? What a nasty fellow." Jin Xianzhu and Nie Xiaorong also spoke indignantly. Just when everyone understood the situation, Leah brought a basin of water with red eyes. Seeing her expression, everyone guessed that she and Lee Fay must be more than just acquaintances. And only Shin Bing knew something about what happened between them. Luchi had already started to feel Lee Fay's pulse. Looking at the injuries all over Lee Fay's body, he felt his pulse particularly carefully. Wang Chung saw that Luchi had been holding Lee Fay's wrist. When he saw that everyone else was looking at Luchi, he also realized that Luchi should know medical skills. However, when everyone saw Luchi's expression, they all had a bad feeling. Chapter 90, he wakes up. "What's wrong, Luchi?" Seeing Luchi's expression becoming more and more serious, Shen Bing finally lost her patience and asked directly. Luchi looked at her and said seriously, "His pulse is scattered and weak, with no obvious pattern. The pulse beats weakly, sometimes absent, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. It is scattered when touched lightly and absent when pressed hard. This is because his internal organs have been severely damaged and his vitality has declined. Alas, I hope it is not a sign of heart and kidney failure." Seeing that everyone looked puzzled after listening, Luchi said again, "His condition is very grim. He must be treated promptly, otherwise he may not survive tonight." As soon as Luchi finished speaking, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Lee Fay's injury to be so serious. Leah came forward and said to Luchi, "Luchi, please save him. He is the son of the Lee group." But the other words I wanted to express were on the tip of my tongue, but I didn't say them. Shin Bing walked up and whispered something in Luchi's ear. Hearing this, Luchi looked at Leah in surprise. Seeing Leah carefully wiping the wounds and bloodstains on Lee Fay's face, Luchi felt a surge of sympathy. Then he comforted the two girls. "I'll give him an acupuncture first. As long as he can wake up, I'll go to the island tomorrow to find some useful herbs for him, and he should be able to survive." After hearing this, the two girls and Wang Chung expressed their gratitude to Luchi. Then Luchi ordered Jin Ki's and Wang Chung to help Lee Fay take off his shirt quickly, and then quickly took out the silver needles he carried from his backpack. Finally, he asked Nie Xiaorong to turn on the flashlight to illuminate himself. Although the flashlight was running out of power, it was enough to illuminate Luchi's acupuncture. This set of silver needles was passed down to him by his grandfather. It is said that this set of silver needles was specially made by his great-grandfather. Although they are not pure silver, the ability to combine silver and other metals to make acupuncture needles in that era was already considered to be superior to pure silver needles. Just like that, with the crowd watching, Luchi quickly inserted needles into Lee Fay's body. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen silver needles had already landed on different acupuncture points on Lee Fay's body. Then Luchi was seen twisting the inserted silver needles back and forth continuously, and even pulling up and piercing the silver needles into some acupuncture points. Everyone was shocked to see Luchi's smooth acupuncture technique. He didn't dare to breathe until Luchi stopped. Then he looked at Luchi with admiration. After the acupuncture was left in for half an hour, Lee Fay's complexion had obviously improved a lot. Luchi stood up again, removed the silver needle from his body, and after giving him a few more needles on his face, Lee Fay miraculously woke up. "Hey, wake up, he's awake." Shin Bing saw Lee Fay blinking at this moment, slowly waking up, and said excitedly. Luchi quickly waved his hand to ask her to be quiet. Wang Chung, who had a big bump on his head, also came over, his eyes red and excited. "Lee Fay, you finally woke up? We are rescued. We are safe." After hearing Wang Cheng's familiar voice, Lee Fay finally opened his eyes and looked around. However, when he saw Leah, he panicked and thought he had seen it wrong. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed it again. At this time, Shin Bing on the other side suddenly said, "Mr. Lee, we meet again." Lee Fay turned around and saw Shun Bing. He looked at the two women in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, "Really you? Why are you here, Miss Shun?" "Wang Cheng, I'm not dreaming." Perhaps he was really surprised. After asking Shin Bing, he confirmed with Wang Cheng whether he was dreaming. "You are not dreaming, Master Lee Fay. We were rescued by them." Hearing this, Lee Fay finally showed a smile on his face and looked at Luchi, Nie Xiaorong, Jin Kai's, and Jin Hyunju again. At this time, Luchi signaled Leah to serve Lee Fay a bowl of hot pork bone soup. Seeing the girl he liked walking towards him with the fragrant hot soup, Lee Fay was so happy at this moment. He felt as if he was on the way to hell in the last second, but at this moment, he seemed to be in fairyland. He couldn't describe the feeling of relief at escaping death and the sudden surprise and tenderness. After giving a brief account of what happened in Wang Cheng, Lee Fay finally struggled to stand up and, despite being stopped, knelt down to pay homage to Luchi. But Luchi didn't dare to watch him fulfill his wish, so he hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, thus avoiding a major thank you incident from happening. Seeing Leah carefully feeding the bone soup in her hand to Lee Fay, everyone also walked aside tactfully and then sat together to ask Wang Cheng about some of their experiences. After a brief narration, they learned that Wang Cheng and his companions came from the other coast of the island. That coast was not like the beach where Luchi and his companions were. It was covered with large and small rocks everywhere. Therefore, almost no one on their lifeboat stayed on the coast. They had all left and scattered all over the island. Sun Chong and the two of them originally arrived here on the same lifeboat, but after they landed on the island together, he changed. He became selfish, strange, and heartless. This Sun Chong is really a bastard. Not only is he ungrateful, but he also colluded with his accomplices to take advantage of the situation. Not only did he rob people openly, but he also violently injured people. This was too heavy a blow. He almost cost someone's life. After everyone listened to Wang Cheng's story, Jin Kai's said angrily with his fists clenched, and everyone else was also very angry. Only Luchi thought to himself after listening to Wang Cheng's story. According to Wang Cheng, Sun Chong took 5 brothers out for a trip a few days ago, and 2 of them were injured and fell down after returning. Could it be that the 2 people who fell down were my masterpiece? It must be uncomfortable to be injured by the Wang Feng and the big stone. Hee hee. Maybe if I appear in front of Sun Chong and others, they will definitely know. They will definitely hate me to the core. Seeing the others gritting their teeth at Sun Chong, Luchi sighed, not knowing that he was the only one who was the most panicked. He had inexplicably become the other party's number 1 enemy. When he turned his head to look at Lee Fay, Luchi even felt a little apologetic because he felt that Sun Chong must have been unable to find him and was so angry that he had no place to vent. So he was so cruel to Lee Fay and the others. Unable to help but shudder, Luchi quickly cleared his mind and thought, let it be. Chapter 91, Shun Bing Volunteers. Night. Because there were suddenly 2 more people, straw mats were placed on the floor of the cave again. Luchi originally wanted to vacate his stone bed for Lee Fay to use, but was rejected by Leah, because she knew that Luchi was the most important person here, and he had taken in Lee Fay and the other 2, and had also treated Lee Fay with acupuncture. She also promised to go out in person to find herbs for Lee Fay after dawn. If they asked Luchi to give up his bed for Lee Fay, not only would they feel bad, but it would also prevent Luchi from getting a good rest. Luchi had already spent a lot of energy on hunting, and if he didn't get a good rest and got physically unwell, they would lose a backbone. So, Leah took the initiative to give up her bed to Lee Fay, and she slept on the floor next to the wooden bed to rest. When Shun Bing saw how Leah took care of Lee Fay, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart that a woman whom she looked down upon and was about to use could actually have such a touching side to her. The next morning, Luchi was the first to wake up from his sleep. He touched the leopard skin under him and felt that he had slept very comfortably. Seeing that everyone else was still asleep, he did not take the initiative to disturb them, but quietly got up. He first came to Lee Fay's bedside to check on him. Seeing that he was fine, but looked a little listless, he took his bow and arrow and his packed backpack and walked out of the cave. He wanted to take advantage of the coolness of the early morning to find some suitable herbs for Lee Fay. Perhaps when he came back, Nie Xiaorong and Shin Bing would have already prepared the food. However, Just when he walked less than 100 meters out of the cave, a woman's voice came from behind him. Luchi! Luchi, wait for me. Luchi turned around and saw Shun Bing running towards him. Her long hair was flowing, her eyes were expressive, and she looked excited. Her short and fashionable clothes just highlighted the curves of her figure. Her proud posture while running attracted Luchi's attention. Shun Bing was holding a bow, an arrow, with a small bag slung over her shoulder. Looking closely, the only thing about her crossbody bag was the strap, which was an exquisite modern product. After Luchi confirmed the bag again, he realized that it was actually a bag made of some unknown tree bark with some leaves as decoration. Why are you here? I want to let you sleep a little longer. Seeing that Luchi was looking at her, Shun Bing lowered her head shyly, because she knew that Luchi would go out to collect herbs today, so she deliberately wore such clothes to catch up with him. I want to go out with you. You can't refuse me this time. Shun Bing looked at Luchi seriously and said she was afraid that Luchi would reject her if he didn't take her with him. So she asked Luchi in a gentle tone. Seeing her so delicate, which was totally different from the usual Shun Bing, Luchi felt something different in his heart. He turned his head to look behind Shun Bing, and seeing that no one else was following, Luchi nodded slightly to agree. Seeing Luchi nod, Shun Bing was immediately delighted. Shun Bing, who usually didn't smile, made Luchi's eyes light up at this moment. She couldn't be said to be so charming that all the beauties in the palace pale in comparison, but at least her smile was touching and her glances were captivating. This was the first time Luchi was mesmerized by Shun Bing's beauty. Luchi, Luchi. Seeing that Luchi was staring at her in a daze, Shun Bing called Luchi's name twice softly, which woke him up from his obsession. Luchi realized his own gaffe and quickly turned around and walked forward. Shun Bing smiled happily and quickly followed him. She was very satisfied with Luchi's performance because her little effort was really effective, leaving the hustle and bustle of the city, trapped on this mysterious island. Shun Bing gradually began to let go of her greed. She was no longer strong and no longer deliberately concealed her inner feelings, especially in front of Leah and Luchi, which made her feel more natural than ever before. Leah made her feel like a female friend and bestie, and in front of Luchi, she found her true nature as a little woman. She could naturally be shy, tender, and even sexy in front of Luchi, but she couldn't do that in front of other people. Along the way, Luchi also discovered that Shun Bing was different today. She felt very different from before. For a moment, Luchi couldn't even decide in his heart which side of her he liked. Hey, Luchi, why are you always looking at me? If you have anything to complain about me, just say it. I can bear anything you say. Seeing Luchi constantly looking at her, Shun Bing secretly rejoiced in her heart, but still spoke with an innocent and tender look. You are very beautiful today, and you seem a little different today than usual. Luchi honestly spoke out his true feelings. He didn't know how to express himself, but seeing Shun Bing asking him this, he couldn't think of a good answer for a while, so he could only be honest and frank. However, after hearing Luchi's words, Shun Bing was even happier, but she still patiently asked, So do you like me the way I usually am, or the way I am today? Of course I like them all. Faced with Shun Bing's question, Luchi paused for a moment, then blurted out. But he was thinking in his heart, You little brat, you asked me to make a choice with such a low IQ question, I won't choose it. Of course. The next moment, Shun Bing pouted and said unhappily, No, you have to choose one. My usual self or my current self? That. Luchi stuttered, thinking to himself, Why is this woman so difficult? Wouldn't it be better to like both of them? Why must I choose one? Are you uncomfortable? Unhappy? Or are you just looking for trouble? Hee. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing that Luchi was about to run away in panic after being asked by her, Shun Bing smiled happily and walked forward with her slender waist twisted. Yes, the happiness of the previous second is destroyed by the carelessness of the next second. Shun Bing lost her balance, and with a cry, she fell to the ground at a speed so fast that even lightning could not catch her. Luchi was startled, and then he saw Shun Bing sitting on the ground in front of him, groaning with tears in her eyes. Ouch, Luchi, I sprained my ankle. Woo-woo. Anxious Luchi hurried forward, half squatting on the ground to ask her about her situation. Don't cry yet. What about that foot? How does it feel now? Luchi gently lifted up her outstretched foot and prepared to check it, but he heard Shun Bing crying. Woo, it's not this one. It's the other foot. Oh, only then did Luchi realize that he had found the wrong one. He quickly put down the foot in his hand and looked at Shin Bing's other one. Chapter 92, The Little Woman Sighed. Can you move on your own? Does it hurt a lot? He asked first, and then carefully observed Shin Bing's sprained ankle. Ouch, it hurts so much. I dare not move. At this moment, Shin Bing is no longer the cold and calm person she usually is. She is now a completely lovable little woman. Luchi looked at her foot and saw that it was indeed red and swollen. Then he ignored Shin Bing's crying. He half knelt down sideways, grabbed her long white legs, and placed Shin Bing's sprained foot on his knee in front of him. Don't move. I have to take off your shoes and socks and see what's going on. Luchi reminded her in a low voice and started to act without waiting for Shin Bing's reply. After carefully taking off her shoes and socks, a delicate and white little foot appeared completely in front of Luchi. The pink soles, white insteps, and a row of small and delicate toes gathered together in fear the moment they saw Luchi, hugged each other tightly, and lower their heads shyly, as if they wanted to dig out a basement to hide in. Wow, I didn't expect you to have such a feminine side. Looking at Shin Bing's pure and clean feet, Luchi looked at Shin Bing with a playful look and said. Hearing this, Shin Bing's face suddenly turned red all the way to her neck. She also lowered her head in embarrassment. It turns out that each nail on her pink toes has been carefully trimmed, and there are also exquisite nail patterns painted on them. The base is a light pink gradient, with simple black and white embellishments. The most attractive thing is the pattern on the nail of the thumb, which is actually a pouting little bear head. Her girlish heart is fully expressed. In just that moment, Shin Bing was like a bride whose veil had been lifted, charming and shy, and Luchi was like the groom who had just lifted his veil, admiring his beautiful bride. He could even feel the sound of his own heartbeat at this moment. You're still looking? Pervert. Shin Bing was so shy that she glanced at Luchi and blushed as she whispered. Hearing this, Luchi came back to his senses and hurriedly coughed to cover up his loss of composure and embarrassment. Then he reached out and gently touched the bone of her ankle. When he found that it was only slightly dislocated and there was no big problem, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Shin Bing's delicate and slightly painful expression and asked in a low voice, Did you draw this yourself, or did your boyfriend draw it for you? Shin Bing thought she had misheard and asked again, What did you just say? She waited for Luchi's response, but saw Luchi twist her ankle, and after a click, he stood up gracefully and made an okay gesture to her. Whoa, why didn't you say anything? At this moment, the slight pain in her feet came to her mind. Shin Bing looked like a little woman, crying and complaining to Luchi. Woo, how can you be so mean? I'm not ready yet, and you. Wow, woo. Seeing Shin Bing's appearance at this moment, Luchi could no longer remember the impression she had given him before. It seemed that the Shin Bing before was all an illusion, and this moment was the real Shin Bing. Unable to bear seeing her cry, Luchi hurriedly stepped forward again, squatted down, and gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. Okay, stop crying. Your eyes will get swollen if you keep crying. Hearing this, Shin Bing slowly stopped sobbing and her aggrieved and pitiful tears. Stand up and see if your ankle still hurts. As he spoke, Luchi reached out to help her up, but Shin Bing blamed him. It's all your fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't be crooked. Forehead. Luchi thought about it, but he was still confused and didn't understand. He didn't know where he went wrong. Shin Bing stood up carefully and walked a few steps with Luchi's support. Although she felt that she could walk, she still did not let Luchi go. No, it still hurts. Can you rub it for me? Seeing that her foot was still a little red and swollen, Luchi sat down and used his ancestral massage techniques to massage Shin Bing's entire foot. Although his hands were busy, his eyes were never idle. He stared at Shin Bing's feet again in fascination. It was not until Shin Bing reminded him once again that it was enough that he stopped with a silly smile. This is so silly. Seeing Luchi's embarrassed expression, Shin Bing was secretly delighted in her heart. Although the vegetation on this island is lush and diverse, and there are many trees and plants that have never been seen before, it is still not easy to find the suitable herbs that Luchi knows about. After the two of them came out early in the morning, they kept wandering in the forest. Although there were some ambiguous episodes along the way, it did not affect their progress in finding medicine. At least at this time, Luchi was holding 3 useful herbs he had picked. As long as they could pick a few more herbs, they could go home. At this time, in an unusually quiet forest, Luchi was walking with Shun Bing on his arm. Seeing this picturesque forest, Shun Bing couldn't help but stop and admire it, because she felt that the scenery here was the most beautiful scenery she had ever seen since she came to this island. Wow, Luchi, this place is so beautiful, like a fairyland. But looking around, Luchi didn't think this place was that beautiful because he had encountered forests and scenery like this countless times. Luchi looked at Shun Bing in confusion, but he saw Shun Bing appreciating the scenery seriously, which made Luchi very puzzled. Perhaps Shin Bing herself did not notice that she was so relaxed today, not because she had never experienced such scenery before, but because she and Leah were only thinking about escaping and staying alive. At that time, all they saw was a forest full of dangers, and they did not even think about appreciating the scenery. But today was different. Luchi was with her. When she sprained her ankle, Luchi wiped her tears, treated her, and gave her massages. Luchi also supported her on the difficult road, and he continuously gave her a sense of security. This made Shinbing completely let go of her nervousness and the cold and strong cover-up she usually had. She fully showed her truest side. Looking at Shinbing, who was so relaxed, beautiful, and natural at this moment, Luchi suddenly felt a little sorry for her. Walk to her side, stand behind her silently, and accompany her like this. Seeing that Luchi stopped looking for herbs and stayed with her, Shinbing felt warm in her heart and smiled happily at Luchi. Looking at the wild flowers blooming on the ground, she couldn't help but shuttle among them, like a butterfly fairy, looking here, smelling there, picking a flower here, picking a branch there. Soon the wild flowers in her hand turned into a small bouquet. Chapter 93: The Smell of Blood in the Air. The forests and wildflowers are usually very common, but with the addition of fairy Shunbing, Luchi instantly feels that this place is very beautiful and pretty. However, just when he was about to be obsessed and fascinated by it again, a terrified scream suddenly sounded, and then Shunbing fell backwards in panic, sitting on the ground with her buttocks, frightened to the point of paleness. She retreated again and again. Not far in front of her, a frightened little wild animal also fled away. Luchi only saw a black shadow flash by in the distance. After turning around and getting up, Luchi had already arrived and quickly supported Shinbing, asking anxiously, "What's wrong, Shunbing?" However, Shinbing threw herself into Luchi's arms, pointed at the horrifying scene she had just seen, and said in horror, "People, dead people." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly broke away from Luchi, ran to the side, and started retching. Luchi stepped forward and comforted Shinbing first, then took her about 10 meters away, and then he walked over again to see what was going on. But when he got closer, even though he was a doctor and had seen many people die of illness and old age, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back when he saw the bloody scene in front of him. Because on the grass in front of him were 2 hollowed-out, unrecognizable human corpses. Judging from their body parts and torn clothes, they should be a man and a woman. In short, the scene was extremely bloody and horrifying, and Luchi had no idea what kind of dangers they had encountered to end up like this. Only at this distance could he smell the blood in the air. Luchi concluded that the 2 men had not been killed for very long. Obviously, the little beast that had escaped just now was enjoying the corpse in front of it. Luchi couldn't bear to look at such a scene, but just as he turned around and was about to leave, suddenly a small object next to the corpse caught Luchi's attention. It was a pair of transparent round glasses with black frames. When Luchi saw them, he instantly wanted to get them. Even though he knew that it was taboo not to take things belonging to the dead, this pair of glasses was an attractive survival resource for Luchi, and he would definitely not miss it or give it up. Seeing Luchi actually continue to walk towards the bloody site, Shinbing was puzzled and hurriedly called Luchi. What are you going to do? Come back quickly, Luchi." After her mood changed from nausea to worry about Luchi, Shinbing regained her original rationality and thought that Luchi's behavior was not only dangerous, but also offensive. Who knows if there are any other ferocious animals lurking around here? After walking to the corpse with his nose covered, Shinbing saw him clasp his hands together and pray silently for a moment, and then he reached out and picked up the blood-stained glasses on the ground. Alas, 2 deceased ones, may you no longer suffer this pain in your next life and enjoy endless wealth and glory. After Luchi walked out of the bloody field, he turned around again, clasped his hands together, bowed his head, and silently said, "This is what my grandfather taught him, to be respectful and pious to the deceased." He followed the method his grandfather taught him to pray for the forgiveness and peace of the deceased, because he had taken something that originally belonged to them. Even though they are now dead and cannot be used, Luchi firmly believes that he must do this. Originally, he was thinking of digging a pit nearby and burying the remains of the two deceased so that they could rest in peace. But he didn't have any decent tools to dig a big hole. After thanking the corpse again, he came to Shinbing, took off his backpack, and put the glasses in it. Shinbing felt very uncomfortable when she saw Luchi remain silent. Just when he was about to say a few words to comfort Luchi, he saw Luchi handing him the backpack. "Wait for me here, and hold this for me." Shinbing didn't understand Luchi's intention, so she reached out and took the package from Luchi. After saying thank you, Luchi returned to the bloody scene again. "Luchi, what are you going to do?" Luchi ignored Shinbing and picked up dry branches from the surrounding area. Shinbing didn't want to see him alone, so she helped him find branches from the surrounding area. Nearly an hour later, Luchi finally built a big fire on this site, and in the raging fire were the bodies of the deceased and their broken limbs. Shinbing was standing beside Luchi at this time, looking at the fire in front of her, as if all the fear in her heart had dissipated with the rising flames. Looking at Luchi's calm eyes, although she didn't know whether Luchi had such an experience before, at least Shinbing deeply felt Luchi's kindness. As Luchi looked at the flames in front of him, only he knew that what he was doing was not just a good deed, but also an act of repaying the favor 100-fold by taking the deceased belongings. In fact, he also values his own life. Looking at the raging fire is both a commemoration and a farewell to the past. For my parents who passed away early, and for my grandfather who passed away not long ago. Shinbing did not urge Luchi to leave at this time, but stayed with him until Luchi took his backpack and put it on his back. Seeing Luchi bow to the fire for the last time before leaving, he said, "Rest in peace, my strange friend." After he finished speaking, he took Shinbing and quietly left. Perhaps because of what happened just now, Shinbing rarely spoke during the rest of her search for herbs. Although Luchi also noticed it, he did not deliberately look for topics to talk about. After all, things like that and the shock they brought to the soul required time to digest. In silence, the two men came to a relatively sloping hillside forest. There were many large rocks 1 or 2 meters, 2 or 3 meters in size on the ground under the towering trees. When they arrived here, Luchi's eyes lit up. He ran excitedly to a big tree in front of him. Seeing this, Shinbing didn't understand why, so she hurriedly followed him. "Why are you so excited? Did you find something here?" Luchi excitedly explained. "Look, there are so many wild clover here. Ha, wow, how can there be so many?" As he spoke, he walked forward and grabbed a herb with many 3 leaves on the stone wall. However, before he could finish being happy, when he looked up, his eyes widened with joy. "Oh my god, no way. Dendrobium officinale. They have this stuff too. Ha ha ha. Good stuff, good stuff. It's a pity that Grandpa is gone. Otherwise, if he saw these things, he would be so happy that he would do Tai Chi on the spot." Looking at Luchi's excited expression, Shinbing was completely confused and had no idea what the 3-leaf green and Dendrobium officinale he was talking about were. Luchi was so excited that he looked here and touched there like a madman. "I've already made up my mind that I will bring all the women here tomorrow and pack up all these herbs and take them away." Chapter 94. Lots of herbs. It was not until he saw Shinbing looking at him stupidly with a confused face that he put away his joy and explained to Shinbing seriously. "Small leaf clover is a traditional Chinese medicine that my grandfather often uses. When he first told me about this herb, he called it stone rat. I was attracted by the name at the time, and later I learned that it also has a beautiful name called golden thread hanging gourd." "Chinese medicine? Stone rat? Haha, interesting. You were so excited. Is this stone rat very valuable?" "Of course. There aren't many of these things that are cultivated artificially, let alone wild ones. I didn't expect there would be such a large area here." Then Luchi told Shinbing about the effects of the 3-leaf green. After listening to Luchi's explanation, Shinbing realized how precious this herb was. Hey, you can't just pull it out like this." Luchi hurriedly stopped them. "Why? If you don't pull out this herb, is there anything else you can use?" Seeing that Shinbing was a completely cute little wight, Luchi didn't say much and just let Shinbing look at. Then Luchi took out the dagger he carried with him and squatted down. He followed the vines of the three-leaf green plant, searching carefully as if he was searching for a landmine. After a while, he finally saw the roots of the vines at the end of the long vines. I've been gone for so long. At this moment, Luchi was also shocked at how lush the wild clover could be. It was much larger than any clover he knew or had seen before. This island is truly magical. After saying that, Luchi carefully took the dagger and began to remove the soil from the roots bit by bit, chasing the slender roots and searching continuously. After a dozen breaths, he excitedly held up the completely dug-out rhizome of the three-leaf green and showed it to Shinbing. In his hand, 3 round pieces of mud as big as eggs fell from a main root. This ball of mud is the stone rat. Shinbing looked at the 3 mud balls in Luchi's hand and asked with a puzzled look on her face. Huh, this mud ball is a treasure. Look at it. As Luchi said this, he took out the water bottle from his backpack and simply washed the 3 mud balls in his hand. He showed them to Shinbing again, and only then did he see 3 gourd-shaped spherical lumps. In fact, Luchi was also surprised when he dug it out. He didn't expect that the gourd could grow so big. The wild gourds he had seen before were the size of quail eggs. Is this edible? Shinbing asked again, and at this moment she seemed like a curious little girl and began a series of questions. Luchi patiently explained everything to her in detail. After she fully understood the effects and benefits of Tripterigium wolfortii and Dendrobium officinale, she became interested in these 2 medicinal herbs and no longer regarded them as just ordinary weeds. Luchi and I started picking herbs, but in less than half an hour before they had enough, their backpacks were already full. Wow, this is such a great place. I only picked less than 10 clover leaves, and my backpack is already full. Luchi looked at his backpack excitedly. Look, Luchi, I also picked a bag full of Dendrobium officinale. Shinbing showed her fully loaded backpack to Luchi. Seeing Luchi giving her a thumbs up, she suddenly felt that all the hard work was worth it. She smiled and asked, should we continue to collect herbs? Of course not. With these 2 herbs, plus the ones I picked before, it's enough. Not only can Lee Fay use it, but we can also use these herbs for food and drink in the future. With these, at least we can have an extra guarantee of health on this island. After saying that, Luchi casually put on his backpack. Although Shinbing didn't fully understand the guarantee that Luchi mentioned, she was quite relieved to hear Luchi say that these herbs could enable them to live more healthily on the island. Let's go. Let's go back. At this point, the 2 men's mission to find herbs was successfully completed. Although there were some terrifying experiences along the way, at least there were unexpected gains not only in supplies, but also in spiritual comfort. On the way back, Shinbing felt discomfort in her ankle again due to her previous foot injury and walking on the mountain road for too long. Luchi had no choice but to hold her hand all the way and half support Shinbing. Although Shinbing's face looked calm, her heart was actually beating fast, and she was completely intoxicated, especially when standing next to Luchi, who was 1.87 meters tall and being stared at by his fiery eyes. Shinbing always felt a tingling sensation as if an electric current was running through her body. Although Luchi didn't know what was in Shinbing's heart, he understood his own heart because Shinbing's foot kept appearing in his mind over and over again. Can't wave it away. The more he tried to control it, the sooner he would think of it again. So he couldn't help but look at Shinbing's feet. But Shinbing thought Luchi's strange look was Luchi's concern for her, and she felt complacent. After a long time, when they were halfway back, they stopped to rest. Luchi insisted on checking Shinbing's foot injury. Although Shinbing politely refused, Luchi deliberately looked unhappy. While Shinbing was sitting, he pulled her foot over and checked it with confidence, because he knew that if he cared about someone and treated him well with confidence, the other person would naturally not get angry. Even if your concern may seem a bit rude, it is still a heartwarming gesture. Just like that, Luchi's little trick was successfully fulfilled. A moment, Shinbing said, Why did you take off both of my shoes? At this time, Luchi was staring at the pair of white and tender feet in front of him, feasting his eyes. He did not hear the questions from Shinbing at all. Shinbing was puzzled, and when she saw Luchi gently lift up her injured foot and check it, she didn't ask any more questions. But the next second, Luchi put down his injured foot and raised his other foot, revealing his naked foot. Luchi, my foot doesn't hurt. It's not injured, Shinbing said as she pulled her foot back. But at this time, Luchi looked at his own feet and said, "So beautiful. There are so many beauties in this world, each with its own merits. I wonder what their feet are like." Luchi, hearing this, Shun Bing roared like a lion, instantly interrupting Luchi's fantasy. When Luchi looked up, he saw Shun Bing looking at him angrily. He came to his senses and realized that he had just gone too far and was infatuated with her. So he hurriedly said, "Listen to my explanation. I am treating you. Chinese medicine says that one's health can be seen from his feet. I was just checking your health. Chapter 95, Medical Rogue. Hearing this, Shun Bing pretended to be cold and looked at Luchi. "Keep explaining." Seeing that he couldn't hide the truth, Luchi had no choice but to continue speaking seriously. Chinese medicine looks at the feet. It's quite comprehensive, including the color of the soles, the temperature of the soles, the toes, toenails, the lines on the soles, the shape of the soles, etc. Through these, we can know whether a person is healthy. Then did you figure out anything? Shun Bing continued to ask. "Of course. Your foot is very healthy. No problem. There's nothing wrong with it." After saying this, Luchi felt extremely embarrassed and just wanted to get up and move on. Ha ha ha. Shun Bing couldn't hold back her expression any longer and burst into laughter. Luchi wanted to make an excuse, but he heard Shun Bing say, "You big pervert. I think you are the gangster of the medical profession." Shun Bing put on her shoes and socks as she spoke. Seeing Luchi standing in front of her awkwardly, she smiled evilly and then reached out her hand, wanting Luchi to pull her up. Seeing this, Luchi quickly and sensibly extended his hand without thinking. However, Shun Bing grabbed his hand and pulled it back violently, because what she wanted at the moment was to tease Luchi. Luchi originally thought that he could easily pull Shun Bing up. However, he never expected Shun Bing to suddenly exert force. Then Luchi lost his balance and was pulled to the ground by Shun Bing without any preparation. Just when Luchi was about to crash into Shun Bing, he stretched out his arms and supported himself on the ground in time, thus avoiding the danger of crashing directly into Shun Bing. At this moment, Shun Bing was lying on the ground, looking at the man who was pressing on her. She tried her best to restrain her true feelings and asked, "You big pervert, are my feet really that pretty?" Being so close, Luchi wanted to stand up, but Shun Bing grabbed his neck, and he couldn't move. In an instant, Luchi saw Shun Bing's red lips slightly opened, her mouth emitting orchid fragrance, her eyes looking straight at him. He only felt his mouth dry and his tongue burning with anger. 100,000 questions were flying in my mind. I couldn't understand why Shun Bing was so different today and so charming. Looking into Shun Bing's eyes, it only took 2 seconds for Luchi to fall. He didn't know how to answer Shun Bing's question, but he couldn't resist any longer and kissed the tempting red lips in front of him. So he bent down and kissed them. Facing Luchi's kiss, Shun Bing felt proud and took the initiative to respond. It was not for any other reason, but because she had already fallen in love with the man in front of her. And at this moment, her jealousy towards Nie Xiaorong and Jin Xianju was reduced by more than half. Even though she had advised Jin Xianju that if she liked someone, she should bravely say it out and pursue them. But it was something she was saying to Kim Hyunju, but it also seemed like she was saying it to herself, and now she has done it. It was still up to Luchi to take the initiative to achieve his goal. What surprised her most was that her feet inadvertently became the biggest contributor to her success. Even she herself didn't expect that Luchi would like her feet so much. This made Shun Bing feel that happiness came too suddenly, but she also felt a little bit of indescribable love. Luchi felt his own impulse, and when Shun Bing did not object, the light kiss he had intended to give turned into a passionate and tender deep kiss. After a long time, the two of them, feeling suffocated and lacking oxygen, reluctantly separated from each other. While Luchi was doing this, he also gently pulled Shun Bing up. Shun Bing took a step forward and threw herself into Luchi's arms, feeling the embrace of Luchi's big hands and the warm temperature of his chest. "Luchi, thank you." Luchi was puzzled when he suddenly heard Shun Bing say such a thank you. "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for letting me meet you. Thank you for saving me from danger and for not driving me away and letting me stay." Looking back on the time since I was stranded on this island, the happiest and most relaxing days were when I was with Luchi, always by his side. Moreover, she saw Luchi's enthusiasm, sincerity, and selfless dedication to everyone. Even today, just to get a small pair of glasses and to feel at ease. Luchi resolutely cleaned up the bodies of the two deceased and gave them the final dignity, regardless of the dangerous environment and the bloody scene. This kind act and the overwhelming sense of security it gave people were enough for her to favor him. Facing Shun Bing's thanks, Luchi didn't know how to respond for a moment, because he didn't know how long he could survive or how far he could walk on this deserted island. But after seeing Shun Bing's beautiful eyes, he slowly said, "I feel very lucky to be alive here, and knowing you makes me feel that as long as I can live one more day, I will try my best to make the people around me happy and safe. This is the meaning of my existence now." Luchi's words truly expressed his true feelings about experiencing life and death on the cruise ship and surviving on the island. And to Shun Bing, his words were more like a support for her happiness and a safe harbor. As a woman, at this moment she felt that Luchi was the person she needed most. So Shun Bing stood on tiptoe, put her arms around Luchi's neck, and her uncontrollable love once again turned into a kiss. After a round of intimacy between the two, they stood up and continued on their way. On the way, a wounded wild deer was desperately running away. A wooden arrow was stuck in one of its hind legs. Although the injury was severe, it was not fatal. Moreover, the wild deer was still moving very fast, and the bloody arrow was about to fall off as the deer ran for its life. Chase it. It's right in front of us. I've already shot it. We can't let it get away. Brother Chong, your skills are getting better and better. Looks like we're going to have a good time tonight. Not far behind the wild deer, for men were chasing it madly. The leading man was Sun Chong, and in his hand was a homemade wooden bow. Although it looked rough and simple, he was very lucky. This bow, an arrow, had just been made not long ago. He came out to try his luck and actually successfully shot a wild deer. So the four of them began a crazy pursuit. At this moment, Luchi and Shun Bing were walking in the opposite direction of Sun Chong and his team in tracking the wild deer, because the two of them liked each other and acted intimately. At this moment, they looked more like a couple, walking hand in hand, talking and laughing. Suddenly, the wild deer appeared at the corner ahead, and both sides were startled by the other. After being frightened, the wild deer just jumped a few times and successfully changed direction, running towards another forest. Luchi also quickly took out the bow and arrow he carried with him. But before he could bend the bow and put the arrow on it, he saw that the wild deer had successfully escaped. This little thing scared me. Luchi looked at the wild deer that had just escaped, touched his chest, and said, Shun Bing recalled, "Oh, that's not right. I seem to see an arrow on that wild deer just now." "What?" The words fell. Then I saw four figures running around the corner ahead. That's Sun Chong. Chapter 96, Confrontation with Sun Chong. Luchi was shocked. What the hell is going on? This damn wild deer. Why do you have to run in front of me? Now, the person I least wanted to see has rushed out of my sight. And with such momentum and speed. Run! Luchi shouted at Shun Bing, pulled her, and turned to run away. Hey, where's the deer? When Sun Chong and his four companions ran around the corner, the wild deer disappeared. They only saw two familiar figures in front of them and stopped immediately. Brother Chong, look, he's that guy. Hey, and that woman, the one who ran away after I was ambushed and knocked down last time. Huh, Brother Chong, it's them, huh? Besides Sun Chong, the younger brother who had been attacked by Luchi before said excitedly, just like a hunting dog seeing a bone, and then he took the lead to chase out. That's right, Brother Chong. It's them, the guys who played tricks on us twice and the woman who escaped that night. Another person also said excitedly. Sun Chong took a closer look. He really didn't expect that the wild deer actually chased its enemy out. Brother Chong, the wild deer is gone. Another little brother found that the wild deer was gone and said angrily, Go chase those two first. Don't let them get away this time. Okay, Brother Chong, this time we must make that guy pay the price so that we can avenge our injured brothers. So Sun Chong and others chased Luchi frantically. At this moment, Luchi was speechless. The good mood that he and Shun Bing had worked so hard to get was gone in an instant. At this moment, there was only tension and anxiety in his heart. What should I do, Luchi? It turns out that Sun Chong was the one who robbed me and Leah that night. It looks like the four of them have given up on the wild deer and are chasing us instead. Shun Bing looked back while running and said while breathing heavily. Luchi knew that the situation was not optimistic for them, so he could only run away desperately. His strategy was to choose a difficult route to run. However, although this road could temporarily ease the pace of Sun Chong and his four companions chasing them. The two of them also encountered difficulties. After all, Shun Bing is a woman. Even if she is capable, she cannot compare to a man in terms of physical strength and endurance. It wasn't long before she was too tired to run anymore. Hold on a little while. Once you climb this small slope, the road will be much easier to walk on. Looking at the place 23 meters behind him, the man who caught up first already had a fierce look in his eyes. Luchi didn't dare to delay any longer, so he pulled Shinbing up and continued to run forward desperately. "Ha ha, you bastard. If you stand still, I'll be gentle with you later. If you don't know what's best for you and still run, I'll break your legs when I catch you." Hearing the cursing voice of the man behind him, Luchi didn't bother to pay attention, because he only had 10 meters to climb the slope. He wasn't going to waste his time answering these useless threats. If they could find a way to get Shun Bing to hide or leave safely once they were on the slope, that would be the best. Otherwise, the two of them would be caught up by Sun Chong and his men sooner or later. Whatever you fear will come true. Luchi was thinking this in his heart when Shin Bing screamed. It turned out that she had sprained her foot again, and it was the same foot that was injured before. This made Luchi even more anxious. "Ha ha, brat, is your woman injured? Can't run anymore? Be good and listen to me, and I'll spare you this time. But if you still don't listen, your woman will no longer be yours." The man behind him shouted at Luchi jokingly. About 10 meters behind the man, Sun Chong and others had already caught up. When Sun Chong heard what his younger brother said to Luchi, although he was still breathing heavily, a hint of pride appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, he and the other two quickly caught up. In a hurry, Luchi picked up Shun Bing like a princess and continued to climb up in his arms. 10 meters away, Luchi held Shun Bing in his arms and did not dare to relax at all. He finally climbed up the slope, panting heavily. However, there was flat ground on both sides and a stone wall in front. "Over there." Seeing Luchi hesitating, Shun Bing pointed decisively, and then Luchi started running desperately in the direction of her finger. "Put me down and run." Seeing Luchi struggling so hard, Shun Bing felt so distressed that she even wanted Luchi to abandon her and run away. It was better than both of them falling into Sun Chong's hands. However, what responded to Shun Bing was Luchi's angry voice. "No, if this grandson dares to hurt you, I will fight them." "Ah, careful." At this time, Shun Bing screamed. It turned out that Luchi accidentally tripped on a protruding stone on the ground. Although both of them were mentally prepared in the emergency, they still accidentally fell to the ground. After getting up, he supported Shin Bing, and before he ran 10 meters, he was caught up by the person behind him. "Ha ha, I'll let you run again." The man who caught up with him sneered, raised the stick in his hand, and smashed it towards Luchi's legs. Luchi naturally couldn't just sit there and wait to die. He pushed Shun Bing away and jumped to dodge the guy's first attack. However, the man saw that his first attack missed and attacked again. The situation was critical, and it seemed that the only option was to fight back. Luchi quickly took off his backpack and threw it aside. Just as he was about to raise his arrow to draw his bow, the man swung the stick in his hand a second time. As the distance was too close, it was too late to use the bow and arrow, so he could only dodge again and took out the dagger at his waist for self-defense. Seeing the dagger in Luchi's hand, the man was slightly surprised and paused his attack. Seeing this, Luchi hurried over to help up Shun Bing, who had fallen to the ground injured. Being injured twice in the same place made Shun Bing feel unbearable pain. He grimaced and looked at the people who attacked them with anger. At this time, Sun Chong and his two companions were seen catching up with them from the slope in the distance. Although they were still breathing heavily, seeing that their younger brothers had already entangled the two men, they did not want to miss the opportunity. So they endured the fatigue and rushed over, surrounding Luchi and the other two. Ooh. Sun Chong was still breathing heavily to relieve his strength, but he heard his younger brother say, "Brother Chong, be careful. This kid has a dagger." Hearing this, Sun Chong and others looked at Luchi's hand, and sure enough, there was a dagger held tightly in Luchi's backhand. The bright blade flashed with cold light, buying Luchi a little time. "You must be Sun Chong. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you today, but before the fight, there are a few things I need to make clear to you," Luchi said with a serious but extremely calm expression. He naturally wanted to try to defuse the crisis with words before taking action. "Hey, boy, you want to beg for mercy now? It's a little too late." When the younger brother saw that Sun Chong and his two companions had arrived, he naturally felt more confident. Even though Luchi was holding a dagger, he was not afraid. The stick shook and was about to attack again, but he heard Sun Chong yell, "Xiaohu, stop it!" The man with small beard didn't understand what Sun Chong meant, but he had to stop the attack. Luchi breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Mad, there is still someone who can speak." Sun Chong looked at Shun Bing, who was supported by Luchi. Perhaps he didn't want to appear too cold and ruthless in front of Shun Bing, so he said patiently, "Speak up, kid. You only have one chance. If you dare to play tricks on me, today will be the day you die." Facing Sun Chong's verbal warning, Luchi, naturally disdainful, but continued to shout Sun Chong's name. "Sun Chong, although you have a lot of people and are very powerful, you lack brains. Brother Chong, he actually dared to scold us." Xiaohu pointed at Luchi angrily. Sun Chong didn't expect that Luchi's first words would be such an impolite accusation. Although he was puzzled, he saw that Luchi didn't seem to be crazy or stupid. "Don't think I really don't dare to kill you. If you can't explain why, you'll be in trouble today." Chapter 97 Competition. Sun Chong threatened again, but he also obviously wanted to hear Luchi continue. Seeing that he still had a chance to continue speaking, Luchi put away the dagger and put it into the scabbard of his waist. This action instantly calmed the nervous hearts of Sun Chong and the other three. However, they became more curious and wanted to hear what Luchi would say next. Then, Luchi gently helped Shun Bing sit down on the ground, then lifted her injured foot, took off her shoes but not her socks, and then touched her to check the condition. "You chased me twice, and this time makes it 3 times in total. But you were wrong the first time you chased me, because you chased the wrong person." As Luchi spoke, he grabbed Shun Bing's heel, and just as he finished speaking, he twisted it with a snap. Shun Bing cried out in pain, and then felt that the sprained part was not as painful anymore. Luchi's move also surprised and puzzled Shun Bing. But with her intelligence, she quickly understood what Luchi wanted to do. This kid actually knows medical skills. When Sun Chong and others heard Luchi say this, they also showed off this skill. While I was shocked, I was also curious about what Luchi wanted to say. Before he could ask, Luchi said, "The first time I was just passing by and saw you were beating up 2 people. Then before I could get out of the way, you spotted me. I thought you were trying to rob me, so I ran away. Of course, this action of mine only deepened your misunderstanding of me, but I really was not a companion of those 2 people. The second time, I went out fishing with my friends, and you met me again. Without saying a word, you continued to chase me. I had friends with me, so I had to run. You threatened to kill me. I was forced to fight back, and the misunderstanding deepened." Seeing Luchi massaging Shun Bing's ankle while talking, Shun Bing was really worried for Luchi for a moment. She couldn't help but admire Luchi's wisdom and courage. Although Sun Chong coveted Shun Bing's beauty, he was also attracted by Luchi's words. "This time, what a damn fate. It's the same as before. As soon as we met, you didn't even chase a wild deer. It seemed that you were more excited to chase me than to chase a wild deer. But I really don't know you, and there is no grudge between us." After Luchi finished speaking, he saw that Sun Chong was thinking about something. He then continued, "If there is something wrong, think about it. When you first chased me, was I carrying 3 arrows? Was my clothes? Was my height and appearance the same as the person you were looking for? Did you chase the wrong person?" Sun Chong and the 2 people beside him looked at each other. At this time, Sun Chong, the younger brother next to Luchi, couldn't help but curse. "Bullshit. What do you mean by no grudges? You only know how to say what you want to say. You didn't even mention a word I wanted to say. What do you mean by 3 chance encounters? It should have been 4 times, okay? You're the one who knocked me out." Hearing this, Luchi thought to himself, "Fuck, how did this guy know that I was the one who knocked him out that night?" But he still pretended to be calm. Sun Chong and the other 2 also came to their senses and continued to listen. "If you weren't the one who attacked me that night, why would this woman be with you?" Sun Chong and others woke up instantly. "And the first time I chased you, you caused us to be stung by the king bee so badly that one of our brothers can't get up now. The second time you threw rocks at us, another brother's collarbone was broken and he was seriously injured. He almost lost his life. The third time, you gave me a concussion. I must not let you go today, for this matter." Watching the man pour out all the anger in his heart, seeing things start to change, Luchi was furious, but he still had to explain. He was filled with righteous indignation and looked at the man named Xiao Hu. You mean that if you want to hit someone, they will just wait for you to hit them? If you want to kill someone, you will be happy only if they offer you their neck, right? Of course not. Well, then I'm being chased and beaten by you for no reason, so I can't fight back at all. Should I just wait to be hit by you by mistake? I don't want to do that. Isn't it because you're pushing me into a corner that I fight back? Even if I apologize, do I have to ask you to apologize to me first? Luchi plucked up his courage and poured out everything he could say. Since things had come to this point, he had to fight for it no matter what, right? As for what Sun Chong would decide, he had no idea. Although he was panicking, he was not panicking to the point of being at a loss. At worst, they would fight. If the time came, he had already prepared for the worst. Even if he had to bear a few blows, he had to stab each of these 4 men with his knife. Seeing that Luchi had a bow and arrow that was more exquisite than his own, as well as a dagger, and that his backpack was filled with herbs, he also knew medical skills. Moreover, he had some faith in Luchi's explanation. Sun Chong wanted to win over such an excellent and capable general. At this time, Sun Chong said, "No matter who you are or what you do, even if what you said just now is true, the injuries of my 2 brothers cannot be in vain, and we cannot just let it go like this. As for your hatred with Xiao Hu, as long as you can defeat him with your bare hands, the hatred between you will be wiped out. But if you can't beat him and want to let it go, then it depends on the mood of my brother Xiao Hu." As soon as these words came out, the bearded man stepped forward and said, "Brother Chong, I agree." The reason why he was so straightforward, besides trusting Sun Chong, was that he was the best among the 4 and the strongest in terms of both reaction speed and strength. Although he was not as tall as Luchi, he was not afraid of Luchi at all. Instead, he looked very excited. After hearing what Sun Chong said, Luchi knew that he had finally gained a chance to survive and resolve the issue peacefully. So he readily agreed, "Sure, I can heal your 2 brothers' injuries. As for Brother Xiao Hu's revenge, it's not impossible to fight him again, but I have 2 requests." Seeing that Luchi was sensible in the first half of his sentence, but actually asked them a request in the second half, Sun Chong looked unhappy, but still asked, "Just tell me, as long as we can do it, we can consider it." "Yes, boy, my brother Chong always keeps his word." The man with the mustache also echoed. Luchi was naturally happy to hear what they said. "My request is very simple. First, no matter whether you win or lose, you're not allowed to hit on my daughter or girlfriend, let alone cause trouble for her. Second, there must be a time limit and a venue limit. You can't just fight indefinitely." For a moment, Shin Bing's heart froze. She bit her lips lightly to hide her excitement. She never expected that Luchi would describe herself as his girlfriend for his own safety. Chapter 98, He Can't Die. Girlfriend. Sun Chong's face darkened when he heard this. But the man with the short hair agreed immediately. "Okay, I promise you, if I can't beat you, I will never embarrass this woman." Seeing his brother agree so readily without hesitation, Sun Chong didn't know what to say. Thus, the one-on-one fighting competition between the 2 officially began as an agreement was reached. However, Sun Chong's eyes were always lingering on Shin Bing, and he was constantly thinking about his next plan. After a while, Luchi and Xiao Hu's men stood in a circle with a diameter of 10 meters. Their rule was that they could only fight in the circle and were not allowed to go out of the circle. Whoever went out would lose, and the time limit was 20 minutes. Looking at the circle drawn by the wooden stick, the man with a beard was very excited. He would not drive Luchi out easily, because that would be meaningless. What he wanted was to beat Luchi up in the circle. Luchi looked at the circle, and his first thought was how to throw the man out or push him out of the circle. That way you can save a lot of energy, and it won't be so troublesome. But after Sun Chong shouted the start of the game, Luchi knew that he was too naive. Because the man with the mustache actually performed a set of boxing techniques, which was both a warm-up and a way to show his power. Luchi knew that this was the other party's trick. Just as he lowered his head, the man surnamed who punched him in the face. As soon as Luchi turned his head, his fist passed by his face, and the speed was so fast that Luchi instantly got goosebumps all over his body. He even felt the wind from the man's fist. "Luchi, you need to hide faster," Shin Bing anxiously reminded Luchi, but her reminder seemed to have no effect at all, because a person's speed cannot be changed by just a few words. After one move, the man saw that Luchi dodged in time and felt unwilling to give up. He stepped forward again and chased Luchi, his iron fist constantly coming towards him. Although Luchi dodged these blows, the next second, there was a bang and Luchi screamed in pain. He retreated 5 or 6 steps in succession, covering his abdomen with both hands. His grimace told everyone how heavy the blow he had just received was. The man twisted his right foot and laughed proudly. "Ha, kid, I know more than just boxing." Before Luchi could catch his breath, the man attacked again, using both fists and feet. Even though Luchi had the advantage of height, he was still beaten back. Under the man's attack, Luchi was hit continuously in many places on his body, especially on his back, where he was kicked several times by the man. Although Luchi fought back, it felt like a painless slap to the other party and did not cause any harm at all. Sun Chong and the others were naturally very happy to see Luchi being beaten up, and they felt relieved after all. They had also been defeated by Luchi and played tricks by him twice. Moreover, the two brothers were seriously injured because of Luchi and have not recovered yet. Only Shen Bing felt sadder and sadder as she watched. She was worried about Luchi and didn't understand why Luchi agreed to such a competition. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Luchi, let's admit defeat." Seeing that the man was still hitting Luchi's body and getting more and more excited, Shen Bing couldn't bear it any longer. She hurriedly spoke out to stop him. However, not only did Luchi ignore her words, but Sun Chong and the other 3 became even more excited after hearing them, as if Shen Bing's plea for mercy was like the cheers of a cheerleader, making the men in the battle even more excited. Although Luchi was constantly defending and attacking, the man still punched him in the jaw. The corner of his mouth was instantly bruised, and a trace of scarlet blood flowed out. "Ah, Luchi, give up soon." Shen Bing's anxious shout came again. However, no one noticed Luchi's eyes and his hands that were always in passive defense. As he got closer and closer to the edge of the circle, Luchi's eyes became more fierce. He kept observing the man's striking movements and calculating the timing of his own attack, until the two of them were fighting back and forth until they were more than 1 meter away from the circle. The excitement on Sun Chong's face suddenly disappeared because he had sensed something was wrong. He was about to speak up to warn his brother. But at this moment, Luchi made a move. Seeing the man's punch coming toward his face again, Luchi did not dodge sideways this time. Instead, he fell down and grabbed the man's arm tightly with both hands, pulling him toward himself, and then kicked the man's abdomen with both feet, kicking the man high up like a rabbit kicking an eagle, and kicked him far away. This kick gathered all his strength, and with the help of his long legs, the man flew nearly 2 meters high in the air. After flying 4 or 5 meters, he fell on the ground on his back with a thud. He felt a pain in his head, and there were stars in front of his eyes, and then he passed out. Shen Bing opened her eyes wide, and when she saw Luchi was still in the circle, she stood up immediately. The words she wanted to use to persuade Luchi were stuck in her throat. The frightened expression on her face suddenly turned into surprise. Looking at Sun Chong and the other 2, they were also shocked by the sudden ending, which was completely unexpected. He signaled to the 2 people beside him, and they hurried forward to check on the man with the hat. "He's fine. He just fainted when the back of his head hit the ground. He'll be fine in a while," Luchi said to Sun Chong, but in fact he was thinking he might really have a concussion now. "Humph, you're such a scheming kid. You endured so many beatings just to make my brothers relax their vigilance and get closer to the sideline. Then you can implement the plan you had in mind a long time ago. I really underestimated you. However, you want us to let you go today." Sun Chong looked displeased and stared at Luchi. "What? He lost the competition we agreed on. Are you, Boss Sun, going to break your promise?" Without waiting for Sun Chong to finish his words, Luchi became angry and asked. Facing Luchi's anger, Sun Chong did not rush to speak, but looked at his brother and asked, "How is he?" At this time, the 2 men replied that he had not woken up yet. Hearing this, Sun Chong showed a trace of worry on his face. He turned and looked at Luchi again. He said in a bad tone, "Boy, if anything happens to him today, none of you will be able to leave here safely." But Luchi was calm. He walked to his backpack, took out the silver needle he carried with him, and then walked towards the unconscious man. He first said, "He's not convulsing, he's fine. Stop making a fuss. He won't die." Chapter 99, Dilemma. Then he asked the 2 men to lay the man on his side to keep breathing comfortably. Then he took out a silver needle and stabbed it towards the back of the man's neck. The speed was so fast that before the two men could say anything, they saw that Luchi had already stabbed 2 silver needles. When he took the third needle in his hand, he looked at the two men deliberately, with a fierce look in his eyes, and then under the gaze of the two men, he stabbed the needle into the man's scalp, which made the two men's scalps numb. They quickly let go of their companions and stepped back. Ahem! At this time, the unconscious man rolled over and got up from the ground. Then, he looked around and saw Sun Chong and his 2 brothers. It was not until Luchi spoke that he immediately turned around and saw Luchi, who had just stood up. "Boy, you're cheating." As he spoke, he clenched his fist and was about to attack again. However, Luchi calmly raised a silver needle in his hand. Seeing the silver needle in Luchi's hand, the man with a mustache stopped in a hurry. Luchi pretended to be a martial arts master. He swung his hands in front of him and swung them towards him. The man with the mustache quickly covered his face with his hands. 5 seconds later, he lowered his arm and saw that Luchi was still holding the silver needle in his hand. He was so angry that he said, "Damn, you're playing tricks on me again." He raised his fist again, but then he heard Luchi say, "Touch the back of your head." The bearded man was half believing and half doubting, so he reached out and touched it, and his face suddenly became unnatural. He touched it again and found 2 more needles. He touched it again. There was also one on the top of his head. At this moment, the 2 brothers behind him finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. The little man turned around and said angrily, "What are you 2 laughing at? Help me beat him up." "Ha ha, Xiaohu, you lost, so don't be so defensive. That guy was just trying to save you. He was the one who woke you up." Hearing this, Xiaohu's situation ended in embarrassment, but he was still very unconvinced. Sun Chong also came up at this time, patted Xiaohu on the shoulder and said, "Okay, I'm glad you're all right. Let that guy take out the silver needle for you first." It was not until this time, after Sun Chong witnessed Luchi's abilities, that he began to have a little respect for him. Xiaohu walked up to Luchi. Although he looked very unconvinced, he still said, "I give up. Please help me get it." Hearing this, Shen Bing finally showed a smile on her face. Seeing Luchi quickly remove the silver needle from the man's head, she hurried over and hugged Luchi. She actually sobbed without restraint. "All right, don't cry yet. Wait until we resolve this matter." Then Luchi took the silver needle, walked in front of Sun Chong, looked at Sun Chong, and said, "Boss Sun, today we have cleared up the misunderstanding, and I have also had a competition with your brother. As for the other 2, we will agree on a time and place tomorrow, and I will treat them after we meet. That kind of injury is a piece of cake for me. What do you think?" At this time, Luchi had already determined that the grudge between the 2 would be resolved today, but just as Luchi was waiting for the other party's reply, Sun Chong did not answer him immediately, but looked at his brothers first, then turned around and said, "Tomorrow? Boy, do you take me for a 3-year-old? After hearing this, Luchi's heart skipped a beat. He originally thought that the matter would end here, but he didn't expect Sun Chong to speak like this. It was exactly as Lee Fay said. This guy is really an ungrateful and capricious villain. Shin Bing's pretty face turned cold, and she said, "Sun Chong, how can you go back on your word? Your brother said that you were a man of your word. Is that really true?" "Oomph. Stop talking to me about these useless things. If you just leave today and never show up again, where will I go to find you? So what do you want to do?" Luchi asked bluntly. Sun Chong first looked at Shun Bing, and then told Luchi his conditions. "First, today I finally shot a deer, but you guys lost it. I will pay you back with your bows and arrows. I won't bother with you anymore. Second, it is absolutely not okay to arrange a treatment time tomorrow. Either you follow me now to treat my 2 brothers, or you leave all your things and this woman behind and come here to wait for us tomorrow. This way we can rest assured." After hearing what Sun Chong said, Luchi almost vomited blood in anger. He never expected that this guy would be so stingy and cautious. Seeing the unfriendly look he gave Shun Bing, Luchi knew that Sun Chong was a villain who would not give up until he achieved his goal. If he agreed now, it would put Shun Bing in dire straits. He couldn't do such a thing, but if he followed him now, the herbs he picked for Lee Fay wouldn't be available to him in time, and even if he went, who could guarantee that this guy wouldn't do anything weird? For a moment, Luchi was in a dilemma, but Sun Chong and the others were all very happy, watching the 2 of them like they were watching a play, as if creating troubles and difficult choices for others was the source of their happiness. Shin Bing didn't want Luchi to be forced into this situation, So she took the initiative to say to Luchi, "It seems that Sun Chong will not let us go so easily. Luchi, I will stay here while you go back and find someone to find a solution. Then, when they're all here tomorrow, you will catch them all in one fell swoop. Don't leave any room for this guy." After listening to Shun Bing's words, Luchi looked at Shun Bing seriously. He was surprised by her decision and moved by her courage and boldness. You have to know that if she stays, she will most likely face bullying and manipulation by these ambitious people. Luchi would never let such a thing happen. Even if he had to risk his life against the four men, he would not agree to it. Don't say that anymore. I will never agree to that. If it really doesn't work, I'll just fight this bastard to death today. After Luchi finished speaking, he turned to Sun Chong without waiting for Shun Bing to say anything else. Sun Chong, I respect you as a man of great stature. You promised me that if I win, you will not go after my woman. Now I will go with you to treat your two brothers, but I will go alone. If you still don't agree, I will not give in even if I die today. Luchi said this in a very strong and serious tone. Even Sun Chong would not dare to treat it as a joke after hearing it. He also didn't expect Luchi to make such a decision, which really made him feel quite at a loss. He knew that Luchi had the ability to survive here, and he also knew that he was a doctor, and he was smarter and braver than his brothers. So after discussing it quietly with the three brothers around him, he finally responded. Okay. Luchi, right? Today we have to fight to get to know each other. So let's do it this way. You stay, and this woman can leave. Hearing this, Luchi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about Shun Bing's safety. As for him, even if something happened while he was going to the hospital, it would be relatively easy for him to escape alone. Chapter 100. The two girls are really fierce. Although Shun Bing secretly felt lucky, she immediately started to worry about Luchi again, and even regretted following Luchi and causing him more trouble. For a moment, she was at a loss and started crying again. Seeing this, Luchi hurriedly comforted him. Don't cry. This is not the calm and composed Miss Shun Bing that I usually am. Take my things and leave quickly. Tell them when we get back that they must be careful when going out recently. Seeing that Shun Bing still couldn't help sobbing softly after he finished speaking, Luchi gave all his belongings to Shun Bing, leaving only the set of ancestral silver needles. Sun Chong asked Xiao Hu to step forward and take away the bows and arrows of Luchi and Shun Bing. Especially when he saw the 3 arrows with metal arrowheads taken from Luchi, his eyes lit up. Even the other ordinary arrows were much more exquisite than the few arrows he made. This made Sun Chong in a good mood and gave him more confidence in future hunting. Hurry up and get back as soon as possible. Be sure to pay attention to safety on the road. Luchi handed his backpack to Shun Bing, gave her some final instructions, and then walked towards Sun Chong and the others. Luchi, I will wait for you here early tomorrow. Shun Bing looked at Luchi leaving with Sun Chong and the others, and tears that she could no longer hold back instantly burst out. Let's go. Brothers, go back. Sun Chong took a last look at the tearful Shun Bing. Although he was still somewhat unwilling, he could not regret again. Besides, the lives of his other 2 brothers still depended on Luchi, so he had to put aside the evil thoughts in his heart for the time being. But just as they were about to leave with Luchi, 2 graceful women appeared and blocked their way. Wait, he can't follow you. When the 2 women appeared, Sun Chong and the other 3 looked at each other with bright eyes. At this time, Sun Chong waved his hand and said excitedly, Brothers, who is lucky today? Why are there so many women rushing to our door? After saying that, the other 3 people were also looking at the 2 women excitedly. When Luchi saw the 2 of them, he was also a little shocked and confused, but after thinking for a while, his expression quickly returned to calm. Because the women who appeared in front of them were Hui Shuqi's female bodyguards, Mu Qing and Ali. The 2 women were almost the same height, both wearing hats, well-proportioned bodies, long black hair tied into a ponytail hanging behind them, and wearing the same clothes, both light brown long sleeves with a dark vest, tight denim shorts, and the same black boots. They gave people a capable and cool feeling. Seeing Sun Chong and his 4 companions continuing to walk towards them with grins on their faces. Ari's eyes were sharp, and he said again, This man stays, and the 4 of you can get out. Her tone was cold and emotionless when she spoke, like an ice wall standing in front of the 4 people. Hee hee, Brother Chong, these 2 women are trying to rob us. Huh? The bearded man looked at Ollie and Mu Qing and said jokingly that in his eyes, these two women who came to his door were like two fat ducks that were juicy and delicious. Another younger brother said cautiously, "Brother Chong, they only want to take Luchi away. It seems that they know each other. Is there any problem? What are you afraid of? They're just two women. I haven't had enough sex yet. If they don't know what's good for them, I will never show them mercy. It's just the right time to satisfy my urge." After hearing what his accomplice said, the man with the beard couldn't help but speak. It seemed that the two women in front of him posed no threat to him at all. Only Sun Chong remained silent, quietly observing Ollie and the other girl. Anyone who dared to come out and stop the four men must be no simple person. After a moment, he asked, "Ladies, I want to ask you if you have found the wrong person. Or do you know this guy?" Seeing that Sun Chong was the leader among the four, Ari didn't say anything more. "Yes, this man is exactly what my lady is looking for. You can't take him away. You can leave now. Be obedient. Don't resist or fight in vain." As soon as Ollie finished speaking, Mu Qing looked at Sun Chong and the other three calmly and said, however, as soon as the two women finished speaking, Sun Chong and the other three burst into laughter, laughing so hard that they couldn't stop. "Ha ha, Brother Chong, these two girls are really fierce. They actually told us not to resist in vain. Ha, I like them. I like such fierce women." Seeing this, Luchi, who was standing next to the four people, consciously stepped aside. He naturally didn't want to get involved in such a dispute, but he knew that the two women came for him, so he couldn't leave selfishly. He could only wait and see what methods the two of them had to deal with Sun Chong and others. Looking at the four people's playful and disgusting faces, Ollie and Mu Qing looked at each other, then rushed towards them. Sun Chong just took a step forward, but he saw the bearded man next to him take 2 steps forward and said, "Haha, Brother Chong, let me go first." After saying that, the man with a mustache walked towards the two women who were rushing over. Seeing this, Shun Bing, who had not left yet, put down the things in her hands, came to Luchi and held his hand. "Luchi, who are they? Why are they here to help you? Why are you still standing there? They are two women. Go and help them." However, Luchi looked at Shun Bing calmly and said, "Don't worry about it. They may not have any good intentions in coming to me. Besides, they don't need my help." Although Luchi still didn't know why these two female bodyguards came to him and asked for help, he knew that they were both skilled. Otherwise, how could they be bodyguards? "Don't need your help." Shun Bing was not stupid, so she naturally understood what Luchi meant. She guessed that Luchi must know them, and the words "may not be a good thing" showed that Luchi did not have a very friendly impression of them. So she stopped asking questions and just watched with Luchi, seeing the two women rushing towards him. Xiaohu's face was full of excitement. He jogged for 2 steps and then stopped to wait for the two women to come over. However, the two women who were about to rush in front of him suddenly jumped up and kicked Xiaohu's shoulders with a sharp kick, one on the left and one on the right. Xiaohu's smile froze instantly, and he quickly raised his arms to block. He only heard 2 clangs. The 2 kicks landed hard on Xiaohu's arms, and Xiaohu flew backwards 4 or 5 meters and fell heavily to the ground with a clang. He landed on the back of his head again, and he saw stars again, but this time he did not faint. After just one encounter, the man with a beard was kicked to the ground by the two women. At this moment, he no longer had his previous arrogance and foul language. He sat up and stared at the two girls for 5 or 6 seconds before he said, "Brother Chong, they are martial artists." At this moment, the other 2 people around Sun Chong hurried forward to help the little man up. Sun Chong looked at the two women with unfriendly eyes. At this moment, Ollie and Mu Qing continued to walk towards the 4 people. Sun Chong was provoked by the two women and was instantly furious. He said ruthlessly, "Brothers, come together." Then the 4 men completely disregarded their dignity and each picked up a wooden stick in their hand and rushed towards the two women. Chapter 101. Hello, Big Star. Fuck. Bullying the minority with numbers is so shameless. Seeing this, Luchi could no longer hold back. He hurriedly snatched the spear from Shun Bing's hand and threw it to Ali. Then he ran to pick up the bows and arrows that Sun Chong and others had placed on the ground behind him. However, when he ran to the location of the bow and arrow and quickly picked it up to bend the bow and put the arrow on it, he only heard the painful wails of Sun Chong and the other 4 behind him. There were continuous clangs, bangs, and thumps. Ari and Mu Qing moved swiftly with agile, light, and agile postures. They were steady, accurate, and ruthless. After Ari took the spear that Luchi threw to her, she did not use the tip of the spear to deal with the man, because she did not want to commit murder. She just used the tail end of the spear to strike, and each strike hit the four men's bodies accurately. Muqing prefers hand-to-hand combat. Although the four men are holding sticks, they're useless in front of Muqing. Anyone who approaches to attack Muqing will be dodged by her, and then be beaten and kicked mercilessly. As for whether she would avoid the vital parts, that all depended on Muqing's mood. If she didn't want to, she wouldn't attack the vital parts of the four people. But if she wanted to, she would almost hit them with every punch and kick. Seeing the wailing of Sun Chong and the other three and the comical sight of them covering their lower bodies, Luchi felt a little unwell. After just one face-to-face fight, Sun Chong and the other three were completely defeated. At this moment, Luchi Tsai truly understood that the strength of the two female professional bodyguards, Ali and Muqing, was not an exaggeration. Ding! With a final scream of agony, Sun Chong covered his burning buttocks and shouted like a man, throwing away his weapons and armor. Quick! Quick! Run away! Then the four of them were seen running away madly without looking back. Xiao Hu felt dizzy, but he had to run because Sun Chong and the other man pulled him. Is this the end? Shen Bing looked at the two women, his face full of disbelief. She was still worried about these two women just now, but in a flash they chased Sun Chong and his four companions away. The reversal came too suddenly, and she couldn't react for a while. Although Luchi was also extremely shocked, he quickly suppressed his surprised expression when he saw the two women walking towards him. Fortunately, he did not fight with the two women that night, but used flashlights and bows and arrows to scare them. If they really fought, he might have been defeated by them and let them do whatever they wanted. Luchi, we meet again. As soon as Ali came up, he greeted with a smile. Have you finished eating the wild boar? Muqing asked indifferently with a stern face, his tone clearly questioning. Hearing what the two women said, Luchi laughed awkwardly. Ladies, what a fate it is to meet you again. But this time I have to thank you for helping me beat those four bastards. Otherwise, I might have been held hostage by them today. Haha, if you are free, I can ask you to taste the wild boar meat to show my gratitude. Oh, so you really hunted the wild boar? Muqing asked immediately, and Ali was also waiting for Luchi's confirmation. At this point, Luchi realized that he couldn't take back what he had just said, so he readily admitted. Of course it is. It's just a small wild boar. It can't escape after being shot by me. After hearing Luchi's confirmation, Ali and Muqing looked at each other, showing a hint of surprise. Although they both have martial arts skills, they can never catch even a pig hair when they go hunting. And Luchi said it was so easy to hunt such a big wild boar, which made the two women feel a little jealous. That's fine, but don't be stingy. Ali walked forward and patted Luchi's shoulder happily. In an instant, Luchi felt that he had fallen into a trap. Then he heard Ali shouting at the forest behind Luchi, Sister Shuchi, come here quickly. Someone's going to treat us to a big meal. Luchi turned around in a hurry, and sure enough, behind the bushes not far in front of him, a beautiful figure flashed out, with a charming and sexy figure, slightly curly long hair, delicate facial features, smart eyes, snow-white skin, and a pair of white thin gloves on her hands. In short, she was so beautiful. It was like a work of art walking in the sun, pleasing to the eye. Behind her were three beautiful and elegant girls, and finally 7 men, 6 of whom walked with a little grace, and only one walked with dust, because his name was Lu Dazhuang, a cute fat man. After seeing these people, Shen Bing hurriedly trotted to Luchi's side. Luchi, that woman seems to be the famous singer Hui Shuqi. Although she is not a loyal fan of Hui Shuqi, she knows that Hui Shuqi is a big singer and has listened to her songs, especially the song Desert Island Love. I don't know how many men and women's hearts it has captured, but Luchi had no interest in celebrities at all and had never even heard her hit song. If he hadn't met this woman last time, Luchi would not have recognized this Hui Shuqi at all. You know her too? Is she famous? Luchi asked deliberately. Of course, all the men and women in our company are her loyal fans. Shen Bing looked at Hui Shuqi walking towards her from a distance, her eyes full of envy. Are you a loyal fan? Although I'm not one of them, I still like her songs. I didn't expect that she was on that cruise ship. Wow, I was on the same ship with a big star, but it seems that she did a pretty good job of keeping it a secret. While the two were talking, Hui Shuqi had already walked in front of them. Luchi, we meet again. Hui Shuchi greeted Luchi first. Then her beautiful eyes turned slightly, and when she saw Shun Bing beside Luchi, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. He thought to himself, this boy is really lucky. Last time he was followed by a beautiful woman, and today he was followed by another beautiful woman. Seeing that someone took the initiative to greet him, Luchi didn't want to remain silent, so he waved his hand and replied enthusiastically, "Hello, Big Star." After these words came out, Shun Bing, as well as the men and women behind Hui Shuchi, all had stiff and twitching expressions. Only Hui Shuchi remained calm, looking as if she didn't care. Shun Bing was furious when she saw Luchi greeting Hui Shuchi like this. What's wrong with this guy? That's Hui Shuchi. She's the top pop star in China. He was done for with just one sentence. After angrily glaring at the disappointing Luchi, she quickly stepped forward, enthusiastically extended her jade hand, and took the initiative to greet Hui Shuchi. Asian Queen, soul singer Hui Shuchi. Hello, my name is Shun Bing. I especially like to listen to your famous song Desert Island Love. Hearing this, Hui Shuchi quickly stretched out her hand, but she saw that she had not taken off the gloves on her hands. So she opened her arms and gave Shun Bing a warm hug. While hugging Shun Bing, she also whispered softly, "You are so beautiful." The two of them flattered each other and exchanged gifts. Although it was their first meeting, they both left a very good impression on each other. Chapitre 102 Shuki Esplan. At this time, Luchi had a question in his mind. Why did this woman and her companions appear here? They were carrying a lot of supplies, big and small. Could it be that their camp had been packed? Were they planning to find a new place to stay? At this moment, Ali and Muqing walked towards Hui Shuchi with joy on their faces and said, "Sister Shuchi, that guy really hunted down the wild boar, and he just promised to treat us to a feast." Hearing this, Luchi's face instantly turned dark. All the people led by Hui Shuchi were extremely excited. Lu Dezhuang took a few steps to Luchi's side, patted Luchi's shoulder excitedly, and said loudly, "Brother Lu, I told you that you can do it. I didn't expect you to be so awesome. I really didn't misjudge you. This time, I must eat more. You know, I haven't had a good meal in the past few days." Luchi was a little confused by Lu Dazhuang's sudden slap, but he was too embarrassed to take back what he had said, so he had to bite the bullet and said, "Are you looking for a new camp? Why are you carrying all your stuff?" "Alas, forget about it, Brother Lu. After you left, those beasts attacked again that night. They seemed to have a strong desire for revenge and almost turned our camp upside down. So at daybreak, we had no choice but to pack up our things in a hurry and find another safe place." "They actually came again?" Luchi couldn't help but feel curious, but his eyes were full of, "Why didn't you call me then?" Hui Shuchi seemed to see through Luchi's inner thoughts. She stared at Luchi and said clearly, "Look at the look in your eyes. Do you think we shouldn't leave there? We should invite you to the camp again, so you can hunt again." "Hey, Big Star, look at what you said. I don't mean that at all." Luchi looked away awkwardly, but he was thinking to himself, with so many people, should he take them all back? If he did, what would he do if they refused to leave? Oh, it was all his fault for saying that he would treat everyone to meat. He originally thought that there were only the 2 female bodyguards, but he didn't expect so many people to appear in the next second. What a mistake. Oh, I was just overthinking it. Luchi, you are a real man. You promised to treat us to meat. You won't deny it, right? Seeing that Luchi was acting crazy, Hui Shuchi naturally wouldn't beat around the bush with him and directly forced him to confirm again. In front of so many people, and he had just promised it, she didn't believe that Luchi would ignore his reputation as a man. So, Hui Shuchi stared at Luchi intently, waiting for his answer. "Luchi, what are you doing?" Seeing Luchi hesitating and wondering what he was thinking about, Shun Bing walked up to him, tugged at his clothes, and asked softly. Luchi first rubbed his face with one hand, then opened his eyes wide and looked at Hui Shuchi, as if he had made some important decision. "Big Star, just now I did promise the 2 heroines to treat them to meat, but now so many of you want some, which really makes me feel awkward. After all, I am not alone now, and our food source is extremely tight. However, since you, Big Star, have asked, I have to give you this favor anyway. I can give you some wild boar meat later. As for how to cook and enjoy it, that is up to you. This is also my way of thanking the 2 heroines for their help just now. In addition, I can also give you 1 hour of free medical service. If you need it, you can come to me anytime." As soon as Luchi finished speaking, everyone's faces showed different expressions. In Shun Bing's opinion, although what Luchi said was a bit inhumane, she could more or less understand it. Ollie and Mu-Ching were quite satisfied with Luchi's attitude, but among the other 7 men and 3 women, except Lu Dazhuang, the others were all unhappy with Luchi's attitude. They not only felt that Luchi was unkind, but also felt that he was a bit arrogant. Although they were all Hui Shuqi's regular dancers, they all came from noble families and received good professional training since childhood. They were not only her loyal fans, but also felt fortunate and honored to be Hui Shuqi's professional dancer team. But this kid always called Hui Shuqi Big Star, which made them feel no respect at all. Only Hui Shuqi looked at Luchi with a calm face, who would not admire and be delighted to see her. Even though she was stranded on this island, many people still recognized her, respected and admired her, and sometimes she didn't even have to worry about the source of food. Moreover, these people in the team also protected her very much and gave her enough respect. But Luchi was completely different. There was no admiration for her in his eyes, nor any flattery. Although Hui Shuqi felt a little disappointed, she thought Luchi was a very special man she had ever met. Luchi, thank you for giving me this face. Don't worry, my team will not interfere with your people, nor will it cause you unnecessary trouble. Of course, you are willing to provide free medical services. On behalf of my team, I would like to thank you again. If necessary, I will let them come to you. Very good. Then just follow me. Oh, and by the way, if you see a suitable campsite along the way, we can stop at any time. Luchi once again brought up what he was thinking to Hui Shuqi. The space in the cave had already reached its limit to accommodate all these people. He didn't want to let all these people squeeze in after returning to the cave. Don't worry about that. We will find a suitable camp for ourselves. When other people heard Luchi's words, they all rolled their eyes, but Hui Shuqi was not angry at all. She even smiled slightly. That smile was extremely sweet and queen-like. She seemed to be completely unaffected by Luchi's tone. Her reaction caught Luchi's eyes, and he suddenly felt that he was a little petty. He thought to himself, this woman is so patient, this demeanor, it's true that big stars are different. Little did he know that all his actions and words were insignificant in the eyes of Hui Shuqi, because whatever she decides to do, she will execute and realize it step by step, and will never give up because of any obstacles. This is also the best interpretation and proof of her success in reaching her current position. From the moment Luchi appeared in front of her with a bow and arrow, she already knew what to do next. Because of her destiny, she had to control it herself, instead of being dominated or dependent on others. Although her team has respected her so far and followed her lead, that is because she has not lost her due value. But what if she is trapped here for a longer time? What will happen? She knew her own abilities very well, so she had been looking for someone she could rely on, and Luchi seemed to give her a glimmer of hope. He is tall, brave, resourceful, can make bows and arrows, and now he can even heal others. Isn't this exactly the person she needs to rely on if she wants to survive? So the best strategy is to get close to him, entangle him, and slowly make him take responsibility for himself, so that he can have hope of escaping from this place. Chapter 103, she seems to be Hui Shuqi. So, after packing their bows and backpacks, Luchi and Shunbing led Hui Shuqi and the others towards the cave. Along the way, out of professional habit and admiration for Hui Shuqi's status as a queen, Shunbing couldn't help but get closer to Hui Shuqi and kept asking Hui Shuqi many things that she was curious about. Hui Shuqi, who has experienced many ups and downs in the entertainment industry, was secretly delighted to see such a great opportunity coming to her. She not only treated Shunbing as a sister, but also talked about everything with her. Halfway through the journey, she had already learned about Luchi's general information and personal preferences from Shunbing. When she learned that Shunbing and Luchi both lived in a cave, Hui Shuqi suddenly became curious and looked forward to seeing their cave residence as soon as possible. Behind the two of them, everyone else followed with indifferent expressions. Only the fat man Lu Dazhui kept getting closer to the two girls, secretly listening to their conversation and occasionally showing a simple and honest smile on his face. Finally, after walking for nearly 2 hours, they finally returned to the vicinity of the cave. When they were still dozens of meters away from the cave, the few people guarding here had already discovered the returning Luchi and Shunbing, as well as the 12 people behind them. Nie Xiaorong and her 2 daughters and Jin Kai's appeared outside the cave holding bows and arrows, and Wang Cheng also held a wooden stick, looking at Luchi who had returned. Because they were worried that Luchi and Shunbing were being coerced, they maintained a necessary vigilance until they figured out the situation. When Luchi saw them, he was sincerely relieved by their high level of vigilance. This fully demonstrated that they were very united. Luchi, Shunbing, are you okay? After seeing Luchi, Jean Kai's asked loudly. Brother Jean, we are fine. Don't be nervous. These are friends I know. Luchi responded from a distance, because he also saw the cautious actions of Jean Kai's and others, and was afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings. How could it be them? Nie Xiaorong couldn't help but blurt out when she saw the people behind Xinbing and Luchi. Sister Xiaorong, do you know the people behind Brother Luchi? Jean Xianzhu asked curiously when she heard Nie Xiaorong say this. The wild boar we brought back was shot by Luchi and I in their camp. After hearing this, the four of them realized that those people were acquainted with Luchi. But before Luchi and the others came over, Jean Kai's pointed at Hui Shuqi in the distance and said, Xianzhu, Wang Cheng, look at the woman behind Luchi. She looks like the famous star Hui Shuqi. The two looked in the direction Jean Kai's was pointing at the woman and were immediately shocked. Sister Xiaorong, she really seems to be Hui Shuqi. Look quickly. Looking at the excited Jean Xianzhu, Nie Xiaorong naturally understood their feelings, so she said, That's her. Sister Xiaorong, it turns out that the person you and Brother Luchi met was actually the soul singer Hui Shuqi. Jean Hyunju's face was full of disbelief and admiration. Jean Kai's and Wang Cheng fully demonstrated the normal reaction that men should have at this moment, which was to stare at the beautiful woman intently. Leah also knew something about Hui Shuqi, but she was not a fan. So although she was excited, she did not show all her emotions on her face like Kim Hyunju did. When Luchi and his group were about to walk up to the group, Jean Xianzhu was the first to rush forward. Luchi originally thought that she was here to help, but the next second he saw Kim Hyunju pass him by and stand in front of Hui Shuqi. Are you really the queen, Hui Shuqi? Jean Xianzhu asked excitedly with a little fangirl look on her face, her eyes shining. Of course, she still couldn't believe that she could meet her favorite singer here. When Hui Shuqi saw Jean Xianzhu for the first time, she secretly muttered in her heart, Why is there so many beauties around Luchi? If it weren't for his young age, the beauty and figure of this girl in front of me can definitely compete with mine. Then Hui Shuqi enthusiastically answered Kim Hyunju's questions, proving that she is the queen herself. She also gave her own hug with the same enthusiasm. This made Kim Hyunju feel extremely lucky in an instant, and she almost jumped up with excitement. Luchi looked at Jean Xianju's face like a little fangirl and shook his head helplessly. However, with Jean Xianzhu as a shield, Luchi and Xinbing continued to walk towards the cave. Seeing this, Jean Kai's, Nie Xiaorong, and Leah hurried forward to help Luchi and Xinbing take off their things. After the two of them took a short rest, Nie Xiaorong walked up to Luchi and asked how he had met Hui Shuqi and the others and brought them back. So Luchi briefly told them about his and Xinbing's journey to collect herbs and what they encountered. After learning the whole story, several people were also happy for them. Unexpectedly, Luchi and Xinbing would meet Sun Chong and others again, and were almost robbed or even kidnapped by Sun Chong. At the same time, they also felt more favorable towards the appearance of Hui Shuqi and others, and some of them even took the initiative to step forward and greet Hui Shuqi. Afterwards, Luchi asked Nie Xiaorong to take out about 40 kilograms of wild boar meat, and then he came to Hui Shuqi, Ali, and Mu Qing, intending to give the meat to them. Ali, Mu Qing, Miss Hui, thank you again for helping me today. This is the wild boar meat I promised you. Seeing this, Ali took the meat without hesitation and started discussing with others how to eat it. Hui Shuqi knew that Luchi was not just here to deliver meat, so she asked directly, Luchi, we're already at the entrance of the cave. Don't you want to invite me to visit your residence? Hearing this, Luchi came back to his senses and looked at Hui Shuqi somewhat unnaturally. He really didn't expect this beautiful woman to be so direct. He was just thinking about how to ask them where to find a campsite. She directly turned the tables. At this moment, Luchi secretly made up his mind in his heart that he must completely change this bad habit of saving face in the future, especially in front of beautiful women. Ahem, of course you can. It's a bit messy in there, so please don't laugh at me when you see me. So Luchi took Hui Shuqi into the cave. When she entered the cave, Hui Shuqi was indeed a little uncomfortable with the environment, but after she adjusted for a minute or two, her eyes suddenly became clear. There is a natural hole above the cave, with a moderate amount of sunlight coming in. There are various weapons and tools placed on the walls on both sides of the cave entrance, several wooden beds on the ground, and a stone bed covered with leopard skin in front. There's also a long wooden table, pottery pots, and bowls in the cave. There's also a natural puddle. Especially when she saw the natural puddle and the fire axe on the wall, her eyes suddenly lit up. Finally, his eyes fell on Lee Fay, who was lying on the wooden bed, and he asked Luchi who that person was. Luchi gave her a brief introduction, and Huishuchi realized that the herbs Luchi collected were used to treat injuries. She even had a little more admiration for Luchi. After visiting the cave, the two walked out, and Luchi went straight to the point and talked to Huishuchi about the location of their camp, because there were 12 people in their group, which was indeed a large number. While it is still early, the camping site should be determined as early as possible, otherwise it will be very dangerous to sleep outside at night. However, after hearing Luchi's concerns, Huishuchi smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. My people have already gone to build a wooden house. It's not far from here. I hope you don't mind that we chose a camp so close to your cave." Chapter 104 Sudden Disaster. Oh, when did you arrange it? No wonder I haven't seen Lu Dazhuang and the other 7 for a while. Hearing Huishuchi's words, Luchi was extremely shocked. He didn't even notice that Huishuchi had arranged for someone to build a wooden house. In his heart, he also developed a different kind of appreciation for this queen-level female singer. It seems that Huishuchi is not only a good singer, but also a smart and thoughtful person. But when he was surprised, he didn't notice the triumphant smile on Huishuchi's face. "Since you have already chosen a campsite, I don't have to worry about it. You have so many people, so you should be able to build a shelter before dark. Miss Hui, I wish you a pleasant meal. I'm a little tired, so I will go and rest first." Hearing the meaning of driving away in Luchi's words, Huishuchi was not angry, but smiled very gently and said, "Luchi, I just visited your cave and found clean water to drink. Can you let us get water once a day in the future? From now on, every day. Do they want to live here permanently?" Hearing Huishuchi's words, Luchi frowned. The water in this cave was already scarce. If he gave them some every day, the drinking water for the few of them would be restricted. Seeing Luchi's embarrassment, Huishuchi changed the subject and said, "If it's embarrassing, forget it." Hearing this, Luchi couldn't suppress the pride in his heart after all. "We can only get you 2 bottles of water a day. If we have more, we won't be able to use it ourselves." "Hee. Then I would like to thank you on behalf of my brothers." After saying that, Huishuchi turned around and left happily. Watching her happily leaving, Luchi couldn't help but slap his own mouth. What a stinky mouth. He was trying to save face, but end up suffering. What did I promise her to do? Sigh. At this moment, 3 women appeared behind him. Nie Xiaorong gently patted his shoulder and asked, "What's wrong with you, Luchi? Why are you sitting here in a daze? Did you go crazy again after seeing Huishuchi?" Hearing this, Luchi turned around awkwardly. Seeing Nie Xiaorong, Shen Bing, and Jin Xianju staring at him, he felt uneasy and didn't know how to answer. After holding it in for a long time, he finally told Huishuchi what he had just promised her. He originally thought that the 3 women would blame him for making rash decisions and sharing this limited and precious resource with Huishuchi. He was ready to withstand the bombardment of the 3 women, but he heard Nie Xiaorong say, "If you drink 2 bottles a day and you can see a superstar singer every day, then you won't make money. Besides, after the recent rains, I found that the stone spring water seems to be much more than before. You don't have to worry about this." "Oh, that's good. But I have to make it clear again that I am not a fan of Huishuchi. If you want to chase stars and listen to songs, you must be more cautious on this island. After all, what we encountered today is the current norm on this island." Seeing the 3 women nodding their heads, Luchi walked into the cave, came to Lee Fay, and checked his body. When Leah saw Luchi coming, she stood up quickly. "Luchi, come and take a look. His complexion is getting worse and worse." As Leah spoke, her voice was choked. Luchi hurriedly reached out and grabbed Lee Fay's wrist, and after a moment, he pulled his hand back. Asked Shinbing to quickly get the herbs she collected outside, and, after some distribution, give them to Nie Xiaorong, asking her to boil the medicine as soon as possible. While Nie Xiaorong was boiling the medicine, he was not idle either. He took out the silver needles and acupunctured Lee Fay in many places. He did not expect that Lee Fay, who had woken up from a coma before, would be unconscious again. Perhaps this kid's physique was too poor. An hour later, Nie Xiaorong brought up the decocted medicine. Luchi slowly fed the medicine to Lee Fay, and then removed all the needles. Not long after, Lee Fay gradually woke up. As soon as Lee Fay woke up, he tried to force himself to get up, but Leah hurriedly stopped him. When he learned that it was Luchi who picked the medicine for him, he was even more grateful to Luchi. Lee Fay always feels indescribable gratitude towards Leah. Lee Fay felt lucky enough to meet her here and to be able to take such good care of her. Here, there were no worries or concerns. Being alive was his greatest wish. He was glad that he had met Luchi and Leah. After one night, the next morning, I woke up early. Luchi heard the sound of felling trees outside. He went out to see that Jin Kai's and Wang Cheng were planning to build 3 new wooden houses outside the cave as their shelter. Because the space inside the cave was limited and living with so many women was indeed inconvenient, Jin Kai's started the construction plan he had planned long ago. When Luchi learned about this, he was very excited and volunteered to help because he also wanted to build a house of his own. Thanks to the axe that Luchi brought back, their plan progressed quickly. In half a day, they had chopped enough wood. Of course, the wooden houses they wanted to build were the simplest and most sturdy triangular thatch houses. As long as they had the frame of the house, all that was left was some simple covering work. The thing that is most abundant on the island is leaves. In addition to a large number of palm leaves, there are also many large unknown leaves that can be used. It only took the 3 of them half a day, and the skeletons of 4 huts had taken shape. This was far more than the planned 3 huts, which made the 3 of them even more motivated. The other 3 women, except Leah, were responsible for collecting leaves for the hut and cooking food. The 6 people worked hard for a whole day, and until another night came, the 4 huts were finally completed. Each hut was 3 meters wide and more than 4 meters long, and each one could accommodate at least 3 people to rest at the same time. This made the 3 people feel full of accomplishment. That night, Jin Kai's and Wang Cheng each chose a room to move in. However, Luchi did not check in that night because he wanted to add some things to the place. However, it was this decision that allowed Luchi to successfully avoid a sudden disaster. In the early morning of that night, when everyone was fast asleep, 2 black figures, illuminated by a faint light, quietly came to the stone cave where Luchi was. In their hands, each of them held a bottle of unknown mysterious liquid. Then they quietly came to the 4 newly built thatched huts, poured all the liquid in the bottles on the huts, and finally took out lighters and ignited the 4 newly built huts. Jin Kai's and Wang Cheng, who were sleeping soundly in the thatched hut, did not wake up until the fire burned them. In desperation, the 2 risked being burned and struggled desperately to escape from the sea of fire. After rushing into the cave, he hurriedly woke everyone up, but when Luchi and the others came out, they found that the 4 thatched houses had already been engulfed by fire. Luchi was furious, so he grabbed a branch beside him and rushed over to try to rescue the man. However, even though he tried his best, it was too late. After the women pulled Luchi to a safe distance, they could only watch as the 4 thatched huts, which were the result of a whole day's work, disappeared in the fire. Chapter 105 Accusations. Damn it, which bastard started the fire? Get out here if you've got the guts. Luchi's anger turned into a roar that resounded through the sky, sounding particularly abrupt in the silent night. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, veins bulged on his forehead, and his clenched fists turned white at the knuckles from excessive force. However, at this moment, Nie Xiaorong suddenly pointed in a direction with a look of horror on her face and shouted loudly, "Luchi, look over there!" Hearing this, everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of Nie Xiaorong's finger. They saw flames rising to the sky in the forest and continuous shrill wailing sounds. Not good. That's the camp where Hui Shuqi and the others are. Shinbing said firmly with a serious look. Why is there a fire there? And it looks like it's more serious than our fire, Luchi. Nie Xiaorong looked at the blazing fire in the distance, frowned, and asked with a puzzled look on her face. Brother Luchi, should we go over to see them? Is Hui Shuqi okay? Jin Xianju held Luchi's hand tightly, her eyes full of worry. Obviously, she was worried about her idol Hui Shuqi. At this time, she did not notice that her brother Jin Kai's clothes were burned with several holes, and there were many burn marks on his body, and his face was smeared with several black marks. Perhaps because he was still in a state of shock, he did not calm down and feel the pain in his body, so Jin Ki's did not show any expression or sound of pain and did not attract everyone's attention. Amid the anxious urging of the three women, Luchi thought for a while and finally decided to go and take a look. He was worried that this was a trick by the bad guys to lure the tiger away from the mountain. So for the safety of the cave, he did not want to take anyone with him, but asked them to stay here and guard the safety of the cave and supplies. Although the three women insisted on following, they all stayed in the end due to Luchi's firm and unquestionable tone. But they were still worried and arranged for Wang Chung to accompany Luchi, so Luchi had no choice but to agree. After explaining everything, Luchi and Wang Chung quickly sneaked into the darkness and walked quickly towards the place where there was fire in the distance. The straight-line distance between Hui Shuqi and her group's camp and the cave was about 300 or 400 meters, but because they were in the jungle, the distance did not seem very far. Luchi and Wang Chung still walked quickly for more than 10 minutes before they arrived near Hui Shuqi and her group's camp. Luchi, look, they're still working hard to put out the fire. A few dozen meters away, Wang Chung pointed ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a painful groan from someone in the camp. Luchi looked in the direction of the sound and saw that 3 of the 4 thatched houses had been completely burned, leaving only one with a skeleton standing. Seeing this, Luchi and Wang Chung hurried over there. As soon as he arrived, he saw Lu Dazhuang with a beer belly, bare chest, several black and gray marks on his body and face. He was holding a thick branch in his hand and waving it vigorously, trying to put out the fire that still had the skeleton, because there were still a few supplies in it that he had not had time to move away. The rest of the people stood in a safe place, staring blankly at the fires in front of them, and Lu Dazhuang's figure struggling to put out the fire. It's not that they don't want to save them, but they have tried, but to no avail. And now each of them is in a very miserable state, with black dust and dirt all over their bodies, faces, and hands. 4 of them are still half lying on the ground. Their clothes are already tattered. One of the men seems to be seriously injured, lying there completely motionless. Luchi ran over quickly. Luchi, Sister Shuqi, it's Luchi coming over. Hearing the shout, everyone raised their heads and looked at Luchi, who was walking over. Hui Shuqi, Ali, and Mu Qing didn't say anything, but their faces were terribly gloomy. But at this moment, a man behind Hui Shuqi had an angry face, his eyes as big as copper bells, staring at Luchi viciously, and walked towards him quickly. Luchi, how dare you come here? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be framed like this. Get out of here now. That's right, kid. Sister Shuqi was kind enough to send someone to rescue you, but we were envied. You've caused us so much trouble. Do you know that? The 2 men waved their arms while talking and were extremely emotional. It was obvious that they were putting the blame on Luchi. Right after the 2 men, another woman cried and looked at a thatched hut, choking and saying, "Oh, my bag and my clothes are gone now. Nothing is left." Before he even got to Hui Shuqi, he saw the 2 men standing up and accusing him emotionally, and another girl crying and telling him about her misfortune. Luchi could only stop helplessly. From a distance of 5 or 6 meters, he asked Hui Shuqi with concern, "Miss Hui, are you okay? Are you injured?" Hearing this, Hui Shuqi slowly walked out with the help of Ali and Mu Qing. She first whispered a few soothing words to the 2 emotional men, and then came to Luchi. "I'm Fina. I was just choked by the thick smoke and fell when I escaped. It's nothing serious." When Hui Shuqi was speaking, Luchi's eyes fell on her knees. He found that there was a lot of dirt on her skirt, just reaching her knees, and there was an obvious abrasion on her right knee, and blood was faintly oozing from the wound. "Luchi, you should go over and check on the injuries of my companions first. They were all injured to varying degrees in the fire just now." So Luchi walked forward and carefully checked the injuries of the injured people. Among the 4 people, 3 were slightly injured, and only one man named Yang Su had varying degrees of burns on his back and legs, and due to inhaling excessive smoke, his consciousness was a little blurred at the moment. Since there were no professional tools, medicines, or hot water, Luchi, after discussing with Hui Shuqi and others, decided to carry the patient to the cave first and then provide treatment. After obtaining everyone's consent, Luchi quickly made a simple stretcher on the spot, and he and Wang Chung carried him back to the cave. As soon as the group arrived at the cave, Hui Shuqi and her companions saw that there was also a fire outside the cave, where Luchi lived. 4 thatched houses like theirs were burned to ashes and turned into a pile of black and gray stones. Only then did they feel a little guilty about their previous attitude towards Luchi, because when Luchi showed up before, even Huishuchi didn't give Luchi a good face. But now that they understood that Luchi had ignored their situation and gone to look for them, wanting to help them, everyone felt a little embarrassed, with awkward looks on their faces. "Come in and sit inside. It's still a bit cold outside at night." At this time, Nie Xiaorong came forward and said to Huishuchi and all her friends with a smile, "Luchi, thank you." Huishuchi showed a look of gratitude on her face. She didn't know what else to say, so she simply said what she wanted to say most to Luchi, and then followed Nie Xiaorong into the entrance of the cave. Seeing this, the other women followed in. The men stayed outside because they might need more space to slowly digest the anger in their hearts. After Luchi and Wang Cheng carried the wounded into the cave, they asked Shinbing to prepare some hot water. He first did some simple treatment on Yang Su, applied some healing herbs, and then all he could do was wait for dawn. Chapter 106, Going Out to Collect Herbs Again. The 2 raging fires, full of revenge, ruthlessly devoured the fruits of everyone's hard work and caused many of their own people to suffer physical injuries. This tragic scene plunged everyone into extreme anger. At this moment, everyone was sitting around the dying fire, feeling extremely depressed. This damn fire must have been started by that bastard Sun Chong and his minions. Damn it. If I run into him again, I'll fight him to the death. Just when everyone was silent, Lee Fay, who was lying on a wooden bed on the side, suddenly got up and roared angrily. His gnashing teeth showed that he was sure that this was done by that despicable guy Sun Chong. However, at this moment, he could only vent his hatred helplessly. After all, his physical condition could not support him to take any practical action. Others also started talking and scolding Sun Chong. The angry voices continued one after another until everyone fell asleep again due to physical and mental exhaustion. At this moment, Luchi was lying on the cold stone bed, but his heart was like a raging sea, with an invisible anger constantly hitting his heart. As the saying goes, a doctor has a kind heart, but at this moment, violent thoughts kept emerging in his mind. He vaguely felt that Sun Chong would never stop and would definitely come back to cause trouble. But now, no one among all people knew the whereabouts of Sun Chong and others. Even if there's a strategy to deal with it now, if you can't find anyone, you can only worry. The enemy is in the dark, I am in the light, and now I can only take it one step at a time. After dawn, in order to save Huishuchi's dancing partner, Luchi decided to go out to collect herbs again. In order to be more convenient and quick, he did not take anyone with him, but chose to go alone. Because most of the people he met so far were once upper-class people in society. They were scheming, eloquent, talented, and good-looking, but they were not in Luchi's eyes in terms of physical strength and endurance, and none of them could endure hardship. If they followed him to collect herbs, not only would they not be able to help, but they would only become a burden, adding another person to take care of. All those who stayed behind took action again, working together to build a thatched house for Huishuchi and her group. This time the site was closer to the stone cave, just over 100 meters away. With the assistance of Jin Kai's and Wang Cheng, it is estimated that Huishuchi and her group's thatched house can be built within a day. The 4 stable triangular thatched houses are still used. Since this trip was to pick herbs suitable for treating burns, the places Luchi visited were mostly dark and damp, except for 2 sunny spots. This time, he only brought a bow and arrow, a dagger, and an empty backpack, which already contained a few herbs. After half a day of searching, he came to a cool and humid valley on the island. The forest in the valley was unusually quiet. There were no roars of wild beasts, no gurgling water, and no whistling wind. Every time he took a step, the sound of the leaves under his feet was the loudest noise Luchi could hear. Perhaps it was too quiet here, so quiet that Luchi felt a little scared. So not long after he entered this valley, he had the idea of stopping. However, just as he was hesitating, an inconspicuous weed caught his eye at the root of a big tree in front of him. Wow, there is such a thing here. How come? When Luchi excitedly walked to the grass, he suddenly froze in his tracks. Because when he stood in front of the grass and looked at it carefully, he found that its appearance was different from what he remembered, although it looked very similar from a distance. So he leaned over and observed it carefully again, and then he understood the reason. The herb he was familiar with was originally a gentian, But the leaves of the herb in front of him were surprisingly large, far beyond his memory, and he remembered that its flowers should be blue, but the flowers of this herb were dark purple. In order to confirm its true identity, Luchi decided to use what he thought was the safest way to find out. He quickly took out a dagger and started digging hard. When all the roots of the herb were dug out, he pulled out a root and put it into his mouth to chew without hesitation. After chewing it carefully, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This island is really magical. All the species here grow surprisingly well. Looking at the 30 to 40 centimeters long herb rhizome in his hand, Luchi spoke excitedly as he carefully put it into his backpack. With this precious herb in hand, Luchi immediately felt a liking for this valley forest. The slight fear in his heart was thrown away, and he continued to walk deeper into the valley without hesitation. As he went deeper and deeper into the center of the valley, Luchi had to be extra careful with every step he took, because at this moment, the place where he was standing was overgrown with bushes, weeds, and broken branches. Moreover, many stones and fallen tree trunks were covered with thick moss. If you were not careful, you would fall because it was too slippery. But Luchi became more and more excited as he walked, because he knew very well that the more remote the place was, the more likely he would find the herbs he had dreamed of. However, good luck eventually ran out. Just when he saw a herb growing on the other side of a rotten and fallen log, Luchi was so excited that he wanted to walk over to pick it directly on the log. But he never expected that just after he stepped on the thick rottenwood and walked a few meters, he suddenly heard a crisp crack sound, and then he experienced the feeling of free fall and felt the stinging pain of being scratched in many parts of his body. But Luchi only focused on holding his head tightly with his hands at that moment. After a few breaths, with a thump, he landed heavily on the ground. He loosened his arms and slowly opened his eyes. There was pitch black in front of him. He couldn't see his hand in front of him. There was only a faint light coming from above his head. Luchi knew clearly that he had fallen from there. His backpack was gone, and his bow and arrow were nowhere to be found. He hurriedly felt around his waist, and fortunately his dagger was still there. At this moment, his heart was like 1,000 wild horses galloping through it. How many years of wind and rain must have been experienced to have this unlucky fate today? An old tree broke off naturally and hit the ground, just blocking the hole in the ground. I don't know how long it had been rotting, and today I stepped on it and was so lucky to fall down. Luchi thought it was funny, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud, because he touched his side and found wet moss everywhere. Without a flashlight, a lighter, or any other lighting equipment, Luchi could only sigh helplessly, trying to calm himself down, and looked up at the cave entrance where the faint light was shining from above. Ignoring the waves of pain coming from many parts of his body, he began to crawl towards the hole above with all his might. After some tentative exploration and climbing, a glimmer of hope rose in Luchi's heart. Although he fell and fell several times during the exploration, every time he fell, Luchi would have a better understanding of the dark environment around him. So much so that Luchi secretly rejoiced in his heart that the exit of the cave was connected by a stone road instead of being suspended in the air. This time, he took a deep breath, looked up at the exit above, and began to climb again with a focused expression. Although his feet were extremely slippery, with the experience of groping several times before and the help of the dagger in his hand, he was getting closer and closer to the safe cave entrance. Just when he climbed to a place only 2 meters away from the cave entrance, several fierce, biting, and roaring sounds came, as if some animals were biting each other for food. Chapter 107, Battle with Wolverine. Squeak, yes. As soon as Luchi heard the sounds of fighting and biting, he immediately slowed down his movements, because the sound was so ferocious and creepy that it was really scary. It lasted quietly for 2 or 3 minutes. There was still no sign of them leaving outside, but Luchi still maintained the climbing posture. He knew very well that he could not continue like this. Otherwise, his physical strength would soon be exhausted. No, if I wait any longer, I will fall down again after finally climbing to the cave entrance. After saying that, Luchi gritted his teeth and continued to crawl towards the cave entrance. Perhaps their roars completely covered up the weak sounds coming from the cave, so the guys outside did not stick their heads into the cave entrance. But at this time, Luchi had already climbed to the entrance of the cave. Since there were many branches and debris blocking the exit, he had to move them away with his bare hands. However, at this moment, the roaring and screaming outside suddenly stopped. Luchi didn't bother to wait any longer, and quickly moved the rotten wood and short branches above his head away, emerging from the ground like Tuck Singson. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As soon as half of his body emerged from the ground, he saw 5 or 6 super large rat heads forming a circle, staring at him intently. For a moment, Luchi's heart suddenly tightened, and he couldn't help but roar loudly. This roar scared the 6 super rats and made them retreat 3 or 4 meters away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luchi somersaulted out of the cave, picked up a stick from the ground, and held it tightly in his hands, holding it on both sides with the dagger for self-defense. At this time, he saw his backpack, which was being torn apart by 2 big guys. All the herbs scattered inside were eaten by them. His bow and arrow were also missing. He was so anxious when he dropped it just now that he didn't even remember when he dropped it. When the 6 big guys saw Luchi emerging from the ground, they were also shocked. They stretched their necks and looked at Luchi curiously. Only then did he see the rats around him clearly. They turned out to be some kind of badger. They looked neither like rats nor wolves, but somewhat like African flat-headed bugs. However, the African flat-headed bugs had a patch of white hair on their heads that gradually extended to their tails. However, the 6 big guys in front of him, which were nearly 1 meter long and 60 to 70 centimeters tall, had dark brown back hair and black hair on their abdomens. Luchi kept searching for information about this kind of guy in his mind, and then he remembered what his grandfather once said to him. There are many kinds of badgers, such as hog badgers, dog badgers, honey badgers, wolverines, etc. They have short limbs, short and round ears, small eyes, and pointed noses, short and thick necks, and strong black-brown claws on the toes of both front and back feet. The front claws are longer than the back claws. They are ferocious and aggressive by nature, but they're all good things. Their leather is in great demand in the market. Badger meat is edible and delicious, and the fat can be used as medicine to treat many diseases, and is also suitable for burns. Could it be a wolverine? Oh my God, you wolverine bastards, you took away the herbs I found with great difficulty. Seeing that all the herbs he had worked so hard to obtain were trampled by the 6 wolverines in front of him, Luchi could no longer suppress his anger, and rushed towards the 2 guys who were still tearing his backpack, and hit them on the head with a stick. However, the stick hit nothing, and not only did it miss, but it also broke the stick in his hand. His squeak. Frightened by Luchi, the 6 wolverines immediately bared their teeth and stared at Luchi viciously with their round eyes. Oh my God, are they so united? Are they from the same group? Seeing that the 6 wolverines not only had no intention of leaving, but even surrounded him, Luchi panicked and lost his composure. He picked up the broken backpack on the ground and waved the dagger in his hand at the wolverines that were surrounding him. Get out of here, you beasts. If you dare to come over here again, I'll kill you one by one and skewer you and roast you. While Luchi was speaking harsh words, he deliberately straightened his body, opened his arms, and swung the dagger vigorously. Although this action caused a burning pain in the places where he was scratched and scraped, he had to do it. Only by showing his height and might could he make them afraid. Sure enough, his action worked. The 6 wolverines collectively retreated, as if they were afraid of Luchi's sudden enlargement. Seeing this, Luchi instinctively jumped onto a large stone beside him. The stone, which was more than 1 meter above the ground, was covered with moss. As soon as he got on it, he stood up suddenly. Because it was too slippery, he leaned back and almost fell on his butt. Fortunately, after shaking his body several times, he managed to stabilize his body. He thought to himself that if these wolverines rushed over now, he would have room to fight back standing on this stone, so he would not be bitten directly by them. At this time, the 6 wolverines seemed to realize belatedly that this 2-legged beast was not as scary as they had imagined. Apart from its fangs and claws and a few roars, every other movement made them extremely excited because they were all expressions of panic and fear. One of the wolverines rushed forward fiercely again because it was the one Luchi had been facing away from for a long time. It first took a few quick steps forward, then saw the right moment, quickly jumped forward, opened its mouth, revealed a mouthful of sharp fangs, and bit towards one of Luchi's hind legs. However, at this critical moment, Luchi seemed to be assisted by God and suddenly jumped forward. After the wolverine missed its bite, it climbed up very flexibly and stood in the position where Luchi was before. At this time, the 2 wolverines in front of Luchi were frightened by his sudden jump and fled in panic. After Luchi landed, he rolled over and saw that there was something in his hand, which was his quiver. It should have fallen to the ground when he fell before. With the bow and arrow in hand, Luchi instantly became full of confidence. He hurriedly took out his arrow, drew his bow, and shot the badger. He pulled the bowstring and quickly aimed around. The moment he turned around, his target was clear. He pulled hard, squeak, swoosh. The force, speed, and velocity of the arrow were so great that the wolverine behind him, which had just jumped up to bite Luchi, was completely unprepared. The long arrow pierced directly into its chest. Luchi chose to shoot it, not because he knew it had just tried to bite him, but because the position of this guy was the most conspicuous and the target was the clearest. Whoa! Moment. After being shot by the long arrow, the wolverine struggled and fell backwards. After falling off the rock, it was still roaring in pain and trying to escape. It was the wailing and painful sounds it made that made the other 5 wolverines realize how powerful the two-legged beast was, and they fled in all directions in the blink of an eye. After Luchi drew the bow and stringed the second arrow, he could no longer find any trace of them. But the injured wolverine in front of him was still struggling. When Luchi chased it, it even wanted to fight back and kept roaring. But at this time, Luchi will not be merciful to it. All the herbs that he had worked so hard to find were gone. His backpack was torn to pieces, and his body was covered in many scratches. If he doesn't get some benefits in time, he won't be able to forgive himself. So, with a ruthless heart, the second arrow, like a poisonous snake with eyes, went straight towards the injured wolverine. Ayo! Another miserable cry was heard. The arrow went straight through the wolverine's neck. Chapter 108 Refining Badger Oil. But despite the arrow's speed, the wolverine was in pain but not dead. It still pounced towards Luchi with all its might, as fast as lightning. Because the distance was too close, the third arrow had not yet landed on the bowstring. Luchi had no time to dodge and could only retreat. He quickly grabbed the tail of the arrow stuck in its neck and pulled it hard, trying to control the wolverine's head. However, his actions completely enraged the beast that was struggling on the brink of life and death. The wolverine shook its head desperately, directly knocking the arrow out of Luchi's hand, and then bit Luchi again. At this moment, it no longer cared about life or death, and was only thinking about how to attack Luchi. Seeing that this guy was at the end of his rope and struggling for life, Luchi became ruthless and pounced on him, pinning him down under him. He freed his left arm and reached out to grab its head again, quickly raising the dagger in his right hand. At this moment, the wolverine's body twisted violently, and also burst out with its greatest strength at this moment. Luchi did not hesitate at all and continued to swing the knife at its neck, just like killing a pig. He wanted to kill the man with one smooth stroke of the sword, but since it was his first time killing someone like this, even though he knew the location of the heart, he couldn't suppress the nervousness and confusion in his heart. After instinctively stabbing several times, he realized that the struggle of his subordinate was gradually weakening. But he still did not let go until the wolverine under him was completely motionless. Then he slowly calmed his breathing and stood up, wiped the dagger in his hand, and put it away. Looking around, there were no other wolverines in sight. Luchi couldn't help but say, "How cowardly. It looks like they're not from the same nest." After a long time. At this time, more than half a day had passed since he left the cave. Luchi was walking back, dragging his exhausted body and carrying a 1-meter-long wolverine on his shoulder. He walked while looking forward. The scrapes and scratches on his body made him feel very uncomfortable from time to time. But in order to get back as soon as possible, he still forced himself to persevere, just to get the injured man the timely treatment he deserved. He just wanted to relieve the man's continuous pain from the burns as soon as possible, completely ignoring the pain his own body was suffering. It was not until the afternoon that he returned to the cave. Seeing Luchi sweating profusely, carrying an animal they couldn't name, everyone was delighted at first. But when Luchi put the wolverine down, everyone saw the injuries on Luchi's body and couldn't help but show concern and ask questions. Especially after seeing this, Nie Xiaorong, Shun Bing, and Jin Xianju, tears welled up in their eyes. Nie Xiaorong ignored everyone's gazes and went straight forward to check Luchi's body from head to toe. She was relieved only after confirming that he had no broken bones. Afterwards, she, Shun Bing, and Jin Xianju made a fire and boiled water and carefully treated all the wounds on Luchi's body. Although Luchi said that he was fine and nothing serious happened, Nie Xiaorong simply refused to listen to his consolation and was so heartbroken that she burst into tears several times. As for the wolverine, Luchi handed it over to Wang Chung, who had experience in slaughtering, and told him that he wanted all the wolverine fat. Wang Chung did not fail in his mission. After Luchi treated all the injuries on his body, he successfully completed the treatment of the wolverine and obtained a brand new wolverine fur, more than 10 kilograms of wolverine fat, and dozens of kilograms of wolverine meat. After learning that other people were helping Hui Shuqi and the others build camp shelters, he asked Wang Chung to give half of the wolverine meat to them. He began to refine badger oil with the help of several women. Since this was his first time to refine it by himself, and the existing tools were very limited, he decided to try a small piece first to see the effect. Since the three girls didn't understand anything, they could only follow Luchi's instructions. The simplest tasks, such as adding firewood, lighting the fire, stirring, handing things over, and wiping Luchi's sweat, seemed to have become the good jobs that the three girls were happy to fight for. Luchi first used a dagger to cut all the badger fat into small particles. After the three women started the fire, he set up the pottery pot, took out a small portion of the fat particles, and put them in, and slowly boiled it over medium heat, while asking Shun Bing to stir it constantly with a wooden spoon. In just a few minutes, the whole cave was filled with fragrance. The aroma of oil filled the air. Jean K.I.'s, who had just returned, entered the cave and saw two fires. On one side were Luchi and Shun Bing, and on the other side were Nie Xiaorong and Jin Xianju. He was already drooling with greed before he even walked forward. "Oh my, it smells so good. Brother Lu, what kind of delicious food did you make that is so tempting?" Without waiting for Luchi to answer, Jin Xianju said directly, "Humph, you don't have share. Who told you to be unable to walk when you see a big star? I just beckoned you, and you went out for the whole day. You're just coming back now." Looking at the sweaty Kim K.I.'s, Kim Hyunju, as his biological sister, was not afraid of offending him and directly mocked him. "Hey girl, you really don't know how to talk. What do you mean I can't walk? I'm only doing this for Brother Lu's sake, on behalf of all of us, to help him out." Humph, slippery mouth, still trying to make excuses. Brother Luchi won't accept your excuses. This is not Brother Luchi. Hearing this, Luchi could only smile bitterly. These two siblings are really good at chatting. They put themselves in the middle and cannot offend either of them. He could only shake his head slightly and change the subject. "Brother Jean, has their wooden house been built?" Jean K.I.'s seemed to be waiting for Luchi to ask this question, and he smiled. "Of course. With my help, it's a piece of cake. They even plan to invite me to have some delicious food. I know they are short of food, so I rushed back." Hearing this, Jin Xianju couldn't help but retort. "What did you say, brother? They invited you to eat delicious food, and you ran away." "Yes. Isn't this for friendship and to save them some food?" "Humph. I think you were just bewitched by beauty. Brother Luchi sent half of their fresh meat over, but you didn't eat it. Instead, you came back to eat our portion. You don't have to eat it. Just starve." As she spoke, Kim Hyunju covered the clay pot in front of her that was stewing meat and gave Kim K.I.'s a look of disgrace. The others looked grinning. Only Jean K.I. smiled awkwardly and said, "You are such a jerk today. You are targeting your brother everywhere, but I am your real brother." Ha! Chapter 109, Treating Burns. Hearing Jean K.I.'s low voice begging for mercy, everyone could no longer hold back and laughed out loud. "Humph, I won't give it to you." Although everyone was laughing so hard at the conversation between the brother and sister, Kim Hyunju still pouted and turned her face away. Frustrated, Jean K.I.'s had no choice but to walk towards Luchi. He saw a pile of white fat particles stewing in the pottery pot in front of him, which was filled with golden liquid and smelled delicious. Jean K.I.'s couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lu, what kind of food are you cooking? Why does it smell so good?" Seeing that Jean K.I.'s forehead was covered with sweat, Luchi knew that he had done a lot of physical work today and hurriedly said to Jin Xianju, "Sister Hyunju, go get some water for Brother Jean so he can wash up." With Luchi's order, Jin Hyunju got up and went despite looking reluctant. Seeing his sister obey Luchi's words so well, Jin K.I.'s felt mixed emotions, but he couldn't put it into words. At this time, Luchi said, "Brother Jean, their pot is a delicacy. Mine is not a delicacy, but badger oil. I will give it to the brother who is severely burned later." "Badger oil? Oh, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I thought it was some kind of delicacy, but it smells really good. So tempting." Indeed, Brother Jean, this badger oil smells good, but it is actually a rare Chinese medicinal herb. Today is also the first time I make this thing. Fortunately, my grandfather once taught me how to boil sheep oil. With Shin Bing as my right-hand man, this badger oil is finally a success. Shin Bing, who was standing by, was delighted when she heard this. Hey, Brother Luchi, here are Sister Xiaorong and I. We both contributed. When Jean Xianju heard Lu Qi praising Shin Bing, she immediately became unhappy and walked over and said angrily, Ahem, yes, and Sister Xianju and Xiaorong, they also contributed a lot. If it weren't for you, my first attempt to boil badger oil today would definitely not be so smooth and successful. As he said that, Lu Qi also gave Jean Xianju a big thumbs up. Seeing this, Kim Hyunju was satisfied and continued to fetch water for her brother Kim Ki's to wash. After a lively exchange, Lu Qi had finished refining the badger oil. He first poured the boiled badger oil into 2 small ceramic jars while it was still hot and placed them aside to wait for them to cool naturally. Afterwards, he shared the wolverine meat cooked by Nie Xiaorong and the others with everyone. Taking advantage of the night, Lu Qi rushed to Hui Shuqi's camp with 2 cans of still-warm badger oil to treat the man who was burned by the fire. Jean Ki's took the initiative to lead the way for him, and the 2 of them left the cave together. When the 2 arrived at Hui Shuqi's camp, they were also enjoying the cooked wolverine meat. Seeing this, Hui Shuqi hurriedly stood up and came to Lu Qi. A gust of fragrant wind blew in his face, and Lu Qi couldn't help but look at Hui Shuqi a few more times. He thought to himself, the big star is really extraordinary, exuding fragrance all over. I really don't know if this is her natural body fragrance, or if she secretly hides perfume on her body. In short, Lu Qi really liked this fragrance, which was intoxicating. You're finally here. Hui Shuqi gently lifted her hair by her ear. Her tone seemed full of anticipation for Lu Qi's appearance. But when her eyes fell on Lu Qi, she revealed shock and concern. What happened to you? Why do you have so many scratches and bandage marks on your body? Are these all the injuries you got when you went out today? Hui Shuqi saw the many scratches on Lu Qi's body that were still clearly visible after being bandaged. The delicious food she had just eaten suddenly became tasteless, because she realized at this moment that the fresh meat was obtained by Lu Qi at the cost of his injuries. She couldn't help but reach out and gently touch one of Lu Qi's arms. But just when she was about to touch his wound, she stopped her hand in midair because she was afraid that Lu Qi would feel pain. Lu Qi, thank you for the fresh meat you brought me today. Come and try it with us. No, we've already eaten. You guys eat first. Hui Shuqi put away her expression and hurriedly invited Lu Qi and Wang Cheng to have dinner together. After seeing the other party's refusal, she saw the 2 black pottery jars in Lu Qi's arms. What are those 2 jars in your arms? I smell something like scented oil. You guessed it right. This is a kind of badger oil that I made. It could treat burns and scalds. It is very effective. I came here to apply medicine to that brother to treat him. Oh, I really thank you on his behalf. I'll take you to find him. Lu Qi nodded, but when he turned around, he found that the pot they used for cooking was quite unique. So he went forward to check it out curiously and found that it was made by chiseling a groove in the banana tree trunk and then putting a piece of tin foil inside. Later, under the guidance of Hui Shuqi, he came to one of the slightly more spacious huts. The injured brother was lying on the grass mat on the ground at this time. His back, buttocks, and thighs had varying degrees of burns. After coming to him, in order to make more space and get fresh air, he ordered everyone else to leave the hut. Only Hui Shuqi insisted on staying to help Lu Qi. Lu Qi was worried that she would feel uncomfortable seeing the man's wound, so he didn't want her to stay. But how could Hui Shuqi be sent away with just a few words? She took out her mobile phone and turned on the flashlight function on it. The hut suddenly became bright. At least the light from a mobile phone was enough to illuminate the entire hut. And Lu Qi really needed such lighting brightness to apply medicine to the man. Okay, then you can stay, but don't keep staring at me. I'm afraid you'll feel uncomfortable. Seeing that Lu Qi agreed to her request, Hui Shuqi smiled shyly, then came to Lu Qi's side and acted as a little assistant. But the others who saw Hui Shuqi working as Lu Qi's assistant through the crack in the door all widened their eyes as if they were eating melons. The queen was actually helping Lu Qi. When Lu Qi handed the can of badger oil to Hui Shuqi, he saw that Hui Shuqi was still wearing the pair of thin white gloves, and he couldn't help asking, Miss Hui, Why do I always see you wearing a pair of gloves? Hearing this, Huishuchi smiled and did not directly explain why she wore gloves. Instead, she changed the subject and said, "Does this badger oil really work?" "What I need to do, Luchi. Just tell me hold the light. You don't need to do anything else." "Oh, that's good." So Luchi said no more, and with the help of Huishuchi, he opened the ceramic lid of a jar. Suddenly, the hut was filled with the aroma of oil. As Luchi continued to take out badger oil from it, the aroma became stronger and stronger. The burned man had been suffering in agony, enduring the constant pain from the wounds on his body. But now as the badger oil slowly spread over the burned area, he began to calm down and felt a sense of coolness and comfort. Chapter 110, Romance Under the Moonlight. Luchi carefully controlled the strength of his hands and applied badger oil evenly and thinly on the man's burns until all the wounds were covered with badger oil. He then stood up and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Seeing the beads of sweat on Luchi's forehead, Huishuchi first told the injured man to rest well, and then said to Luchi with an apologetic look, "Thank you for your hard work, Luchi. If it weren't for you, my friend would have to endure this pain for a long time." Hearing Huishuchi's words of gratitude, Luchi just smiled and said, "It's okay. Doctors are kind-hearted. This is a piece of cake for me. Oh, by the way, leave the badger oil here for now. I'll come over to change the dressing for him tomorrow morning." As long as he applies the medicine repeatedly for a few days, his burns should heal quickly. Yeah, Rishuki nodded slightly. At this time, the injured man turned his head and thanked Luchi very seriously. "Dr. Lu, thank you. Your medicine is very effective. My pain has been relieved a lot, and now my body feels cool and comfortable." "Haha, that's good. Take good care of your injuries. I'll come back tomorrow." After that, Luchi and Huishuchi walked out of the thatched cottage. At this time, only Wang Cheng was waiting for Luchi outside the house. Seeing that it was getting late, Luchi said goodbye to Huishuchi. "Miss Wei, it's getting late. You should get some rest early. Wang Cheng and I are going back soon." However, when Huishuchi heard this, a look of loss flashed across her face, but she concealed her expression very well and no one noticed. "Okay, I know you are very tired today, and you have suffered so many injuries. Then go back and rest early. If you are free another day, I will talk to you again." "Okay, then we'll go back first." After that, Luchi and Wang Cheng returned to the cave. Looking at Luchi's departing back, Huishuchi was thoughtful. Although she clearly showed a sense of loss on her face, after a few breaths, she smiled sweetly again. Even Ali and Mu Qing, who came up behind her, didn't notice. "Sister Shuchi," Ali called out softly, but received no response from Huishuchi. Seeing this, Mu Qing raised his voice and called out again, "Sister Shuchi." Huishuchi was startled and turned around quickly. After seeing the two women on her left and right, her expression changed and she scolded angrily. "Would you two please not appear behind me like this quietly in the future? You scared me to death." "Sister Shuchi, we called you twice." "Umph, I didn't hear you." In order to hide her embarrassment, Huishuchi said, "I didn't hear it," and hurriedly walked towards her hut without looking back. The two women were left standing there in a daze, staring at each other with wide eyes. Just that one look contained too much gossip. This was also the reason why Huishuchi hurried away. She didn't want to be pestered by these two people and ask questions. The two girls turned around and looked in the direction Luchi left, then smiled tacitly with their hands covering their mouths, and walked towards the thatched cottage where Huishuchi was. In the camp, the aroma of badger oil filled the air. 10 people in 4 huts were talking and laughing, celebrating today's success. A dozen meters outside the huts, 2 people were quietly watching the movements around them. They were the people that Huishuchi had arranged to be on duty, Lu Dazhuang, and another dancing partner. Their mission was to ensure that no one would come to attack again in the first half of the night. However, in the forest a few hundred meters behind the two, a huge black shadow was steadily approaching. Luchi, who had just returned to the stone cave, was not sleepy at all. The others were chatting. Luchi felt Lee Fay's pulse again, and after confirming that his health had improved a lot, he got up and sat on the stone bed. Seeing Jin Kai's and Wang Cheng fall asleep due to exhaustion from helping Huishuchi and the others for a whole day, he just lay down, but the burning pain all over his body made him sit up again. After sighing softly, he walked out of the stone cave, thinking of going outside to get some fresh air. There was a slight breeze in the island forest at night. Luchi sat on a big rock in the forest not far from the cave entrance, feeling the tranquility of the moment. Looking at the silent night and the stars in the sky made him feel much better. I recalled the many scenes from the time I left the village to the present, and they flashed through my mind like a movie. Suddenly, Luchi, who was immersed in his memories, suddenly felt a warm hand patting his leg gently. He turned around and found that it was Nie Xiaorong who was staring at him infatuatedly. "What's wrong? Why are you lying here in a daze?" Nie Xiaorong gently held Luchi's hand and looked at him with heartache. "Nothing. Just came out for some fresh air. Why aren't you going to bed yet? Is it worth it for you to think about others so wholeheartedly?" Feeling the warmth from Nie Xiaorong's palm, Luchi looked at Nie Xiaorong seriously and said, "I don't know if it's worth it, but at least doing these things makes me feel like I'm still alive. And as long as I'm alive, there's still hope for everything. Although I don't know when we can escape from here, as long as I'm alive, I will do things that I think are worth it. You are too kind-hearted. Before coming to this island, all of them were richer and more powerful than you. But now, many of us are following you." Nie Xiaorong's words were very straightforward, and her tone also contained a hint of blame for Luchi being too kind. But Luchi did not refute anything because he understood that Nie Xiaorong was doing this for his own good. "Hey, you, Brother Jean is also going out hunting tomorrow. He's going out with Wang Chung." "Oh, is his leg injury healed?" Yes. Brother Jean has proved with his actions that his injuries have recovered well." Nie Xiaorong glanced in the direction of Hui Shuqi and the others' camp, and Luchi instantly understood that what Nie Xiaorong was referring to was Jean Ki's helping others for a day for free. Then I heard Nie Xiaorong say, "Our numbers have increased exponentially these days, and there is very little meat left from our previous storage, including the wolverine you just hunted. We only had one meal to eat it all. Tomorrow I plan to take a few sisters out to look for some wild vegetables and fruits to eat." Although Luchi heard Nie Xiaorong mention the food shortage problem they were currently facing, he still half-jokingly replied, don't ever bring that kind of mushroom back again. Oh, you are so bad. It's so embarrassing." Luchi's words seemed to instantly bring back the beautiful memories that Nie Xiaorong had kept in her heart. She patted Luchi shyly, then gently leaned into his arms. She tilted her head back and moved her warm red lips closer to Nie Xiaorong. How could Luchi bear it when faced with such initiative from Nie Xiaorong? Under the moonlight, the two embraced and kissed each other passionately. They were so intoxicated. Chapter 111, Big Black Shadow. Outside Hui Shuqi's camp, Lu Dazhuang and a man were leaning against a big tree, half closed their eyes. They were wearing hats made of a lot of weeds and branches, which almost covered their entire bodies. If you don't look carefully, you would really think there are two shrubs under the tree. Because their hut was burned down by someone's deliberate arson, the two of them were particularly careful about the surrounding movements when they were on duty tonight. If there was any slight noise, they would detect it in time and eliminate the danger. Dezhuang, why does Shu Qi always wear a pair of gloves? I remember she wore such gloves when she first debuted. The two bored people chatted from time to time. The man's question seemed to touch upon Lu Dezhuang's professional field. Lu Dezhuang's eyes lit up, and he glanced at the man next to him and said, "You don't know this, do you? As far as I know, Shu Qi is a very proud diva. I heard that her gloves not only represent her status as a diva, but also a symbol of resistance to capital and a display of her strength. All the agencies that have signed her know that she is a cash cow and a trump card, but she is not a pawn, not an artist who could be exploited and bullied at will. Do you understand?" "Oh, I see. Those gloves are also a symbol of Shu Qi's purity and holiness." "Yes, you can understand it this way. Now you know why Shu Qi has so many fans. Not only because she sings well, but also because she has a spirit that many female artists don't have." As the two were talking, suddenly a rough groan came from behind them. Before they could react, they saw a huge black shadow coming out from the left side of the tree behind them. Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall giant passed by them. Although the shadow was a mass, they still recognized it. At this moment, the man inadvertently held Lu Dazhuang's hand tightly, not even daring to breathe. Only after watching the black shadow completely pass by the two of them did the man stammer and whisper to Lu Dazhuang, Is it a black bear?" "Yes." Lu Dazhuang also responded tremblingly. "How come this thing is so big? What should we do?" I don't know either. If we make this guy angry, he will tear our hands apart. Lu Dazhuang tried to calm himself down. The two were at a loss for a moment, and dared not move or shout. In just a few breaths, the big black bear had already stepped into the camp. It walked and sniffed the smell, and quickly locked the target among the four huts. When it was about to pass by, Lu Dazhuang could no longer hold back. If he did not warn, the people in the hut would definitely suffer ruthless harm. No, I have to remind them. You can just act according to circumstances later. Dazhuang you. Before he could finish his words, Lu Dazhuang picked up the spear on the ground, bravely rushed to the open space in the forest, and shouted, "Big Black Bear, come here quickly." As he said that, he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the big black bear. Then he waved the spear in his hand desperately, hitting the big tree beside him, making a bang 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 sound. It was the sound made by Lu Dazhuang that instantly disrupted Big Black Bear's plan and woke up the others who were sleeping. Seeing Lu Dazhuang desperately trying to save others alone, the other man was also encouraged. After getting up, he also imitated Lu Dazhuang's actions, sounding a warning and making a noise. The two of them rushed out from the left and right, making a loud noise that woke up everyone in the hut. The first to rush out were Ollie and Muqing. As soon as they came out, the big black bear immediately became alert and stood up straight. Oh my God, how can there be such a big black bear? While the two women were in a daze, 9 more people came out of the 4 thatched houses, and each of them held a spear in his hand. This movement quickly aroused the great black bear's high alert. Its movements were much more agile than before. It roared angrily, then stomped its front paws on the ground, scaring the men who had just run out of the hut in front of it into panic, and they all ran back. Finally, they all gathered around Huishuchi and the others. "Don't panic, everyone. We have more people, so raise your spears to defend yourself." Muqing gave an order and quickly organized the panicked crowd. Lu Dazhuang and the other man also rushed over and gathered with the crowd. Everyone held a spear in their hands and pointed it at the big black bear. The black bear was also shocked by this group of 2-legged beasts. It had never seen such a scene before, but it just roared at the crowd again. Just when everyone was ready to defend themselves and thought it was going to attack, the big black bear turned around and continued to walk toward the house. Oh no, there are brothers who are burned in that hut. Seeing this, Muqing blurted out words that instantly woke everyone up. What should I do? While he was hesitating, the big black bear had already arrived in front of the hut and rammed its head against the door, twisting its body constantly. The man inside woke up at this time, and he only felt a big tongue licking him on his back, and every lick would bring him some pain. However, when he turned around, he could see clearly what was behind him. In an instant, a terrified cry came from the hut. Then, in the horrified gaze of everyone, a man wearing only shorts and with his upper body naked rushed out from the side of the hut. "Help! Help! A bear! A huge bear!" Everyone watched the big black bear twisting its exposed big fat buttocks, and no one dared to say a word. At this time, Lu Dazhuang raised the spear in his hand, stood up, aimed at the black bear's buttocks, and threw the spear with all his strength. Poof! The spear instantly pierced into the big black bear's buttocks. Ah! With a series of terrifying bear roars, it quickly pulled its head out of the hut, then turned its head and pulled out the spear from its hip. He turned around and roared at everyone again. But it seemed that after seeing the indestructible spear defense formation of the crowd, it became frightened and turned around and ran away into the depths of the forest. Seeing the big black bear run away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Huishuchi turned her head to look at the injured man who ran out, and saw the licking marks on his back and a can of badger oil scattered beside the hut. Only then did she realize that it was the smell of the oil that attracted the big black bear. After the big black bear's commotion, everyone lost all desire to sleep and could only light the bonfire again and sit around it together. At this time, several people could no longer bear the high pressure of the past few days and began to complain. Chapter 112, still want to be a light bulb. No, I want to leave here. It's too dangerous. Someone set a fire yesterday, and today a black bear is targeting me. I don't want to become a meal for the black bear. Yes, I want to go too. I want to find a beach and wait for rescue. There are too many ferocious beasts in this inner island. Sister Shuchi, I'm sorry, I have to leave too. I'll leave when the sun rises. Seeing that everyone around her had already developed such fear, Huishuchi realized that it was useless to say more. She looked at everyone and said, "You have been with me for more than a month. During this period, we have helped each other when we encountered difficulties. It has not been easy to get to where we are now. If you think there is still hope following me, then stay. If you think there is no hope, then I will not stop you." After saying that, she looked at Ollie and Muqing. Hui Shuqi didn't particularly care about other people's attitudes, but she had to pay attention to these two personal bodyguards at this moment. Seeing Hui Shuqi looking at them, Ollie and Muqing looked at each other, then said to Hui Shuqi, "We won't leave, Sister Shuqi." After learning the attitudes of the two women, Hui Shuqi felt relieved and was relieved that she was not alone. So she got up and went back to her hut to rest, leaving the others outside to continue the conversation. The next day at dawn, Hui Shuqi got up and walked out of the hut, but there was no one in sight. The camp was deserted. She hurried back to the hut to wake up Ollie and Muqing and told them to get up. After the three of them checked around, they woke up Lu Dazhuang, who was sleeping soundly in another thatched hut. When asked about the whereabouts of the others, Lu Dazhuang hesitated and said, "Last night they discussed leaving here, but I was the only one who disagreed. So they probably set off to the outskirts of the island and went to a beach before dawn this morning. Stupid. I didn't expect they would really leave. It's not like we haven't been to the outer forest before. Where else are there fewer ferocious beasts than here? The key is that the easily accessible food is also pitifully scarce. And there isn't even a fish in the sea. There's also the problem of clean, fresh water. At least we don't have to worry about fresh water here, right? Besides, Luchi has channels for making weapons materials. As long as we get them all, hunting will be a piece of cake for us, right?" Hui Shuqi said with a little disappointment. "Sister Shuqi, you are right. In the past, a lot of our meat was donated by others, and because we had no tools, we could only pick and choose some easily available food to fill our stomachs. But when I saw Luchi and the others hunting wild boars in our camp that night, I already had a plan. One day, I would also use that bow, an arrow, to hunt a wild beast. Since he wants to leave, let him go. Being able to survive here is what we should value most." Muqing stood up and said indignantly. Hearing this, Hui Shuqi looked at Muqing seriously. This girl really resembled herself. When she looked at Ollie, she saw Ollie said directly, "Sister Shuqi, you don't need to look at me. Her words are my words, and you can't go wrong if you follow me." "Haha, you're such a good talker, girl. I like it. And you?" Seeing Hui Shuqi looking at him again, Lu Dazhuang smiled honestly. "I'll go wherever the goddess goes. Besides, Brother Lu is a good guy, responsible and courageous. I also want to learn more about making weapons from him." After listening to Lu Dazhuang's words, the three girls also had a better impression of him. Although Lu Dazhuang was strong and had a big belly, his words always warmed Hui Shuqi's heart. And those who left didn't even say hello, they just left like that. Hui Shuqi didn't say it, but she was actually very disappointed in her heart. There are only 4 of us left now, and there just so happens to be 4 huts here. You can each pick one. Looking at the 3 people, Hui Shuqi pointed to the remaining 4 thatched houses and said with a hint of amusement, "Haha, 1 room per person." Hearing Hui Shuqi's words, the 3 of them suddenly became happy. This was the most generous thing they had heard since they came here. Then I saw the 3 of them happily going to make their choices. At this moment, Luchi's voice came from not far away. "Good morning, Ms. Hui." Hui Shuqi turned around and saw Luchi walking towards her alone. She didn't expect Luchi to be so punctual. He had said he would come this morning, and he actually came. However, he was not aware of the changes here. After a light sigh, Hui Shuqi also took 2 steps forward. "Why are you here so early?" "Huh, I'm here to change the medicine for that brother." "Hey, why are there only 4 of you? Where are the others?" Luchi asked curiously, but saw that Hui Shuqi looked unhappy. It was only after Ollie and Lu Dazhuang stepped forward and explained the whole story that Luchi finally understood the whole story. When Luchi walked to the thatched hut that had been attacked by the black bear, a broken piece of ceramic at the door caught his attention, because that piece of ceramic was the one he used to store badger oil. A small can was eaten by the big bear, and the other can might have been taken away by them. Lu Dazhuang explained, "That's good. With that can of badger oil, his burns should be almost healed." "Yes, Brother Lu. Luckily, I intervened in time and threw a spear at the black bears, which interrupted its feeding and forced it to flee. That's why I was able to save a can of badger oil. Otherwise, there would definitely be no can left." Listening to Lu Dazhuang's words, a bold trapping scenario suddenly flashed through Luchi's mind. The boldness of the imagination gave him goosebumps. But thinking back to the huge monster he had encountered, he shook his head and put this unrealistic idea behind him. Brother Lu, Brother Lu. Luchi came back to his senses after hearing Lu Dazhuang's call. What are you thinking about so intently? Lu Dazhuang asked. No, I didn't think about anything. From now on, there will be only 4 of you here. Anyway, this place is not far from the cave. If you need any help, you can come to me at any time. If I'm not here, you can find Brother Jean. Haha, I knew you were a good person, Brother Lu. You're quick to speak, and I like that. Then let me say thank you first. If there's really something, I won't be polite. As he said that, Lu Dazhuang slapped Lu Chi on the shoulder. Hiss! Lu Chi cried out in pain, and Hui Shuchi hurriedly asked, What's wrong with you? It's okay. I just got a little scratch here before, and it's not fully healed yet. Upon hearing this, Lu Dazhuang quickly apologized. Ouch. Brother Lu, look at me. I'm so rough. I'm so embarrassed. Are you okay? It's okay. It's just a minor scratch. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Hey, Luchi, I'll go see you off. Hui Shuchi looked at him and said, and then she walked out first. When Ollie was about to follow, Mu Qin grabbed her, and after winking, Ollie stopped. Watching Luchi and Hui Shuchi leave, Ollie asked, What's wrong with you? Is there anything going on? Bang! As soon as he said this, Mu Qin tapped him on the forehead with a finger. Are you stupid? Can't you see that Shu Qi wants to walk alone with Luchi? Why are you following her at a distance of more than 100 meters? Are you here to be a light bulb? Oh, what you said makes sense. Hey, turn. Look at Mu Qin, they're going that way. Should we follow them? As Ollie said this, he took another step forward, but was stopped by Mu Qin again. Can you use your brain? I need my space. My personal space. Why are you following me? Do you want to be a light bulb? Oh, okay. I'm just curious. Chapter 113, Sun Chong and his partner observing from the dark. Luchi wanted to go back to the cave, but Hui Shuchi found an excuse and said she had something to tell him. So the two of them deviated from the path back to the cave and walked towards another direction of the forest. Don't call me that anymore. It's too rude. Then I'll call you Little Queen. Luchi had never expected that this was what Hui Shuchi would say to him just after he walked a short distance away. No, I'm not a little diva. That's the title I got when I debuted. But I don't like it. What should I call you? I can't just call you by your name. You're such a big star with so many fans. If I anger an unknown fan and he rushes up and stabs me, I'll be in big trouble. Seeing that Luchi had no star pressure in front of her and spoke so naturally, Hui Shuchi felt very comfortable. Then why not just call you a big star? Even though you don't have a name or surname. At least I respect your identity. You. Hui Shuchi's face turned red with anger when she heard Lu Chi say this again. No, I don't like it either. My name is Hui Shuchi. You can call me these 3 characters or the last 2 characters. Hearing this, Luchi looked at the beautiful woman in front of him carefully, as if he wanted to confirm whether she was really a big star. How could a star not like others to address her respectfully? But the girl in front of him wanted him to call her by her name. This made Luchi doubt himself. Hui Shuchi. Shuchi. Luchi tried softly. Seeing Hui Shuchi looking at him with a happy face and eyes wide open, Luchi hesitated for a moment, and then said, No, I feel this is too awkward. It doesn't seem respectful to you at all. How about this? Luchi suddenly said, and Hui Shuchi's slightly angry expression turned into an expectant look. Waiting for the name, Luchi said, I see that everyone around you, regardless of age, calls you Sister Shuchi. How about I call you that in the future, too? Okay, Sister Shuchi. Hee. Okay then. It's settled. This is the nicest name I've ever heard called Sister Shuchi. No one else's name sounds as good as yours. Hui Shuchi covered her mouth and smiled, and the gloves she was wearing were particularly conspicuous in front of Luchi. Sister Shuchi, I heard from others that you have been wearing this pair of gloves since your debut. Is there something wrong with your hands? I can help you take a look. I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. After hearing what Luchi said, Hui Shuchi did not explain much, but replied directly, No, wearing this thing is just a habit. Then Hui Shuchi turned Luchi around and insisted on checking the wound on Luchi's shoulder. Luchi wanted to stop her, but was stunned by Hui Shuchi's command of sister. Since you call me sister, I'm just going to take a look. I won't eat you. What are you afraid of? As she spoke, she lifted up Luchi's clothes. However, when she saw the bandaged wounds on Luchi's back and waist and the scabs on the unbandaged wounds that had just healed, Huishuchi was shocked. She couldn't believe that this handsome young man had so many wounds on his body. But when she thought about the food Luchi shared with him, she knew why he had so many wounds. For a moment, she felt her heart was tightly gripped. When she lifted Luchi's clothes again, revealing the shoulder that Lu Dazhuang had just patted, tears welled up in her eyes. The abrasion on her shoulder was extremely severe, and blood had seeped out from the bandage, which was particularly eye-catching. "It's okay. They're just minor injuries." As he spoke, Luchi put his clothes down. Seeing that Huishuchi was silent, he took the initiative to say, "Being able to live here and survive is more important than anything else. This injury is nothing." After a pause, he continued, "Just now I saw those people took all their supplies with them when they left. Do you four have any food to eat now? If not, I can ask Xiaorong to share some with you." "Oh, no need. You've already helped us a lot. We'll find a way to get food ourselves." Huishuchi knew that if she asked, Luchi would definitely not refuse. But after seeing the wounds all over his body, she would not ask Luchi again, even if they only had a little food left. If she said it, who knows how many more wounds would appear on his body. As the two were talking and walking, a pair of gloomy eyes were staring at them from behind a bush not far away. Next to him, there was another person looking at Luchi with a gloomy face. This person was Sun Chong. Wow, he's even taken off his clothes? Damn, I want to rush out. Brother Chong, how come this guy has so much luck with women? Everyone around him is a beauty. I didn't know before that this woman is actually a big star. Her name is Hui. What's Hui? Her name is Huishuchi, a superstar singer of diva level. Yeah, right, Brother Chong, you know better. It was her two female bodyguards who hurt us last time. This time, our chance for revenge has finally come. Keep your voice down. Don't let us get discovered. Those two women are very skilled. You won't be able to defeat even one of them in a head-on fight. Hee, don't worry, Brother Chong. If we can't beat them head-on, then we can come from behind. That's more exciting. I guarantee that we could tie up all three women tonight. Have you found all the people? Sun Chong asked the little man seriously. Brother Chong, I've found them all. I've carefully selected them all, and they're trustworthy. Don't worry. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's teach this boy and this woman a big lesson tonight. Okay, Brother Chong. The little bearded man was very excited. He looked at Huishuchi in the distance and licked his tongue with lustful eyes. Let's go. Get out of here first. Luchi and Huishuchi were completely unaware that Sun Chong and the other man were observing them in the dark. Little did they know that danger was still imminent. However, a monkey on the tree witnessed everything that happened below. The two people who were chatting had walked a long way without realizing it. As the conversation deepened, Huishuchi felt that the man in front of her was very different from the people she knew. Others always wanted to fight, occupy, and please. But Luchi was not like that. After being stranded on this deserted island for so long, many people had given up on themselves, but Luchi did not. Many people had no ability to protect themselves and get food, but Luchi not only took good care of himself, but also took care of many people, always giving to others. After knowing this, Huishuchi gave Luchi a lot more points. She even had a thought in her mind that she might be willing to take off her gloves in front of him one day. Chapter 114, Forging Knives. After a long time, Luchi and Huishuchi finished their long talk and went back to their respective camps. As soon as she got back, Huishuchi organized 3 people to go out with her to look for food. She wanted to rely on herself and didn't want to cause trouble for Luchi. When Luchi came back, he found that Jin Kai's and Wang Chung were not in the camp. After asking, he learned that the two had gone out hunting early. Luchi was very relieved that he finally had a helper. As for hunting, they could just try their luck. Anyway, it was not far from the middle of the next month, and he could go fishing again on that day. With the information of the fish caught that day, he could fish all day. As for now, he could do something else. At this moment, he saw a small pile of things in the corner of the cave. They were the metal parts he and Kim Hyunju had retrieved from the burning lifeboat. So he picked out 3 objects, and after some observation and comparison, he already had an idea in his mind. He wanted to forge the metal parts in his hands and make a dagger for each of Nie Xiaorong and the other 2 girls. In this way, they could use them to process food and for self-defense. These 3 metal bars are half a centimeter thick and almost the same length. They are hard enough to be forged into daggers. The only existing tools are a fire axe that can be used to hammer and forge these metal parts. Lee Fay, who had been recuperating from his injuries, saw Luchi taking the parts outside. After a while, he got up and moved around. Leah stayed by his side, taking care of him. After walking out of the cave, he no longer needed Leah's support and began to walk around by himself. It seemed that he had recovered very well. After a few days of rest, his body was much better than before. Not long after, Luchi built a stone fire platform in an open space near the cave and found a hard stone next to it as an operating table for forging the dagger. In order to prevent his fingers from being burned, he split a wooden stick at one end to make a wooden clamp tool. He also dug a pit on the ground on one side and filled it with water. The next step was to make a fire. As soon as Luchi took the lighter that Jin Xianju handed over, he noticed that there was very little liquid butane left in it. He was thinking that after completing the making of these 3 daggers, he would also take some time to transform the pair of glasses picked up from the corpse into a focusing mirror. This way, even if there was no lighter available in the future, he would still have a tool to make fire. As long as it was protected from damage, he would not have to worry about the service life. After the fire was lit, Luchi began to forge his knives. The others came forward to watch how Luchi would make the 3 pieces of metal into knives. As a man, Lee Fay naturally did not want to miss such a good opportunity to learn and perform. He'd been lying in bed for a few days, and today he could finally get up and move around. He was extremely excited about this rare opportunity. He had to compete with the girls for almost all of Luchi's orders, which left Nye Xiaorong, Shun Bing, and Jin Xianju with nothing to do but stand and watch. But they were also happy about it. While watching Luchi's operation, he secretly admired his fiery abdominal muscles. As the forging began, the temperature of the flame continued to rise, so Luchi took off his shirt. He started working shirtless. After the initial several times of calcining and laborious cutting, the originally long piece of metal soon took on the prototype of a dagger, and then it was repeatedly calcined and hammered. Although Luchi's movements were not very skillful at the beginning, he became more and more skilled as time went by. So when he was forging the first dagger, in order to save time, he put the metal pieces of the second and third daggers into the fire one after another. In this way, the 3 daggers were forged alternately. While one was being hammered, the other 2 were heated to red. He did not learn this knowledge on the spot, but when he was a child, he saw Old Man Wong in the blacksmith shop in the village forging iron tools in this way. So he imitated, tried, understood, and summarized it at the same time. But even so, his outstanding hands-on ability won everyone's praise, because they were all urban elites and had never seen such a thing, let alone doing it themselves. Although Lee Fay wanted to give it a try, he only stood next to the fire for about 10 or 20 minutes before he couldn't stand the high temperature and kept backing away. Instead, the 3 women stood by with all their might, adding firewood, pouring water, and helping Luchi wipe his sweat. Lee Fay was envious. This is how a man should be treated. When he turned around, he saw Leah looking at him and laughing foolishly. When he walked forward, Leah said playfully, "If you want to perform well, then take good care of your body first. Luchi, Brother Jean, and the others are very nice people. Let them take you hunting later. That way you will have achievements in this group." Hey. Okay. I will definitely behave well. After a pause, looking at Leah's gentle expression, he continued, "Thank you for taking care of me these days, me." "Me? Hee. What do you mean by I? Get well, then kill a wild boar and come back to thank me." Seeing that he was hesitant and couldn't say a word for a long time, Leah couldn't help laughing. Hearing this, Lee Fay quickly replied, "Okay, no problem." Chapter 115, Shirtless. After a long time, Luchi and Huishuchi finally ended the long conversation and then returned to their respective camps. As soon as she returned to the camp, Huishuchi immediately organized 3 people to go out with her to find food. She wanted to rely on her own strength and did not want to cause any trouble to Luchi. When Luchi returned, he found that Jin Ki's and Wang Chung were not in the camp. After some questioning, he learned that the 2 had gone out hunting together early. Luchi couldn't help but feel relieved. He finally had a capable helper. As for hunting, let them try their luck. Anyway, it wasn't far to the middle of the next month, and on that day, he could go fishing again. Because of the experience of catching fish last time, he could fish all day long. As for the present, he happened to be able to deal with some other matters. At this moment, his eyes fell on a small pile of things in the corner of the cave. They were the metal parts that he and Kim Hyunju had retrieved from the burning lifeboat. So, he carefully selected and found 3 objects. After some observation and comparison, he had an idea in mind. He decided to forge these metal parts and make a dagger for Nye Xiaorong and the other 3 girls. In this way, they could use it to handle food and to protect themselves. The 3 metal strips are half a centimeter thick, almost the same length, and hard enough to be forged into a dagger. Among the existing tools, only a fire axe can be used to forge these metal parts. Lee Fay, who had been recovering from his injuries, saw Luchi walking outside with the parts. Not long after, he also got up and moved around, with Leah always by his side, taking good care of him. After walking out of the cave, he no longer needed Leah's support and began to walk around by himself. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to have recovered quite well. After several days of recuperation, his body was much better than before. Not long after, Luchi built a stone fire platform in an open space near the cave and found a hard stone next to it as an operating table for forging the dagger. In order to prevent his fingers from being burned, he also split one end of a wooden stick and made a wooden clamp tool by himself. He also dug a pit on the ground nearby and filled it with water. The next step was to make a fire. As soon as Luchi took the lighter that Jean Xianju handed over, he keenly noticed that there was very little liquid butane left in it. I couldn't help thinking that after I finished making these 3 daggers, I would have to find some time to transform the glasses I picked up from the corpse into a mirror that could focus light. This way, even if there was no lighter available in the future, I would have a tool to make fire. As long as it was properly protected from damage, there would be no need to worry about its service life. When the fire was lit and burning, Luchi began his knife forging work. Several other people came forward to see how Luchi would forge these 3 pieces of metal into knives. As a man, Lee Fay naturally did not want to miss such a great opportunity to learn and perform. He had been lying in bed for several days, and today he was finally able to get up and move around. This rare opportunity made him extremely excited. Almost every time Luchi gave an order, he would argue with the girls, which made Nye Xiaorong, Shun Bing, and Jean Xianju just watch from the sidelines. But they also enjoyed it. While watching Luchi's operation, I secretly admired his charming abdominal muscles. As the forging began, the temperature of the flame continued to rise, and Luchi simply took off his shirt and started to work bare-chested. After several rounds of calcining and laborious cutting, the originally long metal sheet soon took the shape of a dagger. The next step was repeated calcining and hammering. Although Luchi's movements were not very skillful at the beginning, he became more and more proficient as time went by. So when he was calcining the first dagger, in order to save time, he put the metal pieces of the second and third daggers into the fire one after another. In this way, the calcination of the 3 daggers was carried out alternately, and while one dagger was being hammered, the other 2 were being heated and red hot. The knowledge he gained from forging was not acquired through learning, but accumulated when he was a child in the village, watching Old Man Wong in the blacksmith shop forging ironware. So he was imitating, trying, understanding, and summarizing at the same time. But even so, his excellent hands-on ability still won everyone's praise. After all, they were all elites in the city and had never seen such a scene, let alone operated it themselves. Although Lee Fay was eager to give it a try, he only stood next to the fire for a dozen or 20 minutes before backing away because he could not withstand the high temperature. Instead, the 3 women stood by without any effort, adding firewood, pouring water, and helping Luchi wipe his sweat. Lee Fay was so envious. This is the treatment a man deserves. When he turned around, he saw Leah looking at him and smiling foolishly. When he walked forward, Leah said with a hint of amusement, "If you want to perform well, you should first take good care of your body. Luchi, Brother Jean, and the others are very good people. Let them take you hunting later. That way you will be able to achieve something in this group." Okay. I will definitely perform well." Lee Fay responded quickly. After a pause, looking at Leah's gentle expression, he continued, "Thank you for taking good care of me these days. I? What do you mean by I? Get well, then kill a wild boar and come back to thank me." Leah couldn't help laughing when she saw that he was hesitant and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Hearing this, Lee Fay quickly replied, "Okay, no problem." Ding, ding, ding. Luchi swung the fire axe and hammered the red-hot metal fragments into a rough shape. Every blow was accompanied by sweat and heavy breathing. The forging process was full of twists and turns. The metal fragments were extremely hard, and Luchi's hands were in unbearable pain, and even blisters formed. But he had no intention of retreating, and his eyes were full of determination and persistence. After countless repeated hammering and careful sharpening, the first dagger finally took shape. It was just that its edge was not sharp enough, but Luchi's heart had already ignited a spark of hope. Luchi continued to work hard, the scorching sun hanging high above his head, burning him mercilessly. Sweat continued to drip down his back, but he did not stop working at all. The forging of the second dagger was more difficult. Luchi needed to constantly adjust the angle and strength to ensure that the dagger had a perfect shape and was sharp enough. Sweat flowed down his cheeks, dripped onto the hot metal, and instantly turned into a wisp of misty green smoke. When the last dagger gradually took shape, a relieved smile broke out on Luchi's face. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on him and the three daggers, reflecting his resolute outline. The three women were stunned, as Luchi displayed his masculine beauty to the fullest. With these three daggers, Luchi has an extra strong guarantee for survival on this deserted island, and also has the courage to fight against unknown dangers. Holding the dagger he had just forged in his hand, Luchi found a flat whetstone. He planned to grind the three blades carefully again to ensure that they were sharp enough for use. Chapter 116, full of joy. At this time, Lee Fay hurried forward and asked, "Brother Lu, you want to sharpen the blades of these three knives, right?" "Exactly. The three blades have all been forged and shaped. As long as the blades are finely polished, they can be used." When Lee Fay heard Luchi's words, he smiled and said, "Brother Lu, leave this to me. I promise to complete the task for you. Look, I've been standing there for a long time, and I can't help you. You have just recovered, so don't overwork yourself." Seeing Luchi's refusal, Lee Fay looked anxious. At this time, Leah came forward and said to Luchi, "Luchi, just give the job of sharpening the knife to Lee Fay. Otherwise, he will be bored to death. It just so happens that it's not dark yet, and you can use the extra time to forge something else." After hearing what Leah said, Lee Fay looked at Leah with gratitude. Luchi also felt that he had just mastered the forging skill, so it was a good idea to strike while the iron was hot. So he gave the task of sharpening the knife to Lee Fay, and he went to select the remaining metal again. If he could make another dagger, then in just one day, daggers would be ready. After receiving this task, Lee Fay was so excited that he found a whetstone and just put it in place. Leah brought him water for sharpening the knife. Lee Fay was very happy. At this moment, he also felt the treatment of Luchi, and he felt very satisfied in his heart. This is what a man should do. After a long time, the first knife gradually changed in Lee Fay's hands. His movements were skillful and delicate, and each friction was just right. As time went by, the originally rough edge of the dagger became extremely sharp, and the blade also exuded a cold luster, instantly becoming tall and noble. The other women watched quietly, secretly admiring Lee Fay's craftsmanship. Beads of sweat oozed from Lee Fay's forehead, but his hands were still steady and powerful, as if he was completely immersed in this world of polishing. Luchi was also attracted by their onlookers. As soon as he came up to them, his eyes lit up instantly. "Lee Fay, I didn't expect you to have this skill." Luchi couldn't help but say. Lee Fay raised his head and smiled, without stopping what he was doing. "This is nothing. Compared to you, Brother Lu, I am just doing a small trick. On this deserted island, you need some skills to survive." After Lee Fay's careful polishing, the first dagger seemed to be reborn, shining with an eye-catching light. It was no longer a simple tool, but more like the light of hope for their survival on this deserted island. As the sun sets, the golden afterglow shines on them and on the brand new dagger, reflecting their determined faces and their vision for the future. At this moment, everyone felt that the confusion and fear of survival in their hearts suddenly faded. Being in this group made everyone feel happy and hopeful. "We're back. Ha ha ha." At this moment, a familiar voice was heard from the forest in the distance. Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was Jin K.I.'s and Wang Chung who had gone out hunting and had returned. Seeing that the two of them had not appeared yet, the voice had come back first, and everyone knew that something good was going to happen. Sure enough, the next second, two people carrying bows and arrows appeared in front of everyone when they turned the corner. "Haha, why are you all outside? What are you doing?" When Jean Ki saw everyone gathered in a circle and looking at Luchi and Lee Fay, he didn't know what they were doing, so he asked curiously from a distance. But everyone's attention was not on what he said, but on whether they had caught the prey. It was not until Wang Chung appeared behind Jean Ki's that everyone opened their eyes and looked intently at the white prey carried on Wang Cheng's back. "Oh my God, is that a white wolf?" Leah blurted out first. "Huh, it doesn't look like it. It looks more like a fox." Shinbing gave her answer. However, Kim Hyunju said, "It looks like a rabbit." "Oh my God, how can there be such a big rabbit?" Nie Xiaorong finally confirmed. "Rabbit? How could it be a rabbit?" Before Leah could recover from her shock, she heard Jean Ki's say cheerfully, "We shot a big white rabbit and returned triumphantly. Haha, at least this trip was not in vain. It's really a rabbit." After hearing Jean Ki's words, Leah couldn't help but exclaimed in disbelief. As soon as he came in front of everyone, Kim Ki's took off the bow and arrow on his back. Kim Hyun-ju hurried forward to take it, and then hurried back to the cave to pour water for them. "Hey, Brother Lee Fay is up. Is everything back to normal?" Seeing Lee Fay sitting on a rock, sharpening a dagger in his hand, Jean Ki's eyes lit up. "Hey, it's a dagger. Oh my, this is a good thing. If I had a dagger today, maybe I could get 2 rabbits." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly asked what happened. Jean Ki's immediately started talking, and after a brief explanation, everyone realized that he had shot the rabbit with an arrow, but failed to finish it off in time, allowing it to escape successfully. Facing Jean Ki's surprise, Lee Fay simply responded calmly. After all, he had just returned from hunting and had not had time to catch his breath. Although men are good at saving face, he could not say such things as competing for credit, and he was not qualified to say it. "After all, I haven't even completed the first mission I took on yet." Luchi also walked up and was quite shocked when he saw Wang Chung put the big white rabbit on his back on the ground. "This island is so magical. Not only is the surrounding seawater and weather unique, but all the animals and plants on the island are large. This rabbit is a little too big. Come on, Brother Jean. Take a look at the knife I just sharpened. What do you think of it? This is a good thing. Its skin is big enough for one person to use as a mattress." Lee Fay stood up, holding the first knife he had just sharpened, and handed it to Jean Ki's. Seeing this, Jean Ki's face was full of joy, as if he had obtained a treasure, and he took the knife from Lee Fay seriously. "Brother, this knife was made for the 3 of us by Brother Luchi. If you want one, you have to hunt more, okay? That way, Brother Luchi might give it to you next time." As Kim Hyun-ju spoke, she handed one of the 2 glasses of water in her hand to Kim Ki's and gave the other to Wang Chung, who was standing beside her. "Oh, Brother Lu, is what Xianju said true? Did I really get the reward of this dagger?" Seeing Jean Ki's so excited, Luchi didn't want to dampen his mood for a moment. He turned his head and pointed at the metal object he was forging. "Brother Jean, what Hyunju said is right. The metal fragments we brought back are enough to make a dagger for everyone here. So don't be sad. As long as I have time, I will satisfy everyone to have a knife." "Ha ha ha ha. That's great. Brother Lu, you're really our lucky star. With the knives, our sense of security will be raised several levels when we get out." Having said that, he hurriedly ran towards the fire, looking at the large piece of iron that was burning red inside, his heart filled with joy. Chapter 117, Grabbing Supplies and Women. Just when Luchi's camp was bustling with activity and filled with joy. 100 meters away, at Hui Shuqi's camp, for people were sitting around a bonfire. Lu Dazhuang was holding 2 wooden sticks, each with 2 frogs on it, roasting them over the fire. Mu Qing was also holding 2 wooden sticks, each with 2 frogs on it, roasting them over the fire. Only Ollie was sitting next to Hui Shuqi, and the 2 of them looked at the frogs turning over and over on the fire calmly, as if they were meditating, or as if they were looking at the chickens to satiate their hunger. "Sister Shuqi, listen, it's so lively over there at Lu Chi's place. There's banging and laughing. Did they make some important discovery? It's so infuriating, so noisy." Ollie moved his head that was resting on Hui Shuqi's shoulder and spoke in a contradictory manner. "Huh, are you envious or jealous? How sour are you saying that?" Hui Shuqi couldn't help but chuckle and asked Ollie back. "Humph, when we get a big catch tomorrow, we'll beat the drums and gongs, sing and dance. Oh, and sing a song to liven up the atmosphere. See how they look." As soon as these words were spoken, Hui Shuqi and Mu Qing burst out laughing almost at the same time. Huh, you're too jealous. That's right. They are so lively because there must be something happy going on. You can either go and give your blessings, or just treat it as a little entertainment for us in this quiet night. Why do you have to be jealous? Hui Shuqi and Mu Qing argued, but it seemed that Ollie didn't listen to what they said at all. She pouted and said very unhappily, "Humph, you didn't even invite us to your wedding. It's really infuriating." At this moment, Lu Dazhuang shook his head. A jealous woman. How terrible. Although he spoke quietly, Ollie still heard it. She sat up straight and said to Lu Dazhuang, "Fatty, what did you say? Who's jealous? If you hadn't stopped me today, I would have chased that sea wolf and stabbed it with a spear. Maybe what we're roasting now is big wolf meat instead of little frogs." Lu Dazhuang thought that if he just muttered quietly, nothing would happen. This time, he successfully took on all the jealousy in Ali's heart that had nowhere to vent. "Sister Ali, what I just said was that you look beautiful when you're jealous. You must have heard it wrong." Phew, it would have been fine if Lu Dazhuang hadn't said anything. But this explanation made Mu Qing and Hui Shuqi laugh so hard that they couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter. Ali glared at Lu Dazhuang angrily, and Lu Dazhuang had to scratch his head and stopped arguing with her. "Tomorrow I will go and ask Brother Luchi where he got the materials for his arrow feathers. If we have bows and arrows, we could go hunting large game. Then, Sister Ali, you won't have to be jealous of them. I promise." Lu Dazhuang looked at the still angry Ali, raised his right hand as thick as a city wall, and said honestly, "Umph, that's more like it. Phew." Hearing the conversation between the two, Mu Qing and Hui Shuqi burst into laughter again. "Oh, Sister Shuqi, why are you still making fun of me? No, I have to sneak over to see what they are celebrating for. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight." Hui Shuqi tried her best to control her laughter. "Okay, it's settled. You'll be back soon. Not only will you not be able to sleep, but we won't be able to sleep either. You're really too jealous. Ha ha ha. Ari, if they really have something good, remember to give me some. My dear sister, don't keep it all to yourself. Hey, hey. Humph, I'm not going to pay attention to you guys." Hearing that Hui Shuqi and Mu Qing were making fun of him, Ali simply ignored them and looked at Lu Dazhuang and asked, "Dazhuang, are you almost done? I'm so hungry." "Hee. Sister Ali, you can't eat a cooked frog in a hurry. Just be patient. Just be patient. Are you mad at me?" Seeing Ali's frustrated look, Hui Shuqi and Mu Qing tried their best to suppress their laughter and looked away. Not far from the four-person camp, an old monkey was perched on a big tree, holding an unknown fruit in his hand and eating it leisurely. That night falls. After a delicious meal, people from both camps sat leisurely by the campfire outside the camp and chatted. At the same time, in a forest a few hundred meters away from the two camps, a team of 10 people was quietly groping towards the two camps. The leader was Sun Chong, and the purpose of their trip was to rob. Rob supplies, rob women. As they traveled in the darkness, their only means of illumination were two palm-sized LED lights. Each light could illuminate an effective range of 4 to 5 meters. If the light was weaker, they could still see the ground in front of them from 10 meters away. "Haha, Brother Chong, I did a good job. These brothers are not only smart, but they also brought these two solar-powered lights. I didn't even think they would have these things." Sun Chong and the man with a mustache were walking at the front of the crowd. At this time, the man with a mustache was chatting as they walked. Sun Chong did not appreciate the little man's boasting too much, but said seriously, "We must catch that woman this time. She is a big star. If she hadn't been stranded here, with our identities, we might never have the chance to see her in person in this life. But now we have this opportunity. Not only do we have the opportunity, but we also have the ability to enjoy being served by a big star. Don't let us down. Don't worry, Brother Chong. We have so many people this time, and we are fully prepared. We are not afraid, even if those two female bodyguards are here." The man with the mustache glanced at the 8 people behind him, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. "As long as this operation is successful, you can accept those brothers you've found who want to stay, and don't force those who don't want to stay. Just give them the supplies they need and let them leave." "Brother Chong, I know about this, don't worry. We have enough supplies now, and these brothers will definitely stay." Hearing this, Sun Chong gave him an admiring look. Then he turned his eyes and said fiercely, "After this operation is over, as soon as we return, We will first get rid of those people who can't do the work and are just eating for free. I don't support idle people. As for those women, if they want to stay, they can stay. As for the others, as long as they're useless, just drive them away. Okay, Brother Chong, but our two brothers have not received any medical treatment since they were injured, and their health is getting worse day by day. Xiao, who suddenly thought of the two brothers who were injured because of chasing Luchi. Although he was ruthless and competitive, he was still very loyal to his brothers and always remembered them. Hearing what the bearded man said, Sun Chong's thoughts raced. He clenched his fists viciously. That kid is responsible for this, so we have to let him come forward to solve the problem. Since he knows medical skills, we can't just let it go. Humph. This time I'm gonna make that kid pay for this debt together. Brother Chong, do you have an idea? Xiaohu asked curiously. Although he was more skilled and ruthless than Sun Chong, the only thing he lacked was Sun Chong's strategy. He was a man of courage, but no strategy. Moreover, among the brothers, Sun Chong valued and trusted Xiaohu the most. Moreover, the reason why Xiaohu was able to board the cruise ship was because of Sun Chong's generosity. So after they ended up here, when the two met again, Xiaohu had been following Sun Chong and always followed Sun Chong's lead. Chapter 118, Camp Before the Attack. Seeing that Xiaohu was so curious, Sun Chong pretended to be mysterious, raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Xiaohu, and said, "You'll find out tonight. Let's go. Now we'll ambush wherever we get to and take advantage of the situation." Okay, Brother Chong. After saying this, the bearded man waved his hand towards the people behind him. "Hurry up, follow us. We'll be there soon, everyone. Don't make too much noise." After seeing the people behind him respond in a low voice, the bearded man continued to lead the way. He was so energetic. It seemed that he couldn't wait for tonight's action. At this moment in the two camps, as it was already very late at night, everyone went into the caves and huts one after another to rest. Outside the cave at this time, seeing that everyone had returned to the cave one after another, Nie Xiaorong stayed with Luchi. When the time was right, she forcibly dragged Luchi towards a forest. After walking a dozen meters away, the two of them held hands in the night, and Nie Xiaorong unconsciously leaned into Luchi's arms. "Have you almost forgotten about it recently?" Looking at Luchi, Nie Xiaorong suddenly stopped and asked in a gentle tone, I'm angry." Luchi knew that Nie Xiaorong was the woman who knew him best among these people. The reason why she and he had come this far was entirely because of their mutual trust. Luchi wholeheartedly gave all his food and tools to Nie Xiaorong for safekeeping and responsibility. After feeling the comfort of the leopard skin, he even ignored the eyes of others and insisted on giving the stone bed covered with leopard skin to Nie Xiaorong to sleep on, while he himself slept on Nie Xiaorong's simple wooden bed. After gaining Luchi's trust and entrustment, Nie Xiaorong also tried her best to help Luchi do everything she could. No matter whether Luchi met Jin Xianju or Shun Bing, Nie Xiaorong never did anything irrational or impolite. Maybe it was because she had never formally competed with Luchi for a position. Or maybe when she devoted herself to Luchi, she just wanted to have a companion here, someone to take care of herself. So even though she liked Luchi in her heart, she had never seriously talked to Luchi about the topic of this identity, even though there was another woman beside him now. Humph. Of course I'm angry. Tell me yourself, what have you been busy with recently? How could you care about my feelings? Seeing that Luchi just smiled foolishly and did not answer her question seriously, Nie Xiaorong snorted, pulled her hand back, and defended herself unhappily. Seeing this, Luchi hurriedly grabbed Nie Xiaorong's hand that had just escaped, held it tightly, and then whispered to her, Nie Xiaoma, wasn't I forced to do this? I picked herbs to help Hui Shuqi and the others. Wasn't it because they saved me first? Besides, look at how Brother Jean and the others successfully hunted rabbits today. Isn't it all because of my efforts that I got the rewards now? I also had time to forge 4 daggers today, which is also a great success. Feeling the warmth coming from Luchi's big palm, Nie Xiaorong had a lot of complaints in her heart that were stuck in her throat, but she couldn't say them out. But every time I see you come back with new wounds on your body, my heart feels so sad, as if it were pricked by a needle. As she spoke, Nie Xiaorong's eyes welled up with tears. She looked up at Luchi in the moonlight. She thought of Luchi wiping the tears from her eyes. She thought of Luchi saying that she was stupid and that his injuries were nothing. She also thought of Luchi kissing her. But the next second, she instantly lost weight, and the whole person flew into the air and was held in Luchi's arms like a princess. She grabbed Luchi's arm tightly in fear, and her face turned red all the way to her ears. She could even feel the temperature on her face. Then she shyly buried her head in Luchi's chest, letting him hold her. Luchi looked around, holding Nie Xiaorong's hand tightly with no sign of letting go, and then walked away. At this moment, as a man full of vigor and vitality, he didn't know what words to use to comfort Nie Xiaorong's tears. It was as if he had lost the ability to think. His whole heart had completely fallen for Nie Xiaorong's charming eyes and the gentle tears flashing in them. Nie Xiaorong naturally knew what Luchi wanted to do at this moment, but she did not refuse. Holding the beauty in his arms, Luchi came to a flat grassland, and then he gently put Nie Xiaorong down. Without waiting for Nie Xiaorong to say anything, he lowered his head and kissed her red lips. After a few breaths, woo, big wolf Lu, be gentle. Although Luchi was a little impatient and a little rude, Nie Xiaorong just waved his fists a few times symbolically, and then indulged in Luchi's fierce tenderness. In front of the 4 thatched houses, Mu Qing stood up, looked at Hui Shuqi, and said, "Sister Shuqi, you should also go to bed early. I'm going back to the hut first." Hui Shuqi nodded slightly in response. After watching Mu Qing walk back to the thatched hut, Hui Shu withdrew his gaze and looked in the direction of the stone cave. "Hey, I wonder if he's asleep." Looking at the dying bonfire, the 1.87-meter-tall figure and handsome face, as well as the many scratches on his body that had not yet healed, emerged in her mind. In her heart, those scars seemed as attractive as the man's medals of honor. Hui Shuqi sighed softly and picked up another piece of firewood beside her and threw it in. Just like that, she sat alone in front of the campfire in silence. After Mu Qing confirmed twice that it was safe, she finally fell asleep with peace of mind. After a long time, Hui Shuqi finally stood up and walked towards the hut where she lived. However, at this moment, behind several big trees near their camp, Sun Chong and his group had been lurking here quietly, taking advantage of the darkness and bushes. It had been half an hour. "Brother Chong, look, this woman finally got up and prepared to rest. Ha! This big star has made me wait so hard." After seeing Hui Shuqi get up and twist her slender waist to enter the thatched hut, the bearded man gently patted Sun Chong, who was half lying beside him and was about to fall asleep. Hearing this, Sun Chong hurriedly stood up and looked towards Hui Shuqi's camp. As expected, he saw Hui Shuqi, who had just entered the thatched hut. At this time, there was no one outside the camp, only a bonfire that was about to go out. "Great! The action can begin soon." Sun Chong's words instantly raised the spirits of the others. Among the group they had brought, a man named Yang Shua suddenly said, "Brother Chong, what should we do with that fat guy? We can't take him away too, right?" However, when Xiaohu heard this, he saw Sun Chong close his eyes lightly and take a breath. So he hurriedly said to Yang Shua's man, "Why do you ask such an unprofessional question? I can seem to hear the dead pigs snoring from such a distance. Besides, he is so fat. What's the point of catching him? Besides eating a lot, what else can you expect him to do?" Hearing this, Sun Chong gave the man with small an appreciative look, while the man with Yang Shua was still wondering in his mind whether to care about the fat man or not. At this time, he heard Sun Chong starting to make arrangements. When he heard Sun Chong pointing at him and asking him to go to Lu Dazhuang's thatched cottage alone, his brows instantly twisted into a shape of a chan. Chapter 119, Stealing a Woman. I thought I heard it wrong. It would be a bit difficult for him to face the fat man alone. The usually decisive man suddenly became hesitant and asked hesitantly, "Brother Chong, what should we do with that fat guy?" Hearing this, the bearded man quickly added, "Why are you so long-winded today? You can do whatever you want with that fat guy. Watch him, knock him out, or even kill him. As long as it doesn't affect our capture of the 3 women, it's fine. Do you understand?" Oh, yes, I understand, brother who. Sun Chong looked at the bearded man worriedly, only to see him smiling and saying, "Brother Chong, it's okay. This guy didn't sleep well last night, so he's a little off today, but for him, it's no problem to fight the fat guy head on." Hearing what Xiaohu said to him, he also vowed, "Don't worry, Brother Chong, it will not affect the action plan later." Hearing this, Sun Chong finally felt relieved. After a while, when no other noise came from the hut, the little Hu man could no longer wait. "Brother Chong, it's almost time. We still have to hurry back. Besides, there's so many of us. The 8 of us can handle the 2 bodyguards. You can take care of the big star, and Yang Shua can take care of the fat guy. Let's make this quick and decisive." Hearing what Xiaohu said, Sun Chong hesitated for a moment, but after a little consideration, his eyes changed, and he made up his mind and said, "Okay, quick battle and quick decision." After tying up the 2 female bodyguards, remember to pack up their supplies and take them away. "Okay, Brother Chong, just wait and see. But can you handle that big star by yourself?" The man with small beard patted his chest and assured, then asked Sun Chong suspiciously, "Hey, you kid, she has thin arms and legs. Is there anything I can do?" After Sun Chong finished speaking, he looked at Yang Shual on the side with concern and reminded him, "It's best not to fight that fat guy head on. If he wakes up, just knock him out with a stick." "Okay, Brother Chong." Then, led by Sun Chong, the 9 people quietly walked towards 4 different thatched houses, almost without making any noise. At this moment, the 3 women and Lu Dazhuang have already laid down to rest. The 4 of them each have a thatched hut. Although Ali and Mu Qing are Hui Shuqi's bodyguards, the 3 of them are more like sisters now. And since Hui Shuqi met Luchi, she has been hoping to have more private space. After Sun Chong and others walked out of the bushes, they saw that each of them was holding a short wooden stick in their hands. The 4 of them went towards Ali's thatched hut. The little Human led 3 people towards Mu Qing's thatched hut, and Sun Chong walked calmly towards Hui Shuqi's thatched hut with a happy look on his face. The last one was Yang Shua, who was seen tiptoeing towards Lu Dazhuang's thatched hut with a wooden stick in his hand. Arriving in front of Hui Shuqi's thatched hut, Sun Chong turned his head left and right, and after seeing that the other people were all ready, he waved his hand, and then the people in front of the 4 thatched huts walked inside. Among the 4 thatched houses, Mu Qing had the fastest reaction. When she opened her eyes, she saw a figure rushing towards her. Before she knew it, she shouted loudly, "Who is it?" Then she saw her thighs retract, and with a clang, the black shadow flew backwards. However, at this time, the second figure grabbed her right foot and pulled it hard. Mu Qing, who was about to stand up, instantly lost her balance. Then, 2 other figures came forward and held her arms tightly. "Ari! Wu!" In desperation, she shouted again, but as soon as she called out Ali's name, the bearded man stuffed a piece of cloth that had been prepared long ago into her mouth. As soon as the cloth entered his mouth, Mu Qing felt his body churning, and he couldn't stop retching. Mu Qing stared at the black shadow in front of her with cold eyes. She was already cursing in her heart and swore to make this guy pay tenfold for the humiliation she was suffering. In another hut, the 4 men came to Ari and were about to attack her when she suddenly woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she was so frightened that she backed away. If they had more strength, they could have rushed out of the hut. But the next second, Ari heard Mu Qing's voice. Just as she was trying to calm herself down, the 4 black shadows rushed towards her. Although Ali, who had not yet stood up, used all his strength to resist, it was still useless. The 4 people performed their respective duties. 2 of them stretched his legs, and 2 of them grabbed his hands. Before Ali could even shout, a piece of cloth was stuffed into his mouth. The taste in his mouth made him feel sick, and he lost the strength to fight. He kept retching. After tying them up, the 2 bearers and 2 others packed up their supplies and walked out of the hut. Mu Qing was tied up and stood outside. When she saw Ali was also carried out, she was so angry that she jumped to her feet. After the 8 people gathered, Xiaohu looked towards the thatched cottage where Hui Shuqi was. He didn't understand why Sun Chong hadn't come out yet. Could it be that the guy couldn't wait to do it? No way. In fact, after Sun Chong entered the hut, he went straight to Hui Shuqi. He did not take any action, but calmly bent down and sniffed the body of Hui Shuqi, who had just fallen asleep. Things that I normally wouldn't even dare to think about. I am now doing them. It would be difficult to get an autograph from such a famous star, let alone meet her in person. But now he was right next to her, and she was sleeping peacefully. Sun Chong stuck his head out, stretched out his nose, and took a long breath of air from Hui Shuqi's body. His face was full of obscenity and enjoyment, which made the evil fire in his body run wild. But Mu Qing's sudden shout made Hui Shuqi wake up instantly. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she was shocked. Then she screamed and backed away. As soon as she opened her eyes, a dark shadow was lying on top of her, and her fear reached its peak in an instant. Ali and Mu Qing, the 2 girls who were tied up tightly outside, were extremely anxious after hearing Hui Shuqi's screams, but they could do nothing. But Hui Shuqi's voice had just sounded, but it suddenly stopped after a muffled groan was heard. After a few breaths, the 8 people saw Sun Chong carrying Huishuchi on his shoulders and walking out of the thatched hut. His face was livid, probably because he was angry because his hobby was interrupted. Seeing that Sun Chong was so decisive and less gentle than himself, Xiaohu felt more respect for Sun Chong. Although Huishuchi was already unconscious, fortunately, she had not taken off any of her clothes and was still intact. Mu Qing and Ollie breathed a sigh of relief. Then they calmed down and analyzed how they could escape the current predicament. After Sun Chong came out, Yang Shuo was the only one left in the last thatch hut. Sun Chong asked someone to turn on a flashlight. Although the light was not very strong, at least the entire camp could be seen. Sun Chong hurriedly asked Xiaohu to go to the thatched hut to see what was going on. The little man walked forward worriedly, and when he reached the hut, he heard a snoring sound. So he called Yang Shuo's name softly a few times, but as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yang Shuo walking out of the hut. "What's going on?" Xiaohu asked hurriedly. When Yang Shuo came out, he saw the 2 women who had been tied up and the woman carried by Sun Chong, and asked in surprise, "Is it done? What do you think? What's wrong with you? Have you figured it out yet?" Xiaohu was full of anger and asked impatiently. Hearing this, Yang Shuo waved his hands hastily, asking Xiaohu to calm down and explain. That fat guy was sleeping the whole time, and his snoring never stopped. Damn it, I didn't have the nerve to hit him. I've never hit anyone like this before. So that's it. After listening to Yang Shuo's explanation and hearing the snoring coming from the hut, the little man felt relieved. After saying "fatty," he gathered everyone and quickly left the camp. Ollie and Mu Qing were each carried by 2 men, while Sun Chong carried Huishuchi alone. Before leaving, when Ollie and Mu Qing were carried passing by Lu Dazhuang's thatched cottage, they both struggled and shouted desperately. But he didn't make any sound, and was carried away from the camp quickly with only some groans. And Lu Dazhuang's snoring didn't stop. Chapter 120, Pursuit. A few hundred meters away, Luchi had just gotten up from Yeshiarong, and the 2 of them, who had put on their clothes, were still snuggling together, reluctant to leave each other. Yeshiarong's face flushed, and she looked at Luchi shyly. "Are you tired?" "Not tired. Not tired at all." As he spoke, Luchi kissed Yeshiarong again. Yeshiarong blocked his mouth with her delicate hand. Are you trying to eat too much at once? You were so strong just now like a bull. Can't you be a little gentler?" Looking at Yeshiarong's shy expression, Luchi still did his own thing, forcibly took away Yeshiarong's hand that was blocking her and kissed her. However, at this moment, the cry of the old monkey suddenly came from the big tree next to them. Ugh, ugh, because it had seen the lights in the distance suddenly light up from the tree. Old monkey? How did it appear here? This guy is always elusive. Hearing the old monkey's cry from the tree, Luchi said something disapproving and didn't want to pay attention to it anymore, because it always appeared inadvertently. Once it left, it would be several days. Only 3 or 4 times did we return to the cave to drink a few sips of clean water before leaving again. However, the old monkey's roar not only did not stop, but became louder and louder. In an instant, the sweetness between the 2 was completely broken and they lost their mood. "Luchi, that's not right." The old monkey showed up at this time and kept barking, so there must be something wrong. "Didn't I hear you say before that something always happens when the old monkey shows up?" After being reminded by Xiaorong, Luchi instantly woke up and hurriedly stood up. At this time, the anxious old monkey had already jumped to the ground. "Ouch! Ouch!" he shouted and danced. Luchi's heart paused, and he felt that something bad must have happened. "You old monkey, what's going on? Is there something wrong with the cave?" The first thing Luchi thought of was the safety of the cave. He kept guessing in his mind, could it be that some wild beast was attacking? While he was thinking, he saw the old monkey jump to the top of the tree again and guide Luchi forward. "Hurry up, let's go back." Seeing the old monkey behaving so abnormally, Xiaorong hurriedly followed Luchi and ran towards the cave. However, when they ran back to the cave, the people in the cave were now standing outside the cave entrance. When they saw Luchi appear, Shunbing and Jin Xianju hurried forward. "Luchi, look." Shunbing spread her hands and handed a piece of paper to Luchi. Luchi took it and saw a line of words written on it. "Luchi, if you want the big star to be safe, bring your herbs tomorrow and come to the place where we met last time to help my brother heal his body. If you don't obey, Then wait until my brother and I have enough fun with those three women, and then throw her out here to fend for herself." After reading the note in his hand, Luchi was furious and asked hurriedly, "When did it happen?" "Just now. A few minutes ago, the note was thrown into the cave along with a stone. When we chased it out, there was no trace of anyone." "Has anyone been here again?" Luchi suppressed his anger. It had only been a few days since the last fire, and he was still worried about the camp being exposed. Now something like this happened again. At this moment, a trace of viciousness flashed through his mind. If Sun Chong was not eliminated, I'm afraid that the next person to be targeted would be his people. So, under the gazes of everyone, Luchi went into the cave, took out his bow and arrow and dagger, and chased after the old monkey. "Luchi, Luchi, wait for us." Seeing Luchi chasing after her, Nie Xiaorong stamped her feet anxiously. When she and the others had their weapons ready, Luchi had already disappeared. However, she still ignored the advice and followed the old monkey's cry. Shen Bing and Jin Xianju followed closely behind. "Oh, these guys are really impatient. The cave cannot be left unattended. Lee Fay, Leah, Wang Chung, you must guard this place well." "I'm going to." After giving instructions, Jin Kai's also rushed out with his bow and arrow. Watching several people rushing into the night one after another, Lee Fay was very anxious. He didn't want to stay, but Leah held his hand and said gently, "If you leave, will you let me, a woman, stay here? If those people play a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, not only will I be captured, but all the food and tools in this cave will be taken away. Is this what you want to see? Each of us has our own role to play. It is not necessary to rush out to make the best contribution. Staying here is just as important. Do you understand?" Leah knew that Lee Fay was a man who cared a lot about his reputation, so she did not mention that Lee Fay had just recovered from his illness. Instead, she analyzed the reason for him to stay here. Although it did not completely convince Lee Fay, it also let him know that she cared about him. Lee Fay held Leah's hand tightly, sighed, turned back to the cave, took out a spear, came to a stone in front of the cave, and sat down. Wang Chung also tactfully chose a place to stand guard for the safety of the cave. Seeing this, Leah walked silently to Lee Fay's side. "Don't worry, Luchi is the most experienced person I have ever met here. He will definitely bring Hui Shuqi and her companions back safely. Besides, there are also Brother Jean, Sister Shun Bing, and the others. You are also aware of their current archery skills. With their help, we will definitely bring them back." After listening to Leah's words, Lee Fay's anxiety and worry gradually calmed down. Sun Chong and his brothers are all ruthless villains. I'm afraid that Brother Lu will suffer. Luchi, who was the first to chase out, checked one by one when passing by Hui Shuqi's camp. All three huts were empty, until the last one entered. The sound of Lu Dazhuang's deep sleep still did not stop. Luchi stepped forward and kicked him rudely, which woke him up. "Dazhuang, Hui Shuqi, and Ali Muqing have all been captured by Sun Chong and his men. Why are you still sleeping here?" "What?" Lu Dazhuang opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Luchi threw the note in his hand directly to him and walked out of the hut. Lu Dazhuang took the note and hurriedly followed out. At this time, Luchi was listening to the old monkey's cry. As soon as the voice came, Luchi ran out, and Lu Dazhuang hurried to catch up. Although he was fat, his running speed was not slow at all. The two had just left when Nie Xiaorong, Shun Bing, and Jin Xianju also passed by here, and Jin Kai's followed closely behind the three women. In the forest, only a sparse moonlight was shining. At this time, Sun Chong and his men were walking happily towards their base with the three women. During this time, several people kept telling all kinds of dirty jokes and commenting on the three women. They didn't care about being sanctioned and punished by the law. Sun Chong carried Hui Shuqi and walked at the front of the team. When he was tired, he asked Xiao who to carry her. Hui Shuqi was still unconscious, and even Xiao, who was worried, and checked her breathing twice. He was relieved after confirming that she was fine, but she also had a new understanding of how ruthless Sun Chong was. If he was so cruel to a woman, wouldn't he be even more cruel to a man? Ari and Mu Qing were carried by the 8 people behind them in pairs. Ugh, ugh. Suddenly, above the heads of the group, the old monkey's cry suddenly sounded, scaring everyone to stop. Although they could hear the old monkey's cry before, it was not so clear and loud. But now, the thunderous roar above their heads made everyone nervous. "This monkey is really annoying. Xiao Hu, Do you see where it is? Sun Chong carried Hui Shuchi and looked up at the woods above his head. No, Brother Chong. This voice sounds really fucking creepy right now. Ouch. Ouch. Crash. At this time, the old monkey howled and rushed to the tree in front of the group, stopping everyone. Chapter 1, 21 Rescue, Hui Shuchi. There was no sign of the monkey, and everyone felt a little strange. Sun Chong immediately instructed the man holding the lighting fixture to walk in front, and the other man holding the lighting tool to follow behind, to illuminate the way forward as much as possible. Let's go. Don't be scared by the monkey's cries. Let's have some fun with the brothers when we get back to the camp. Sun Chong looked at everyone, turned his head, and encouraged everyone not to be afraid and to keep moving forward. However, just as he finished speaking and the man holding the flashlight was about to start, a black ball fell from the sky. With a loud bang, it hit the man in front of him. He was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly, almost stepping on Sun Chong behind him. At the same time, a figure flashed in front of the crowd and hid behind a big tree. Sun Chong handed Hui Shuchi on his shoulder to Xiao Hunan, who walked forward angrily, picked up the black ball thrown from the tree, and said, "Look at what this is. What's so scary about it? It's just a rotten fruit." Yes, Brother Chong. It's just that the stinky monkey threw it too accurately, and it was too sudden just now, so I was scared. At this moment, Sun Chong threw away the fruit in his hand. Although he had a bad feeling in his heart, he still tried to stay calm and shouted to everyone, "Keep going. Don't waste any more time." "Okay, Brother Chong." Everyone answered in unison and then continued to move forward. "Call out." At this moment, in the darkness ahead of them, a sharp arrow broke through the air. The arrow was like the god of death in the air, ruthlessly shooting at the person in the front. The next second, my legs! A scream suddenly rang out. Sun Chong, who was behind the man, hurriedly took several steps back, his eyes full of fear. He couldn't believe what he saw just now. The arrow pierced the thigh of the man in front of him directly, and blood flowed out instantly. The flashlight in his hand dropped to the ground due to the intense pain and panic, just illuminating the blood on the ground. The scene happened so suddenly and fast that even Sun Chong was frightened. Hearing the man's painful roar, the people behind him suddenly became confused and panicked. After seeing this, Sun Chong immediately calmed down and thought about how to deal with it. At this moment, he thought about it over and over again and always believed that someone wanted to take advantage of the situation, so they ambushed here and shot an arrow from behind. They never expected Luchi to appear here and come here specifically to chase them. Brother in front, isn't it a bit too much to hurt someone without even saying hello? We're just passing by here. If you have any requests, just let us know. As long as we have something to offer, we can discuss it," Sun Chong said loudly, looking at the dark forest ahead. Hearing this, Luchi in the distance was delighted. It seemed that Sun Chong had not recognized him yet. After a little thought, he cleared his throat and said, "Leave all the women behind, and I will let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." All women. When Sun Chong heard these words coming from the darkness ahead, his eyes immediately changed, filled with ferocity. Just when he was about to shout back again, the bearded man's eyes lit up. He waved his hands hurriedly, then put down Hui Shuchi, who was carrying him. The moment he put Hui Shuchi down, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she glanced around with half-closed eyes in the night. After putting Hui Shuchi down, he came to Sun Chong, pointed at the man lying in front of him, and said, "Brother Chong, I know who is in front." Upon hearing this, Sun Chong immediately looked at Xiao Hu. "Do you know this person?" He thought Xiao Hu had a friendship with the person in front, so he asked hurriedly. But the next thing he heard was, "Brother Chong, not only do I know him, you know him too. He is Luchi." "What did you say? How could it be him? This is impossible. First of all, he doesn't know the route we took, and secondly, he can't catch up with us in the dark, and the voice just now didn't sound like him. Do you have any evidence to prove that the person in front is Luchi?" Seeing that his chance to show off had come again, Xiao Hu said excitedly, "Brother Chong, look at that arrow. Doesn't it look familiar?" Sun Chong hurriedly looked at the arrow in the injured man's leg. Sure enough, when he saw the arrow clearly, he was extremely satisfied with Xiao Hu's performance. He immediately smiled and said to Xiao Hu, "Not bad. You are calm and meticulous in the face of danger. You are capable of taking on this important task. When you return, pick a woman to play with first." "Haha, Brother Chong, following you gives me vegetables, meat, and women. It's worth it." At this time, Sun Chong had already determined that the person in front was Luchi, but he still did not say it directly. Instead, he continued to talk around. Brother in front, you are such a great archer. Why don't you join us? I, Sun Chong, will guarantee you meat to eat and women to accompany you every day. How about that? Stop talking nonsense. Leave all the women here, otherwise, don't even think about leaving here today. Luchi replied in a serious and impolite tone. Sun Chong didn't expect Luchi to reply like this, and he was furious. Then he whispered to Xiaohu, immediately take 2 brothers and go around to the front from both sides. If you see someone, just pounce on him and kill him no matter if he lives or dies. I must pay him back tonight. I must let this old guy see the consequences of angering me. Okay, Brother Chong. After saying this, Xiaohunan slowly backed away. When he reached Yang Shuo at the back of the crowd, he saw him whispering to Yang Shuo, and the 2 of them planned their next move. In order to cooperate with the 2's plan, Sun Chong had to continue to talk to Luchi in front of him. Brother in front, don't be angry. We have plenty of women, but these 3 women have fierce tempers. If you are willing to show yourself, I would be happy to make friend with you. You can choose any other gentlewoman in our camp. How about it? Stop talking nonsense. I like women with hot tempers. As long as you leave these 3 women behind, you can leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless with my bow and arrow. Sun Chong suppressed his displeasure. Seeing that Xiao Hu and Yang Shuo had already slipped out from behind the crowd, he had no choice but to suppress his anger and continue to deal with them. Brother, let's discuss something. I'll leave 1 to 3 women for you. If she's still here in 3 days, I'll bring you a new one. How about that? Haha, you are such a bastard. Why should I make a choice? I'll say it again. Leave the 3 women behind, and I'll let you go. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll shoot your head with my next arrow. At this moment, Sun Chong was already furious, and the anger in his heart had reached a peak. Okay. In that case, I promise you, Brother Luchi, if you show up now, I can let these 3 women go. But if you are still sneaky and pretentious, tell me, should I start with this big star? Or should I start with the 2 female bodyguards? Oh my god, I was discovered after all. Chapter 122 Fierce Battle. When Luchi heard Sun Chong suddenly calling out his name, he was also shocked. Was it that arrow? Or was it my voice? Although Luchi didn't know how Sun Chong knew it was him, he had to attack forcefully because he was in the dark and they were in the light, and he could see everything. When a mustache man and Yang Shuo walked out from behind the crowd, he already had murderous intent in his heart. But he was not in a hurry to take action himself, because he also had his own plans. Sun Chong, let the 3 women go. Since we both misunderstood each other in the beginning, maybe I can go with you and give your brother some medical treatment for free. But if you insist on not changing your ways, then you will never be able to leave here tonight. Luchi's tone was very unfriendly at this time, and anyone who heard it could feel the anger in his voice. Sun Chong naturally heard it, but he still did not agree to Luchi's request. Haha, boy, you dare to threaten me. Come on, bring that woman here. I want you to see how I deal with the woman you care about. Sun Chong laughed loudly and had Ari brought to him. He took out a small knife from his arms, looked at the forest ahead, and said angrily, Luchi, come out here. I'll count to 3. If you're still hiding and don't dare to show up, then tonight I'm going to use this woman as a tool to attack you. You can watch from the dark and have a good time. Ha ha ha. Grandson, since you like to listen to noises, I will help you do that. Go. Luchi responded sharply with an order. Just as he finished speaking, before Sun Chong could shout out, screams suddenly came from the forest on the right. Then there was the sound of continuous beating with sticks, bang, bang, bang. That voice was truly miserable, terrifying, and every word pierced my heart. Hearing this, Sun Chong became anxious and wondered, why does this guy have helpers? After thinking for a moment, he still shouted at Luchi in a tough tone. Boy, don't be complacent. Don't think you are great just because you have a helper. I will give you one last chance. If you don't show up, this woman will be stabbed. As soon as Sun Chong finished speaking, suddenly, after a whoosh, a painful howl came from the forest on their left. Upon hearing the sound, Sun Chong instantly knew that it was Xiao Hu's voice. It turned out that the arrangement he had made secretly had been discovered by Luchi long ago. At this moment, Sun Chong was so angry that he swung the knife in his hand. Forehead. In an instant, Ali stared at Sun Chong with a painful expression. As there was a cloth ball stuffed in his mouth, he could not utter a painful sound. He could only stare at Sun Chong with cold and hateful eyes. Although the knife stabbed directly into Ari's thigh and was not fatal, the pain of the knife was something that others could not understand. Kid, prick up your ears and listen carefully. This is the consequence for angering me. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Chong took the cloth ball out of Ali's mouth, then suddenly turned the knife in his hand. After hearing Ali's heart-wrenching pain, he pulled the knife out of Ali's thigh. You bastard. Ali's painful scream suddenly rang out, and her scream was no weaker than the screams of Xiao Hunan and Yang Shuo just now. Because she was a woman, her voice was even louder. After hearing Ali's cry, Luchi was very anxious. He really didn't expect that Sun Chong would really attack a woman, and he was so ruthless and decisive without any hesitation. What do you think, Luchi? This is the sound you like to hear. Ha ha ha. If you like it, you can tell me. I am happy to satisfy your request. Ha ha ha. Luchi, don't worry about me. Shoot him to death with one arrow. Quick, bang. Ali couldn't help but shout out her angry words to Luchi, but the next second she was ruthlessly slapped by Sun Chong. At this time, just as Luchi was hesitating, Lu Dazhuang, who was controlling the two men behind Mu Qing, could no longer bear it, and suddenly appeared in the night behind the two men, holding a spear in his hand. After taking a deep breath, he stabbed the man on Mu Qing's left thigh with his spear. The man screamed instantly, but Lu Dazhuang did not slow down. After pulling back the spear, he stabbed the man on the right again. The man wanted to hide, but he could not escape from the fierce Lu Dazhuang. After only 2 or 3 breaths, he also stabbed the man's thigh. The two men fell to the ground, howling in pain. Sun Chong and the others lost their temper and became a mess. Lu Dazhuang quickly untied the rope on Mu Qing's hands. Taking the opportunity, Sun Chong calmed himself down and hurried to run to Hui Shuqi and carry her up, because he was sure that as long as he had Hui Shuqi as a trump card, he would have nothing to fear. Lu Dazhuang had just taken the cloth out of Mu Qing's mouth when he heard Mu Qing anxiously say, "Don't worry about me, Dazhuang. Go save Sister Shuqi." Hearing this, Lu Dazhuang stood up instantly and wanted to stop Sun Chong. "Stop that fat guy." Seeing Lu Dazhuang stand up, Sun Chong hurriedly gave instructions to the people around him. Then he continued to walk towards Hui Shuqi. 3 of the remaining 5 people stood up. They followed Sun Chong's arrangements and wanted to stop Lu Dazhuang. However, Lu Dazhuang instantly raised the spear in his hand and threw it hard towards Sun Chong. "Brother Chong, be careful." Among the 3 people, a thin man shouted a warning, and Sun Chong hurriedly stopped and leaned back so that the spear did not hurt Sun Chong. But Lu Dazhuang did not stop and started fighting the 3 people who came towards him with his bare hands. "I'm going to fight you bastards. If you want to touch my sister Shuqi, first ask my fist if it will allow you to do so." It was at this critical moment, seeing Sun Chong being stopped by Lu Dazhuang's spear and paused, Hui Shuqi, who had already woken up from her coma, hurriedly got up and ran towards Luchi at full speed. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Sun Chong pulled out the spear stuck in the ground in front of him and wanted to continue chasing Hui Shuqi, who ran away. But Luchi kept shooting arrows at Sun Chong. Seeing that Sun Chong had just taken a few steps, the sharp arrow in Luchi's hand shot towards his thigh with a swoosh, without any intention of dragging his feet. But it was not known whether it was due to Luchi's archery skills or he deliberately missed the target. The arrow flew in front of Sun Chong, but did not hurt him at all. But it was precisely because of Luchi's arrow that Sun Chong became a little more obedient. Chapter 123, Lu Dazhuang's Desperate Counterattack. When Lu Dazhuang saw Hui Shuqi running towards Luchi, he felt relieved and fought with the 3 men with his bare hands. After a struggle, Mu Qing was about to break free from the ropes on her body, but before she stood up, her eyes had already been locked on the villain Sun Chong. "Luchi, come out here if you have the guts. Have a manly duel with me head-on." Sun Chong was holding a spear, extremely angry. Although he knew that his battle was over tonight, he still wanted to give it one last try. As long as Luchi dared to show up, he would go straight to Luchi to vent the hatred in his heart. Seeing that 3 of his brothers behind him had a hard time beating one, he was so angry that his teeth were itching, and he blamed Xiao Hu for finding someone who was too cowardly. Without waiting for Luchi's answer, Sun Chong, in a rage, launched a sneak attack on Lu Dazhuang with a spear. "Dazhuang, be careful." After seeing Sun Chong's purpose, Mu Qing gave a reminder loudly. However, Her reminder was still a step too late. As soon as she finished speaking, the spear in Sun Chong's hand had already pierced Lu Dazhuang's right abdomen. Dazhuang. Lu Dazhuang. Ali and Mu Qing burst into tears instantly and shouted Lu Dazhuang's name. The two girls were extremely sad at the moment, but Sun Chong did not stop and kicked Lu Dazhuang hard again. Plop. With this kick, Lu Dazhuang fell backwards quickly, and blood spurted out from the wound in his abdomen instantly. Even so, Sun Chong still had no intention of stopping. He picked up the spear again and looked at Lu Dazhuang. Sun Chong, you bastard! Shoot these bastards to death. Luchi was extremely angry and shouted into the darkness. Then the sharp arrow in his hand flew out first, aiming at Sun Chong. Hearing Luchi scolding, Sun Chong suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned around and rushed towards Mu Qing, who had not yet stood up. As long as he could control Mu Qing first, he could at least escape from here safely. But others were not as lucky as Sun Chong. Just after Luchi shouted loudly, suddenly, 4 arrows flew through the air from the forest behind the 5 people. Since the distance was not too far, and one of the 5 people was holding a flashlight, they were like living targets for Nie Xiaorong, Jin Kai's, and the other 4. The 4 men had been lying in ambush here for some time. They clearly heard the conversation between Sun Chong and Luchi, as well as Sun Chong's arrogance and domineering behavior. Therefore, the arrows fired by the 4 people were also full of resentment. The moment the 4 people were shot, some fell to the ground while others jumped up like grasshoppers. They were all in great pain and howled loudly, and they were all shot from the back, hind legs, and big fat buttocks. There was only one man holding a flashlight left. Seeing this, he was already scared out of his wits. He left his good brothers behind and ran madly towards the forest in front of him with the flashlight in his hand, adhering to the principle of saving his life. At the scene, the 4 men who were shot by arrows endured the severe pain and pulled out the arrows from each other's bodies, screaming in pain, but they also knew that if they didn't do this, they would have no chance of escaping. Sun Chong looked around and saw that Mu Qing had untied the ropes on her body and ran to Ali to bandage her wounds. The 4 younger brothers had lost the courage to fight and gathered together. There was no news from Xiao Hunan and Yang Shua. There was only the fallen lighting on the ground in front of him. At this moment, he didn't care to stay and had no intention of fighting with Luchi. He ran towards the light in front, but just after he took a few steps, he was knocked to the ground by Lu Dazhuang, who grabbed one of Sun Chong's ankles tightly. Grandson, you bullied my sister Shu Qi and you still want to run away? No way. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Lu Dazhuang's mouth, and he glared at Sun Chong fiercely and said, Fatty, let me go, or tonight will be the day you die. However, Lu Dazhuang completely ignored Sun Chong's threats and held on even tighter. Sun Chong became anxious, picked up the spear that fell beside him, and stabbed Lu Dazhuang's arm again. After feeling his ankle loosen, he broke free from Lu Dazhuang's arm, hurriedly picked up the lamp on the ground in front of him, and headed in the direction where the man had escaped. Before leaving, he left a harsh message. Luchi, just wait for me. I'm not done with you. Call out. The sharp arrow in Luchi's hand flew towards Sun Chong at a rapid speed. Luchi, damn it. Wait for me to settle the score with you. Sun Chong first screamed in pain, then endured the pain and stood up, pulling out a sharp arrow that had shot into his calf. He picked up the lamp on the ground in front of him and fled towards the forest without daring to stay for a second. The remaining 4 people watched Sun Chong flee in panic, and then they saw Jin Kai's and others appearing in the jungle behind them. At this moment, they all had bows and arrows in their hands, aiming at them. Go! Run away! One of them said in horror when he saw this. Then the 4 of them chased after Sun Chong without looking back. Seeing the 4 people fleeing in a panic, Jin Kai's and Nie Xiaorong did not take the opportunity to shoot the arrows in their hands. Perhaps in their opinion, the arrows in their hands should not be wasted on these people. But the next moment, the 4 saw Mu Qing shouting Lu Dazhuang's name and rushed to him. However, Lu Dazhuang was already dying. His breath was extremely weak, and there were many obvious wounds on his body that were bleeding. Under him, there was already blood all over the ground. Dazhuang, hold on, Dazhuang. I'll bandage your wound first, Dazhuang. Ahem. After being shaken by Mu Qing for a few times, Lu Dazhuang slowly woke up, but he was now weak. He just said, Mu Qing, take care of my sister Shu Qi, and then gently closed his eyes. Lu Dezhuang, wake up, don't fall asleep. Woo woo. Luchi, Dr. Lu, come here quickly. Come and see Lu Dezhuang. Mu Qing looked up at the black forest in front of him. From a distance, Luchi and Hui Shuqi were running towards them. As soon as he came to Mu Qing and Lu Dezhuang, Luchi said to Jin Kai's and Ye Xiaorong, "You are responsible for alert, in case they come back to attack." Jin Kai's instantly understood Luchi's intention and took Nye Xiaorong, Shun Bing, and Jin Xianju to a place about 10 meters outside the crowd. Lu Dezhuang. Luchi hurriedly bent down and grabbed one of Lu Dezhuang's wrists. While feeling the pulse, he said to the women, "Hurry up and bring the cloth. He needs to stop the bleeding and bandage the wound urgently." However, the next second, Lu Dezhuang's hand suddenly grasped Luchi's. After opening his eyes and seeing that it was Luchi, he seemed to want to say something. But he had no strength at all, and his vision gradually turned black. In the end, he said nothing. Feeling Lu Dezhuang's gradually loosening hands and his disappearing pulse, Luchi felt extremely sad. No need to look for it. After saying something sadly in a low voice, Luchi reached out and slowly closed Lu Dezhuang's eyes. Seeing Luchi's actions, Hui Shuqi's legs went limp, and she fell to the ground, bursting into tears. Dezhuang, Lu Dezhuang, wake up! Wake up, Dezhuang, you can't sleep. Mu Qing shook Lu Dezhuang's body unwillingly, trying to wake him up, but no matter how hard she tried, Lu Dezhuang would no longer respond to her. Chapter 124, Have a Good Journey. Seeing Hui Shuqi and Mu Qing in grief, everyone fell silent. Sadness and anger had already filled everyone's heart. Luchi stood up and looked towards the forest in the distance. Seeing the faint light getting weaker and weaker, he took a few steps forward when he was stopped by Jin Kai's. "It's dangerous to chase them now. Brother Dezhuang won't agree with you doing this. It's better to wait until Lu Dezhuang is properly settled, and then we can make a long-term plan." "Yes, Luchi. Brother Jin is right. We can't be impatient at this moment." Nye Xiaorong walked up and gently pulled Luchi's arm. Luchi nodded, then motioned for Nye Xiaorong to go and comfort Hui Shuqi and Mu Qing first. However, before Nye Xiaorong could step forward, Jin Kai stepped forward, took out a white handkerchief from somewhere, and handed it to Mu Qingdao. "Miss Mu, don't be sad. Brother Dezhuang certainly doesn't want you to be so sad for him. Brother Dezhuang is a good man. He is selfless and courageous. He has never brought shame to us men." Hearing Jin Kai's comfort, Mu Qing took a look and took the handkerchief in his hand. But just as she gently wiped the tears from her face, she felt that the handkerchief in her hand might not be a cheap thing. When she wanted to return it to Jin Kai's pretended not to see it and did not take it. "Luchi, please help Ollie check the injury on his leg." At this time, Hui Shuqi looked at Luchi and pleaded hurriedly. Because Ollie was sitting next to Hui Shuqi, and her face was not good at the moment. She had been holding on until now, when the danger was over, and she saw Lu Dezhuang stand up to save the three of them from humiliation and lose his life. Her spirit was also hit hard. Luchi hurriedly came to Ollie and looked at her thigh. Although it had been roughly bandaged by Mu Qing just now, there was still obvious blood oozing out of the wound. "Xianju, hurry and get me your lighter." Upon hearing this, Jin Xianju hurriedly handed the lighter she was carrying to Luchi, and then saw him cut off a strand of hair from his head, put the hair on the dagger, and then lit it with the lighter. After a few breaths, the strand of hair had burned out, leaving only a puff of ash. Everyone looked at Luchi's operation in confusion. After he crushed the gray on the dagger into powder, Shun Bing finally couldn't help but ask, "Luchi, what are you doing? Stop the bleeding. Ollie needs to stop the bleeding urgently. I just checked her wound. Although the artery is not injured, she will be in danger if she continues to bleed like this. What I did is called blood charcoal in traditional Chinese medicine. We don't have a better way to stop the bleeding now. We can only make do with it for now. I'll give her some herbal medicine when we get back." As he spoke, Luchi gently poured the remaining charcoal powder on the dagger onto Ari's wound, and then bandaged it again with a cloth strip handed to him by Nye Xiaorong. Ollie kept looking at Lu Dezhuang the whole time, with no trace of spirit in his eyes. It was not until Luchi treated her wounds and Hui Shuqi called her softly that Ollie came to her senses. He said a word of thanks to Luchi. "Luchi, thank you." Hearing this, Luchi just nodded slightly, and then he turned his gaze to the royal city. "Wang Cheng, you take Ollie back first. We will follow with Lu Dezhuang." "No problem, Brother Lu." I have plenty of strength. I will definitely carry Miss Ollie back safely. No, I have to carry her back. I have checked her wounds. Only by carrying her can we avoid causing further harm to her. Okay. I promise to complete the task well. After saying that, she walked up to Ari, took a deep breath, then squatted down without hesitation and picked up Ari very carefully. Ari felt pain, and her face wrinkled slightly. Miss Ollie, I'm sorry. I got too angry just now. Hearing Wang Cheng's soft cry, Ollie said calmly, how could you be so stupid as to risk your life for someone else? Is it really worth it? Hearing this, Wang Cheng thought that Ollie was talking to him, but when he turned his head, he found that Ollie's eyes were always on Lu Dazhuang. Wang Cheng didn't say anything, but just slowed down his pace. Seeing Wang Cheng preparing to leave with Ari, Luchi asked Jin Xianju and Shun Bing to follow him. Then he and Jin Kai's used local materials to make a simple stretcher. Half an hour later, Luchi and Jin Kai's carried Lu Dazhuang's body, followed by Hui Shuqi, Mu Qing, and Yesharo. The group walked towards the camp with heavy steps. That night, when the group returned to Hui Shuqi and her friend's camp, it was already past 1 a.m. After replacing the hemostatic herbs for Ollie, Luchi told everyone to go back and rest. He and Jin Kai's took the initiative to take on the task of keeping watch for Lu Dazhuang. What he didn't expect was that Ollie and Mu Qing also insisted on staying. But after Luchi and Hui Shuqi's persuasion, Ari was finally dragged back to the hut by Hui Shuqi to rest. Only Mu Qing stayed. The three of them stayed awake all night and didn't say much to each other. Although Lu Dazhuang and Luchi had only known each other for a short time and had only met a few times, Luchi had already left a good impression on this fat man in these 2 meetings. Mu Qing realized her love for the fat man after a while. Although he usually liked to make fun of her and Ollie, he was also the one who protected the 2 girls the most. Thinking of Lu Dazhuang's previous thoughtful actions and his brave figure who stepped forward tonight without caring about his own safety, Mu Qing could no longer hold back her tears. This was the first time she cried for someone since she became a bodyguard. Jin Kai's looked at Mu Qing, who was so sad and didn't know how to comfort her. He just patted Mu Qing gently and pointed at his shoulder. Mu Qing then leaned forward and even started sobbing softly. The next morning, there's an open space not far from the camp. The sun shines down, but it cannot dispel the sadness that permeates the air. Luchi led everyone to gather here, and everyone's steps seemed heavy and slow. Everyone's eyes were focused on the wooden bed in front of them, which was made of many pieces of wood. There, Lu Dazhuang's body lay quietly, as if he had just fallen into a deep sleep. However, everyone looked at this cute fat man with sadness and reluctance in their eyes. On a big tree behind the crowd, the old monkey was staring quietly at everything happening below, and there seemed to be a hint of compassion in its eyes. Brother Luchi, let's go. It's time to light the fire. It's almost time. Jin Kai's looked at the brand watch on his wrist and then said to Luchi. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his face was full of solemnity. Luchi nodded and walked towards the wooden bed with Jin Kai's. Luchi was holding a wooden stick wrapped in a cloth strip, which was obviously soaked in some kind of resin oil. His eyes were firm and sad, and every step he took seemed to be stepping on the strings of memories. When Luchi arrived in front of Lu Dazhuang's body, he sighed, Brother Dazhuang, although we have known each other for a short time, some friendships will remain in our hearts forever. It is always hard apart. If we are destined to meet again in the next life, remember to come and be my brother again. After a pause, Luchi smiled, but that smile was full of bitterness. He raised his head slightly, trying to hold back the tears. Then he shouted loudly, Brother Dazhuang, have a safe journey. Hearing this, everyone behind him had tears in their eyes. Chapter 125 Rishuki dressed up spécially. Ari's body trembled slightly, and she covered her mouth tightly with her hands, as if this could block the surging sadness in her heart. Tears rolled down like crystal beads that had broken off the string, wetting her cheeks. Hui Shuqi's eyes were empty and confused, like a deer lost in the fog. She bit her lower lip gently, trying to control her surging emotions. Her slightly trembling lips showed her inner restlessness. Mu Qing clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger and grief. His tense arms showed the strong emotions in his heart. Especially Ari, when she saw Jin Kai's light the torch in Luchi's hand, she could no longer suppress the sadness in her heart and cried bitterly. Her shoulders shook violently, as if she was carrying endless pain. Tears blurred her vision, making the world in her eyes hazy and sad. Hearing Ali's cry, Luchi did not turn around, but slowly raised the torch in his hand, pointed it at Lu Dazhuang's body, and finally whispered, "Dazhuang, if I meet that bastard Sun Chong again, I will definitely avenge you. Rest in peace." After saying this, his arms trembled slightly, as if the torch was carrying a heavy weight. He took a few steps forward, holding a torch, and walked around the wooden bed, slowly lighting the edges of the bed. Instantly, green smoke rose up as if Lu Dazhuang was waving goodbye to everyone. And when the fire was burning, Hui Shuqi, Ali, and Mu Qing seemed to feel again the smile on Lu Dazhuang's face at that moment and his meticulousness and enthusiasm towards everyone. Ari stopped crying. Although there was still sadness in her eyes, there was more determination. She and Mu Qing bid farewell to this fat and lovely friend with their last friendly glances. Hui Shuqi gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her eyes were full of attachment and reluctance, and her slightly furrowed brows seemed to engrave Lu Dazhuang's appearance deeply in her heart. Lu Dazhuang's death brought different feelings to everyone, but at the same time it also made everyone understand a truth once again. That is, if you want to continue to live on this island now, financial resources, power, and celebrity halo are no longer useful. Only ability, force, and unity can protect yourself. After this incident, Luchi discussed with a few people around him and decided to let Hui Shuqi, Ali, and Mu Qing live in the cave as well. He and other men decided to rebuild the thatched hut outside the cave so that men and women could be separated and it would be more convenient. The cave was safer and all the women lived inside. Luchi and other men also felt more at ease. 3 days later, there are 4 new thatched houses in the 4 directions outside the cave. The 4 huts this time were more solid than those built before. The frames of the huts were made of wood as thick as arms. The 4 people outside found their favorite vegetation and covered them with it. The 4 thatched houses are about 20 meters away from the stone cave. The reason for doing this is to provide protection for the stone cave. The 4 directions also have their own space and do not affect each other. During the 3 days, in addition to building the thatched hut with everyone, Luchi was also preparing for the next fishing plan. During these 3 days, he had been hesitating whether to announce the fishing time to everyone, but after thinking about it, and based on what had happened recently on the island, he decided to keep the secret for the time being. Last time he went with Kim Hyunju. This time, he still planned to bring only one person. He also had to make another arrangement for the fishing trip, as he didn't want too many people to know his secret for the time being. At this time, all the people who lived and hunted in the mountains around the island believed that there were no fish in the lake, because they went there and sat there for a day or 2 without seeing a single fish. But only Luchi understood that there was only one day for fishing, and fish would only appear in the lake on a foggy day. There were many strange things about this island that Luchi still didn't know about. Even among the dozens of large creatures recorded in the strange island record he had obtained, he had only seen 4 or 5 of them so far. Wild boars, leopards, sea wolves, black bears, sea fish. As for other creatures, he had never actually seen them. At this time, Luchi was sitting under a big tree, holding the strange island record in his hand and looking blankly. His eyes were sometimes confused, sometimes thoughtful, as if he was exploring the mystery of this island. Now, among the creatures he had seen, except for the black bear, he had already tasted their deliciousness. When he thought of this, the fear of those unknown creatures in his heart faded away quietly. With a bow and arrow in hand, his confidence and security never diminished. Just when he was stunned, a woman's figure had already walked up to his side. It was the big star Hui Shuqi. Since she was arranged by Luchi to live in the cave, after 3 days of getting along and getting to know each other, coupled with her star aura, she quickly became friends with the other girls. Needless to say, Jin Xianju is a loyal fan of Hui Shuqi, and even Ye Xiaorong and Shun Bing like Hui Shuqi's personality. Because both women feel that the real Hui Shuqi is different from the Hui Shuqi under the spotlight and on the stage in front of thousands of people. The Hui Shuqi in the camera is a queen, the dream of countless women and men, but the Hui Shuqi who appears in front of them now is intellectual and elegant, plump and gentle, and full of beauty. When getting along with others, she does not have a superior attitude or an overbearing tone. Luchi, why are you here alone? Is there something that makes you unhappy? Coming to Luchi, Hui Shuqi asked softly, Her gentle voice was like the sound of nature, intoxicating. There was concern in her eyes, and her slightly raised eyebrows showed her curiosity. Hearing Hui Shuqi's voice, Luchi hurriedly put away the yellowed notebook in his hand. He didn't even notice when Hui Shuqi came to him, so he hurriedly got up and straightened his clothes. When he looked up and saw Hui Shuqi in front of him, he was stunned for more than 10 seconds. Because Hui Shuqi was dressed so beautifully and dazzlingly today. Her face was already exquisite and picturesque, and today she seemed to have dressed up specially. Her eyebrows were like distant black, and her slightly upturned eyes had a touching charm. Her eyes were like a clear spring, clear and bright, as if they could reflect the beauty of the world. Her straight nose added a sense of three-dimensionality to her face, and her lips, as delicate as petals, had a gentle smile that made people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. At this moment, her outfit shows her sexy charm. The tight clothes outline her exquisite curves. Every ups and downs are just right, like a fine work of art. The low-cut top slightly reveals the charming collarbone and proud cleavage, exuding a mysterious and seductive aura. Her slender waist looked even more graceful in the tight midi skirt. She just stood in front of Luchi, and Luchi didn't even blink. The skirt swayed gently in the breeze, like rippling water waves, full of lively beauty. Luchi's eyes lit up, and he liked it impulsively. Hui Shuqi looks extraordinary, elegant, and noble. She has the aura of a big star and queen, but also the kindness and charm of a girl next door. Oh, no, nothing. I'm just sitting here to relax. Oh, by the way, is it okay living here these days? Seeing Hui Shuqi so dazzling, with a rosy complexion and no longer the previous clouds of worry between her brows, Luchi knew that her mood must have improved a lot in the past 3 days. There was a hint of relief in his eyes, and he spoke a little haltingly. And when Hui Shuqi saw Luchi first staring at her in fascination and then stammering to answer her questions, she was even more delighted. The slightly upturned corners of her mouth showed her inner joy. What woman doesn't like to be appreciated by the man she cares about? Chapter 126, Seeking Luchi's Help. I live well, and the people you're with are all very nice to me. Hui Shuqi's tone is as gentle as a spring breeze, which makes people feel particularly comfortable listening to it. Her face was filled with a sincere smile, and it was obvious that she did have a good impression of the people here. After Luchi took another look at Hui Shuqi, he slowly turned his gaze away because her deep cleavage was too dazzling. That's good. There are more and more unstable factors on the island now. Now that we are here, as long as we can unite as one, we will definitely survive. I believe that one day, we will definitely leave here safely. While speaking, he didn't dare to look at Hui Shuqi again, because he felt that his self-control seemed to be insufficient in front of this beautiful woman. If I continue reading this, I will definitely be labeled as Big Wolf Lu again. Seeing Luchi turning his head to look into the distance and speaking in a serious tone, Hui Shuqi also felt that the man in front of her was different. His perseverance and responsibility made Hui Shuqi feel a special emotion in her heart. Luchi, can you do me a favor? As she spoke, Hui Shuqi took a step forward and inadvertently placed her hand on Luchi's arm. Although there was still a thin layer of white gloves between them, Luchi still felt as if he was electrified. Luchi turned around and looked at Hui Shuqi, not knowing what she wanted him to do for her, so he asked curiously, "What can I do for you? Just tell me. I will do my best as long as I can do it." Hee. Really? I also want a bow and arrow of my own. Can you help me make one? Hui Shuqi was very happy to hear Luchi reply so readily. She quickly said what help she needed, but the next second, she saw Luchi's expression change. What's wrong? Is this difficult to make? She looked at Luchi anxiously and asked. No, it's just that don't you have Ari and Mu Qing to protect you? And it's not easy to learn how to use a bow and arrow. You need to have strong arms and practice regularly. When Luchi heard Hui Shuqi's request, he did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at her fair and delicate arms and said with a little doubt. But this made Hui Shuqi very anxious. She thought Luchi was going to reject her request, and her expression instantly became sad. She grabbed Luchi's arm and begged, "Luchi, please, can you help me? In the past 3 days, I have seen Xiaorong, Shunbing, Xianju, and Leah all have their own bows and arrows. They can happily practice archery together after work every day. Their archery skills have surprised and envious even Ollie and Muqing. Ollie and Muqing also have their own skills, but I can't do anything. In this regard, there is no way for me to fit in with everyone. So I also want to have a bow and arrow of my own. Please, can you make one for me? Hearing this, Luchi finally understood. No wonder this woman dressed like this today. Isn't this a naked honey trap? After a long sigh of relief, he wanted to agree immediately, but another idea suddenly came to his mind. Then Luchi turned his head and looked at Huishuchi and said, Okay, let go of your hand first. You're almost shaking my arm apart. Hearing that there was a play, Huishuchi giggled and quickly let go of the hand that was shaking Luchi. It's not impossible for me to make it for you, but you need to collect materials from me first and then learn to make arrow feathers. Xiaorong and the others all passed these skills before practicing archery. Otherwise, once the arrows are used up, you can't always borrow other arrows to use. And if there are some minor problems with the bow and arrow, you can repair and maintain it independently in the future. If you can promise me these, then I can make a bow and arrow for you. Hearing this, Huishuchi agreed readily after just a brief thought. Master Lu, can we set off now? Let's go collect materials first. Luchi straightened up hastily, thinking that this title sounded better than Lu Dalong. After taking another look at Huishuchi's cleavage, he pretended to cough and said, the distance to collect materials is quite far and not easy to walk. Do you want to change your clothes before going? Humph. No way. How can I go back to change in broad daylight? There's so many people here. I don't want to. When Huishuchi heard that Luchi wanted to change her clothes, she bit her lip and looked reluctant. She found the excuse of broad daylight to decisively refuse, but in fact, she was proud of herself. How could her trick be ruined halfway? She was convinced that this dress would add a lot of points to her request. Maybe if she had other requests, Luchi might agree. Besides, the short skirt I was wearing had no effect on my walking. It was obviously because he didn't have enough self-control, but he blamed me for wearing beautiful clothes. Humph. I won't change it. Well, forget it, but you have to listen to me on the way. Huishuchi didn't even ask Luchi what he wanted to hear, and just nodded repeatedly, as if she was afraid that Luchi would not take her or would suddenly change his mind. Hey, then wait here for me. I'll get ready. After saying that, Luchi went into his thatched hut. After a dozen breaths, he came out. He was carrying a tattered backpack with a bottle of water in it, a bow, an arrow slung across his body, and a spear in his hand. Seeing Luchi walking towards her, Huishuchi smiled and was full of anticipation. Can we go now? Here, take this to protect yourself, and then we can go. Huishuchi happily took the spear from Luchi, looked at it carefully, and then said with a smile, Do I still have to learn how to make this? Yes, this is possible and must be learned. Hearing Huishuchi's words, Luchi replied casually. 3 seconds later, Huishuchi snorted and rolled her eyes at Luchi, but she saw Luchi had already walked out. Huishuchi stomped her feet lightly and quickly followed him. However, before she took a few steps, she heard Muqing's voice coming from behind. Sister Shuchi, where are you going? Oh, I'm going to ask Luchi to help me make a bow and arrow. I'm going to go out and look for materials. You take good care of Ari and wait for me to come back. After hearing this, Muqing's eyes lit up and he said hurriedly, Sister Shuchi, don't forget, we are still here. Let Luchi make 2 more bows. Huishuchi turned her head and looked at Luchi embarrassedly. Seeing that he did not react, she made an okay gesture to Muqing. Muqing also responded with the same gesture. On the way, when Luchi took Huishuchi through some familiar places, he would always stop for a while to introduce them to her. Because since Kim Hyunju got lost last time, this has become a habit of his. Every time he takes a few girls out, he always pays attention to the scenery around him and shares his way of remembering the way with them to prevent the two from taking the wrong way and getting lost. Huishuchi was also very cooperative and took the initiative to discuss this approach with Luchi. In fact, she just wanted Luchi to have a good impression of her, because the ways of remembering things and special places he talked about would be forgotten by her after she walked past them for a while. In this way, when the two were about to reach the place with many tree thorns, they had found a lot of wood suitable for making bow bodies while walking and stopping. Some of them were suitable for making arrows and feathers. Sister Shuchi, we're here. It's right in front. Just after passing a corner, Luchi pointed at a thick tree on the small slope in front, and said to Hui Shuqi, "Oh, is that the tree?" Hui Shuqi asked excitedly before she could see the specific appearance of the tree. "Yes, that's the tree. The arrows we use now are made from the thorns of that tree." Hee hee, let's go. Without waiting for Luchi to say anything, Hui Shuqi took the lead and trotted towards the tree in the distance. Chapter 127, Take Off Your Gloves. Hui Shuqi was as happy as a little girl at this moment, jumping and running forward. Luchi looked at her back, smiled knowingly, and hurriedly followed her. "Sister Shuqi, go slower. There are a lot of thorns on that tree. Be careful." Luchi shouted to Hui Shuqi as he walked, his tone full of concern. He knew very well that the thorns were sharp and hard, and if he was not careful, he might get hurt. "I know. I'm not a child." "Huh." Hui Shuqi responded without looking back, trotting all the way to the big tree, and stopped to watch with excitement on her face. Wow, this tree is so unique. When she saw the wild flowers all around the tree and the knots on the trunk, she was shocked when she saw that the treetops were full of leaves, but found out that they were all thorns when she got closer. So she excitedly shouted to Luchi, who was walking towards her. "Luchi, this tree is amazing. It's thick, strange, and prickly. I've never seen one before." Luchi came to her side, smiled dotingly, and said playfully, "That's because you often appear on stage and in front of the camera. If you often appear in the fields and natural forests, you wouldn't be surprised. Doesn't it look like a combination of an African baobab tree and a soapberry thorn?" "Hee hee, don't ask me. After coming to this island, I'm actually full of curiosity about everything around me. I don't know what you mean by baobab tree, but I have heard of soapberry thorns. It seems to be something that grows on soapberry trees, but I have never actually seen one." Hui Shuqi tilted her head slightly, with curiosity glittering in her eyes. Hearing this, Luchi guessed that she must have learned about soapberries from shampoo or cosmetics. Sure enough, if you want a girl to remember something else, the easiest way is to start with something she likes or pays attention to. It will be much easier if you can make a connection with her. Be careful. The mission I brought you here today is to collect these tree thorns. Then, take them back and make them into arrowheads and spears. As he spoke, Luchi took an arrow from his back and gently wiped the arrowhead with his other hand. "Oh, let me see." Hui Shuqi couldn't wait to snatch the arrow from Luchi's hand and looked at it carefully. "Oh my god, Luchi, were these arrows made by Xiaorong, Xianzhu, and Shenbing? They're so exquisite." Hui Shuqi looked at the arrow in her hand, her eyes full of amazement. The thorns on the arrowhead have been carefully trimmed, and the marks of knife sharpening are obvious. The connection with the arrow body is also very careful and tied very firmly, so it will not loosen or fall off easily. Moreover, the color of Luchi's arrow was obviously much darker than the thorns on the tree in front of him. That's because they have a good master. If there's no one to teach them well, they won't have anywhere to learn. The corners of Luchi's mouth rose slightly, with a hint of pride. "Good master? Oh, hee hee, Master Lu. It's not the nature of a master to brag about your abilities." Hui Shuqi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized it, looked at Luchi with a smile on her face, and called him Master Lu. This address made Luchi blush, and he looked at the tree crown awkwardly and hurriedly pointed with his finger. "Collect tree thorns, collect tree thorns." As he said this, he took out the dagger from his waist. Hui Shuqi looked at him with envy, because she knew that Luchi had made a dagger for each of Nie Xiaorong and the other two girls. So when she saw Luchi take out the dagger, her heart suddenly felt like it was raining acid, sour and cold. But in the next second, Luchi took out a very nice-looking handmade knife from his arms and handed it to Hui Shuqi. "For you. This knife is also the last one I made that day. Although it is not very beautiful, it is very sharp. Please be careful when using it." Luchi's eyes were full of tenderness. Upon hearing this, Hui Shuqi's eyes were filled with tears. She was jealous in the last second, but in the next second her eyes were full of surprise. Happiness came too suddenly. She couldn't believe her eyes. "Luchi, are you telling the truth? Is this really for me?" As Hui Shuqi spoke, she excitedly looked at the knife in Luchi's hand. She saw that the blade had been polished to a shiny finish, and the back of the knife had been polished to the point where there was no trace of the previous metal parts. "Take it. Don't throw it away. Use it for self-defense." Luchi smiled and nodded. "Hee hee, you're so nice." Hui Shuqi gently scratched her big eyes and wiped away the tears in her eyes. After taking the knife given to her by Luchi, She was as happy as a child. Take the knife and try to collect the thorns from the tree trunk. However, her excitement did not last for a few minutes before she encountered an unusual danger. Just a second ago, Huishuchi was tiptoeing happily and came to a lower tree trunk. She reached out and gently grabbed the branch, and then carefully started to collect the thorns on it with the dagger in her hand. But what she didn't expect was that right next to where she moved the knife, a big snake with a color very similar to the tree thorns, spitting out its tongue, bent over in an instant and bit Huishuchi's finger. Ah, there's a snake. Huishuchi screamed in horror, and her face turned pale in an instant. Hearing Huishuchi scream, Luchi, who had been paying attention to her, hurried forward. What happened? Where's the snake? Luchi's face was full of anxiety, and his eyes were searching around. Huishuchi pointed to the branch she had just moved and said in panic, right on that branch. Hearing this, Luchi hurriedly pulled Huishuchi to the flat ground and let her sit down to relieve her tension. He quickly returned to the place where he was just now and held down the branch that Huishuchi had just pulled with his spear. With this pressure, the face of the snake instantly appeared in front of Luchi. Oh my god, iron-headed snake. How'd this guy grow so big? When Luchi saw the big snake on the branch, he was shocked and couldn't help but worry. Perhaps it felt that Luchi was staring at it and was distracted for a moment. The snake suddenly jumped up from the branch. The snake, which was more than 1 meter long, suddenly bounced up, and Luchi subconsciously loosened the spear in his hand, and the branch suddenly bounced up, blocking the snake that was about to pounce. Luchi quickly dodged, retreated 5 or 6 steps, and looked at the branch. The big snake was frightened and wanted to move away quickly. It was seen quickly climbing towards the trunk of the tree, and it was planning to climb higher because there were branches connecting to other trees there, which was a good path for it to escape. Luchi wanted to kill on the spot, but now he had to face the reality that Huishuchi was bitten by a poisonous snake, and it was a very poisonous snake. After seeing that the snake had escaped, Luchi hurried to Huishuchi's side and asked about the wound. Where did it bite you? Luchi's face was solemn, his eyes full of worry. Huishuchi obediently stretched out her right hand. When he saw 2 obvious bloodstains on the back of Huishuchi's glove, Luchi's expression instantly became more solemn. He said with a serious expression, "Take off your gloves." Hearing this, Huishuchi habitually pulled back her outstretched hand. Taking off her gloves in front of others made her feel wronged and sad, as if she was asked to take off her clothes, because those gloves are a symbol of her status as a superstar idol, and also a symbol of spiritual purity. Chapter 128, Dangerous Snake Venom. Seeing that Huishuchi was still dragging her feet, Luchi's tone was not only serious, but even urgent, and he repeated it again. As Luchi spoke, he hurriedly took off his backpack and searched inside. Huh? Why is it gone? Huishuchi was puzzled and asked hurriedly, What are you looking for? Luchi said without turning his head, Rope. However, there was no rope in his bag, so he looked at Huishuchi and asked, Do you have a rope? Huishuchi shook her head. I only have a cell phone, a bottle of water, and a stainless steel drinking cup in my bag today. I didn't bring anything else, Huishuchi explained. The phone has no signal and is out of battery on this island. Why do you bring it with you? As Luchi spoke, he stood up and quickly untied his belt in front of Huishuchi. Seeing this, Huishuchi turned her head and asked in confusion, What are you going to do? Oh my god, what are you still thinking about? Take off your gloves quickly. If you don't act now, the snake venom will attack your heart, and I will have no way to stop you. Then you will die, understand? This time, Luchi raised his voice. After taking off his belt, he didn't care about his loose pants and quickly tied it around Huishuchi's right elbow. Huishuchi was still hesitant. In her opinion, taking off her gloves in front of man was a beautiful girlhood dream that she could entrust her life to. Hey, my big star. You. As he said that, Luchi went straight to work and took off the gloves on Huishuchi's hands in 2 quick strokes. In an instant, Huishuchi fell into a state of confusion, and then it was as if a thunderbolt exploded in her heart. But she forced herself to suppress the anger caused by the thunderbolt, and finally she calmed down. At this moment, she didn't know what she was thinking, but with tears in her eyes, she just looked at Luchi quietly. After tying Huishuchi's arms and slowing down the blood circulation in the entire arm, Luchi stared at Huishuchi's hands in a daze for a few seconds. I didn't expect that there would be such an elegant pair of hands and a pair of white gloves. The hands were white and tender, like carefully carved jade, flawlessly presented before Luchi's eyes. The slender fingers have graceful and smooth lines at the joints, like lively notes. The fingertips are round and delicate, emitting a soft glow. Her palms were as white as snow. Her skin was so delicate that you could squeeze water out of it, and her delicate texture that seemed as if it could be broken by a breath made people feel pity for her. On the back of the hand, the light blue veins are faintly visible, adding a bit of mysterious charm. Every inch of her skin reveals youthful vitality and tenderness, as if kissed by an angel, making people want to indulge in these charming hands and unable to extricate themselves. Coming back to his senses, Luchi stared at the two red dots on the back of his right hand. Oops, I was actually bitten before. After a careful review, Luchi's worries did not abate, and his face was filled with sorrow. He hurriedly asked Hui Shuchi to lie down and stop moving. After thinking about it, just as he was about to suck out the venom with his mouth, a picture flashed through his mind. It's over, fire. What should I do if I don't have a lighter? As he spoke, he looked up and looked around, looking for materials to start a fire. At this moment, Hui Shuchi took out a lighter from her body and handed it to Luchi. Lighter? Oh my god, you actually have this thing too. That's great, huh? When Luchi saw the lighter in Hui Shuchi's hand, he was so excited as if the person being rescued was himself. He quickly took out the small stainless steel water cup from Hui Shuchi's bag again and picked up a few dry leaves nearby. He first used the water in the cup to clean the snakebite wound by kneading it until the cup was empty. After wiping the inside of the cup clean with his clothes, he held the cup and gestured on the back of Hui Shuchi's hand. The small mouth of the cup finally made Luchi smile. Then, under Hui Shuchi's gaze, he lit the leaves, and as soon as the flame came up, he quickly stuffed it into the tilted water cup. Then he pulled Hui Shuchi's jade hand and covered it tightly with the back of her hand. Hiss! It hurts! Hui Shuchi, who was lying down, had a slightly distorted expression on her face and let out a slight groan. Hold on. Don't move. This is the only way to remove as much of the snake venom as possible. After saying that, Luchi stood up. He first took the spear and placed it next to Hui Shuchi and told her, just lie here and don't move. After a few minutes, take the cup first. This is the water in my bag. After taking the cup, rinse the wound with water. Drink the remaining water when you are very thirsty. If your arm feels uncomfortable, you can loosen the belt for 2 or 3 minutes to let the blood flow for 1 or 2 minutes before tightening it. Do you understand? Seeing Luchi's anxious and serious look, Hui Shuchi nodded hurriedly. Seeing Hui Shuchi not saying a word, Luchi suddenly felt soft in his heart. He squatted down and held Hui Shuchi's other hand and said, I'm going to look for herbs that can treat and relieve snake venom. You must not run around. Wait for me to come back. That was a famous venomous snake. Its venom must be treated and cured as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. He said the latter sentence very quietly and softly, because he didn't want Hui Shuchi to be careless, but also to let her clearly understand what had just happened. After saying that, without waiting for Hui Shuchi to answer, Luchi picked up his bow and arrow, stood up, and walked towards the forest on the slope. As he walked and looked around, he made sure to find the right herbs in the shortest time possible. Although he didn't know the amount of snake venom in Hui Shuchi's body, as a doctor, Luchi could be sure that she had been poisoned from the color of the wound. It is also a blood-circulating toxin. After being bitten, the wound will show symptoms such as swelling, pain, and bleeding. In severe cases, there will be symptoms such as dizziness, nausea, vomiting, difficulty breathing, and rapid heartbeat. If not treated in time, it may easily lead to death. All the actions you have taken before may delay or reduce the time and severity of the venom, but they will never completely eliminate the harm of snake venom to the body. Therefore, he had to find useful herbs to treat snake venom as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be wishful thinking for Hui Shuchi to survive with her physical condition. Hui Shuchi, who was lying flat on the spot, didn't look away until she saw Luchi completely leave. She looked at her hands, and a faint smile appeared on her face for a moment. A smile so sweet and happy, but then she quickly put away the smile and showed a hesitant expression. Him? Could it really be him? Whoa, Luchi, how could it be you? Hui Shuchi had a strange expression, tears welling up in her eyes. But after a few breaths, she started laughing again. Hee ha ha, Luchi, Master Lu, it's you. I'm going to pick you. Ha ha. If Luchi were still here now, he would definitely doubt his medical skills. Could it be that after being bitten by this iron-headed snake, his mind would be disturbed and he would have symptoms of reverie and madness? A few minutes later, Hui Shuchi prepared to take off the water cup on the back of her hand, as Luchi said. Ah, she screamed in shock. It turned out that when the cup just opened a little, a stream of dark red blood flowed out from the gap between the cup mouth and the back of the hand. After the cup was completely removed, the two purple and black spots on the back of the hand were particularly eye-catching. And there was also a faint black circle on the white back of the hand. Hui Shuchi finally understood why Luchi had such a serious expression and swift actions just now. It turned out that she was really bitten by a poisonous snake. Perhaps it was because her emotions began to fluctuate violently at that moment. Suddenly, Hui Shuchi began to feel some pain in her entire arm and half of her arm, and her heartbeat quickened. Although she followed Luchi's instructions and tried her best to control her nervousness, the feeling from her body became more and more obvious. About 10 minutes later, she felt discomfort in half of her arm. It was obvious that the belt on her arm was too tight, and her swollen arm prevented blood from circulating properly, making her feel more and more uncomfortable. Chapter 129, Blue Embarrassment. So, Hui Shuchi hurriedly untied the belt on her arm. Her movements were a little flustered, her brows slightly furrowed, and a hint of anxiety in her eyes. She did as Luchi said, and after a few minutes, she felt the blood flow in her arm much more smoothly. As she tightened the belt again, her fingers trembled slightly, as if she was having a final struggle with the fear in her heart. Only then did she finally break free from the virtual illusion in which Luchi had forcibly taken off her gloves and began to bravely face the cruel reality in which she was living. She bit her lip, her eyes revealing determination, and she placed all her hopes of survival on Luchi. Lying quietly, Hui Shuchi looked at the thick and huge tree crown covered with sharp thorns in front of her, and a feeling of emotion surged in her heart. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her eyes full of understanding of the difficulty of survival. Compared to the world she once was on stage and under the spotlight, this place was so far away. A drop of crystal tears quietly slid down her face, and her face twitched slightly, as if she was sad about the turn of fate. Under the big tree, wildflowers are everywhere. Hui Shuchi, who was lying in it, seemed to hear melodious saxophone music. She tilted her head slightly, a hint of intoxication in her eyes. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, Hui Shuchi suddenly began to sing her famous song, Love on a Deserted Island, softly. Her voice was soft and melodious, as if she was telling the story in her heart. She closed her eyes slightly, tried to relax her body in this way. But before she finished singing a song, she felt dizzy. Although she didn't move, everything in front of her was spinning and moving, changing and twisting. Her face turned pale instantly, her brows furrowed tightly, and she thought to herself that this was not good. The snake venom was affecting her. Luchi, Luchi, I feel dizzy, nauseous, and want to vomit. Hui Shuchi's voice was full of fear and helplessness. At this moment, her mind was filled with Luchi's face and his figure, and she had already regarded Luchi as the last straw in her life. Then, Hui Shuchi began to breathe rapidly, and it became difficult. Her chest rose and fell violently, and her hands tightly grasped the wild flowers around her. While she was still conscious, she tried to loosen her belt. Then she fell into a coma. After a long time, Luchi hurried back anxiously. His steps were hurried, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. In addition to the bow and arrow, he was holding an unknown fruit shell, which looked very hard, and his backpack was also bulging. As soon as he came back, he saw Hui Shuchi lying peacefully among the flowers, so he hurried forward to take her pulse and check on her physical condition. His eyes were focused and nervous, his brows were furrowed. Holding Hui Shuchi's wrist, his expression did not change at all. After a few breaths, he hurriedly took out 2 herbs from his backpack, decisively stuffed them into his mouth, and began chewing them. His cheeks bulged until he bit into pieces. Then he spit it out, carefully applied it on the back of Hui Shuchi's hand, and then gently wrapped it with a cloth strip. After doing all this, he still did not stop. He looked at the water bottle he left behind when he left. He first rinsed his mouth that had chewed the herbs, then took a few sips and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing that Hui Shuchi's face had changed a little, he poured a little of the remaining water in her mouth, then carried her on his back, took everything he could take, and hurried towards the nearby lake. More than half an hour later, Luchi finally arrived at the edge of the forest near the lake. His breathing was a little rapid, but his eyes were full of determination. After finding a suitable place, he put Huishuchi down. I looked around again. There was a lake a few dozen meters ahead and a dense forest behind. The left and right sides were almost all the edge of the forest. He had just sat down and hadn't rested for a few minutes when he saw Huishuchi's complexion getting worse and worse. So Luchi hurriedly got up and looked around for some dry firewood, lit it with a lighter, and then hurried to the lake again. His steps were hurried, as if he was racing against time. Regardless of whether the lake water was clean or not, he used the unknown fruit shell to fill up half of the water, returned to the fire, and put it on the fire. He took the backpack, searched inside, and took out a few herbs. He took out a dagger, cut them roughly a few times, and threw them into the fruit shell. As the flames surged, the water in the husks quickly boiled. At this time, Luchi reduced the fire and slowly simmered the herbs inside. His eyes were focused, as if he was conducting a crucial experiment. After all the dry firewood he had picked up was burned, he poured half of the herbs and potion in the fruit shell into the cup, cooled it down, and prepared to give it to Huishuchi. Sister Shuchi, Sister Shuchi. Luchi called out twice, his voice gentle and urgent. But Huishuchi didn't respond at all. As a last resort, Luchi had to gently support Huishuchi and let her lie in his arms, then slowly fed the medicine in the cup in her mouth bit by bit. Huishuchi drank the potion bit by bit. Gradually, as the effect of the medicine slowly took effect in the body, Huishuchi's eyes finally opened slowly. Luchi, is it really you? As soon as Huishuchi opened her eyes, she looked up at Luchi's face in front of her. Her eyes were full of surprise and emotion. Haha, it's me. It's okay. You finally woke up. It's good that you woke up. It's good that you woke up. At this moment, Luchi's face was filled with a smile as warm as spring breeze, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. Little did she know that his smile would become an image that Huishuchi would never forget in her life. After nearly 3 hours of waiting, Huishuchi's dizziness and breathing difficulties had gradually eased a lot, but the swelling and pain in her arms and arms had not subsided. At this time, Luchi leaned against a big tree without saying a word, his slightly closed eyes revealing a hint of fatigue, while Huishuchi leaned in Luchi's arms. After waking up, Huishuchi gently raised her right hand and took a look. It was still a little swollen and slightly painful, but the color of her skin had improved a lot. She was very satisfied with the result, as she was treated after being bitten by a poisonous snake. Oh, turning around, I saw Luchi sleeping with his head tilted to one side, leaning tiredly against a tree, breathing softly. She tilted her body slightly, so that she could have a comfortable perspective to appreciate the handsome man in front of her. Until Luchi wakes up. You're awake, Master Lu. Seeing Luchi open his eyes, Huishuchi asked gently, with a charming smile on her face, her eyes full of tenderness and concern. How'd I fall asleep? Luchi rubbed his eyes and instantly woke up. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Hee, you look so good when you sleep, so handsome. I haven't seen enough of you yet. Huishuchi joked with a smile. Luchi lowered his head to look at Huishuchi, who was resting her head on his abdomen, and happened to meet Huishuchi's eyes. At this time, Huishuchi had been staring at Luchi for a long time, but there was still light in her eyes. Looking at Huishuchi's deep and charming eyes, Luchi's heart was filled with ripples. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and when he was about to look away, his attention was attracted by Huishuchi's strong cleavage again. From Luchi's perspective at this moment, her skin is white as jade, and her well-defined cleavage were like a huge whirlpool in the ocean, sucking him in and making him unable to extricate himself. In a flash, he silently chanted Ba in his heart, and then he forced himself to look elsewhere. Of course, Huishuchi took in Luchi's look and his discomfort. In order to tease Luchi, Huishuchi actually raised her right hand that was bitten by a snake and placed it in front of herself. The look of neither blocking nor not blocking seemed very natural, but revealed her meticulous mind. Luchi naturally couldn't see Huishuchi's intention. He only heard Huishuchi say softly, Luchi, please help me. My arm is still numb and painful. It's so uncomfortable. Hearing this, Luchi turned his head and looked at Huishuchi's arm, but he couldn't concentrate, either looking at Huishuchi's proud figure from the front or looking at Huishuchi's career line from the corner of his eye. So he casually explained, "Nothing. The toxins have to be dispersed and dissolved." Then he was ready to get up. Hui Shuchi, with a smile on her face, reluctantly sat up from Luchi's arms. However, the next second, something extremely embarrassing happened. I don't know if it was because he stood up too quickly or because his pants were too loose without a belt, but the moment he stood up straight, with a crash, the pants fell firmly on his calves. Ah, Blue, at this moment, it's as if time has stopped. An unexpected incident that neither of them expected happened. Hui Shuchi was stunned, with all kinds of words written in her eyes. Her cheeks turned red instantly, and her eyes were full of surprise and shyness. It was only after seeing the look in Hui Shuchi's eyes that Luchi finally understood that his pants had really fallen down. So, he used the speed of light and picked up his fallen pants before Hui Shuchi could say a word. In less than 10 seconds, Hui Shuchi's face flushed, while Luchi was so embarrassed that he just wanted to escape. "Here you go. It's all my fault. Not only did I cause you so much trouble, but I also made you. Ha ha ha. But I didn't see anything." Hui Shuchi smiled and handed the belt in her hand to Luchi, her eyes full of teasing. "You. Hey." Luchi awkwardly took the belt from Hui Shuchi and quickly fastened it on his pants. Looking at Hui Shuchi's laughter, he felt uncomfortable and even felt his cheeks getting hot. Looking at the lake in the distance, Luchi suddenly knew what he wanted to do. So he ran all the way towards the lake at a very fast speed. "Ha ha. Master Lu, it looks great. Blue is my lucky color. Hey hey." Hui Shuchi's laughter and teasing could be heard from behind, but Luchi still did not stop. He reached the shore, took a look, and then dived into the lake. Chapter 1:30 Crisis in the Lake. As soon as he entered the water, the clear lake water instantly took away Luchi's inner embarrassment and the hot feeling, and also washed away the fatigue and sweat on his body. When Hui Shuchi arrived at the lake, Luchi was leisurely soaking in the water. Although Hui Shuchi also wanted to go swimming at this time, she was dissuaded by Luchi in time. After all, the toxins in her body have not been completely eliminated, and going into the water at this moment is undoubtedly asking for trouble. Luchi doesn't want to see Hui Shuchi fainting in the water. After hearing Luchi's advice, Hui Shuchi was unhappy, but she had to listen to the advice given by Luchi from a professional perspective. It was Luchi's persuasion that unexpectedly allowed him to escape a life-threatening crisis in the lake. When Luchi saw Hui Shuchi standing on the shore, standing there in a daze and not daring to go into the water because of his persuasion, he felt a little bit of face back and seemed very satisfied. He was leisurely paddling the lake water while humming a little tune freely. Seeing this, Hui Shuchi on the shore was so angry that she stomped her feet and rolled her eyes. She knew in her heart that Luchi did it on purpose, but she couldn't do as she pleased and play in the water like him. Out of sight, out of mind, so she sat down on the edge of the stone, with her back to Luchi, leaving only her back to him. Seeing that he couldn't continue to have fun, Luchi suddenly felt bored. Just as he was about to walk onto the shore, suddenly, some unknown creature in the waist-deep water suddenly grabbed his ankles tightly and then quickly dragged him into the deep water. With a loud splash, Luchi fell into the water. He only had time to shout out 3 words before he fell into the water instantly. "Shuchi, sister." The moment he fell into the water, Luchi kicked and pumped his legs frantically, but the thing that was wrapped around him showed no signs of loosening. Hui Shuchi only heard Luchi calling her name in a sticky voice, but she didn't want to look back at all. "Humph, it's useless. Don't think I will pay attention to you if you call me like that." After saying that, she still sat there angrily, refusing to turn around and pay attention to Luchi. Luchi struggled hard. As long as his feet could move, he would never stop resisting in the water. His heartbeat suddenly quickened to a level that he could clearly feel himself, and fear instantly filled his whole body. He really didn't understand what kind of strange creature there was in the water that had such powerful tentacles and strength. He couldn't believe that he was so unlucky as to become a delicious meal for this creature in the water. After a great struggle, Luchi rushed half of his body toward the lake shore. He just took out the dagger from his waist, but the thing in the water pulled him hard and dragged him into the deep water again. In panic, the dagger in his hand fell into the water. Although the water was only waist deep, it was obviously not the time to look for the dagger. Before he could react, he was dragged into the water again. As a last resort, Luchi could only struggle towards the shore with his bare hands, kicking his feet nonstop. When he emerged from the water again, he continued to shout, "Sister Shuchi." As soon as the 3 words came out of his mouth, he was dragged into the water again. Although he raised his voice this time, Hui Shuchi still stood on the stone bank of the lake like a stone sculpture. As Luchi struggled desperately, the splashes of water became bigger and more abnormal. But Hui Shuchi still ignored it. Humph, it's useless. It's not like I haven't seen anyone who is 1.87 meters tall, and it's not like I haven't seen anyone with abdominal muscles. I don't want to see them. Sister, I. Gulialu. The sound of splashing water was extremely rapid and chaotic. Hui Shuchi gurgled. It was not until she heard Luchi shout out her name with a hint of terror in it that she looked back. Help! Help me! As soon as she turned around, Hui Shuchi saw Luchi falling into the lake with a dog-like posture, completely losing his leisurely and contented look just now. Xiao Chu started to cry for help in panic, but he could only shout out 1 or 2 words before diving into the water again. Hui Shuchi looked at him in confusion, thinking that Luchi was deliberately going crazy to attract her attention, so she turned around and ignored him. But at this moment, a dark object flashed across the surface of the lake. She hurriedly stood up and realized the danger. It turned out that Luchi was really struggling. No, he was struggling desperately with something in the water. Crash! Luchi rushed out of the water again and struggled toward the shore. He stirred up the lake water around him, creating a large splash. Luchi, what's that in the water? Seeing Luchi's head emerging from the water, Hui Shuchi asked hurriedly. But what he saw was that Luchi's eyes were bloodshot and turned scarlet, and he spit out big mouthfuls of water from his mouth, and he shouted indistinctly, "Spear! Spear! Yeah, okay. Me." Hui Shuchi hurriedly looked at the spear on the ground, then quickly stepped forward to pick it up. But when she stood on the shore and looked into the lake again, Luchi was gone. Luchi! Luchi! In an instant, the extremely anxious Hui Shuchi cried and screamed. The decibel of this sentence was quite high, completely exceeding the highest note she had sung since her debut. Maybe it's the strength that makes miracles happen. With her scream, Luchi emerged from the water again. He had been dragged by the creature in the water to the water level above his neck, and his legs were about to lose strength. But Luchi still didn't give up. The moment he came out of the water, he took a deep breath and then kept hitting the water with his hands. Seeing this, Hui Shuchi suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly grabbed all the wooden arrows in the bag on the shore and threw them towards Luchi in the water. At the same time, she shouted, "Luchi, go ahead." Crash! Dozens of arrows fell into the water beside Luchi. Immediately afterwards, Hui Shuchi took a few steps back holding the spear, then sprinted and jumped towards Luchi in the water. After jumping into the water, she swam hard towards Luchi. When Luchi was dragged into the water again, he grabbed an arrow that Hui Shuchi threw into the water. Although he was exhausted at the moment he grasped the arrow, it seemed like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He quickly dived like a dragon and stabbed at the thing on his ankle. However, his stab seemed to have angered the creature in the water. In just a moment, the thing that had just loosened its ankle quickly wrapped around his thighs and waist again. Luchi continued to chase and stab, even choking on the lake water a few times before he missed a single second of the opportunity. He just grabbed the arrow and used it as a dagger. Finally, the object in the water loosened its pull, and Luchi once again raised his head out of the water, taking a deep breath. However, as the waters grew deeper, the terrors he had to endure grew greater. Once he stopped resisting, the thing in the water wrapped itself around his legs again and pulled him towards the lake. Luchi was pulled into the water again, and in horror, he choked on water again. His consciousness was also beginning to become a little blurry, but he still took the initiative to dive and attack. He even saw the scarlet blood floating in the water and mixing with the lake water. But his own strength was also weakening little by little, and his consciousness was slowly blurring and disappearing. And at the end of the memory, a hand grabbed his arm. Then he fainted in the water. And the hand that grabbed him was Hui Shuchi. When Hui Shuchi swam to Luchi, she saw that Luchi had no response. So she took a deep breath and dived down with extremely agile movements. From her swimming posture to her diving at this moment, it is obvious that her swimming skills are the result of professional training and long-term practice. As soon as she opened her eyes and entered the water, she saw a black object wrapped around Luchi's thighs and waist, trying to drag him underwater. Huishuchi did not stab out the spear in her hand directly, but continued to dive in, until she saw the big head of the dark object in the water under Luchi's feet. She rushed forward and stabbed out the spear in her hand. After being stabbed by the spear, she did not stop, but pulled it out violently and continued to stab several times. In an instant, the lake water in front of her became turbid, and she could not see anything. Only then did she stop, dropped the spear in her hand, grabbed Luchi's arm, and swam towards the shore. There was no more resistance, and she was sure that Luchi had escaped, and the thing in the water must have been injured and escaped. After a dozen breaths, Huishuchi dragged the unconscious Luchi to the lake. She used all her strength to pull Luchi ashore. Chapter 131, Grandfather and Grandson. After getting ashore, she was panting but didn't have time to take a few breaths. Huishuchi called out to Luchi anxiously, but no matter how she called, Luchi still did not respond. She was extremely anxious and ignored the swelling and pain in her right hand and arm. She quickly stood up and began to perform artificial respiration on Luchi. "Luchi, Luchi, wake up!" Huishuchi shouted Luchi's name at the top of her lungs, while pressing his chest nervously. After a round of compressions, when she pinched Luchi's nose and was about to blow air into his mouth, Luchi suddenly coughed violently, then sat up, turned his head, and spit out several mouthfuls of turbid lake water. "Ha ha, ha ha ha, great, you finally woke up." Seeing Luchi wake up, Huishuchi was so excited that her face beamed with joy and she couldn't help laughing. "Ahem, yes, you were the one who rescued me to shore just now." Luchi coughed violently again, then looked at Huishuchi with a puzzled look on his face and asked. "Certainly." Seeing Luchi looking at her with a bit of disbelief, Huishuchi raised the corners of her mouth and smiled complacently. "How did you do that? That thing in the water just now was very strong." "Humph. My personal swimming coach is a national first-class athlete, and my swimming skills are also qualified to be a third-class swimmer. I dived to save you just now, and I stabbed its big head with my spear, so it let you go." Hearing this, Luchi breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to lie down and have a good rest, he suddenly remembered something and immediately stood up and looked at the lake in panic. "What's wrong?" Seeing Luchi's panic, Huishuchi asked hurriedly. However, just as she finished speaking, she saw Luchi's expression change from cloudy to sunny. Fortunately, it's there, not lost. Because Luchi thought of the arrows and spears that fell into the water, and most importantly, his dagger. The wooden arrows and spears were still floating on the water, while the dagger had fallen into the calf-deep water. Standing on the shore and looking down, the dagger in the water was very conspicuous. Luchi staggered to his feet and hurriedly found a long tree pole nearby. When he reached the lake, he carefully picked up the dagger and inserted it into the leather sheath at his waist, then quickly retrieved all the arrows he could reach. Then he found the spear that had done him a great service. After landing, he dragged his exhausted body, his scarlet eyes full of fatigue, and after a careful inspection, he luckily found that none of the 3 copper-headed arrows he had made at the beginning were lost, which made Luchi very happy. Although those 3 arrows are not of much particular use to him now, they hold special meanings for him, because that was the first weapon he made on this island. Since he had these 3 arrows, he could feel that he had gained a little more confidence, courage, and perseverance after being stranded on this island. There's also a bit of good luck in the dark. It was not until this moment that the tense nerves and emotions were completely relaxed. Luchi then sat down on the stone bank under the setting sun, not wanting to move anymore. His body felt as heavy as if it was filled with lead, and it was even difficult for him to even lift his eyelids. Less than 2 minutes later, Huishuchi heard Luchi snoring. After sorting out their things, she felt exhausted. Perhaps it was due to the intense activity after she went into the water just now. The snake venom was still affecting her. She held the spear tightly in her hand, and then she leaned against Luchi, lying quietly to rest. Gradually, she also fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Luchi vaguely felt something gently poking his head and body. This power also woke him up from a terrifying nightmare. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt the warmth in his arms. He looked down and saw Huishuchi sleeping soundly. "Grandpa," he moved. "This guy seems to be still alive." Luchi just lowered his head slightly, but at this moment, a girl's voice suddenly came from behind him. Hearing this, Luchi hurriedly hugged Hui Shuchi and turned around. His quick movements woke up Hui Shuchi, who was still sleeping. Luchi, ouch, did you just wake up? When Hui Shuchi woke up, she stretched her body and looked at Luchi, but she saw Luchi staring behind her. She looked back and saw a girl of about 15 or 16 squatting in front of them. She was holding a long wooden stick and looking at them curiously. The girl had thick black hair tied into 2 braids, one on each side hanging down in front of her chest. Her eyes, as big as black grapes, are very charming, with a clear look and a hint of innocence. The small and round nose gives people a delicate and lively feeling. The rosy lips are like 2 petals that have just bloomed, and the slightly concave corners of the mouth are raised, with a hint of smile. The girl is wearing a pair of over-the-knee denim overalls with a panda pattern embroidered on the chest, which undoubtedly highlights her girlish heart. Behind the girl, an old man came forward. He had gray hair and beard, sharp eyes, dark skin, and except for the obvious wrinkles on his eyes, forehead, and neck, his real age could not be seen from other parts. The old man also held a bow, an arrow in his hand, and carried some things on his back, one of which was a rabbit skin that was very conspicuous. Luchi was surprised to find that the old man's bow and arrow were very finely made, especially the feathers and arrowheads. The arrowheads seemed to be made of some hard stone. When Luchi looked at the old man also looked at Luchi and the others. Like Luchi, the old man also looked at the arrows around Luchi with curiosity. Seeing Luchi and Hui Shuchi wake up, the girl stood up and walked to her grandfather, whispering, "Grandpa, they're not dead, but asleep." Hearing this, the old man rolled his eyes at her and scolded her. I told you not to be rash, but you didn't listen. You came all the way here just to disturb someone's sleep." Seeing that his granddaughter had woken up Luchi and Hui Shuchi, the old man hurriedly apologized and said, "I'm so sorry, young lovers. My granddaughter didn't mean to do that. I was afraid that something might happen to you, so I came over to check on you. I didn't expect to disturb your peace and sweet dreams. I'm so sorry. I apologize to you on her behalf. Please don't blame her for her youth and inexperience." Hearing this, Luchi and Hui Shuchi hurriedly stood up and looked at the old man again. It must be said that the old man's tone was calm and polite, and he was the most comfortable person to listen to among all the strangers he had met since he came to this island. Luchi quickly replied, "Uncle, it's okay. We just rested. She didn't disturb us." Are there only 2 of you?" "Yes, young man. We are the only 2 of us here, grandfather and grandson. I'm glad to meet you here. Do you live nearby?" the old man asked. Luchi glanced at Hui Shuchi and then said, "Uncle, we don't live here. We were just passing by, so we came here to take a look." He didn't know what the uncle's intentions and purposes were, so he tried to be as cautious as possible when answering questions. Chapter 132, The Master Invites. At this time, Hui Shuchi next to Luchi slowly raised her head. Her face was flushed, and she looked very shy. The reason she did so was because the old man mistook them for a couple. After calling them young couple, Hui Shuchi lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at Luchi. When she looked up, the old man was also impressed by her beauty and said with a smile, "Oh my, young man, your girlfriend is so pretty. Ha! You are such a lucky person." After these words were spoken, Hui Shuchi felt as if she was bathed in the spring breeze, and she was full of energy. Seeing this, Luchi did not try to explain. After all, they were all strangers, and it was normal for their previous behavior to be misunderstood as a couple. If he really had a diva-level girlfriend, wouldn't that be a good thing? After shaking his head slightly, Luchi was about to respond to the old man. But at this time, the girl was seen whispering something to her grandfather, looking at Hui Shuchi while speaking. Luchi thought, this time, Sister Shuchi will definitely gain another little fan. Sure enough, the next second, the old man looked at Hui Shuchi again in amazement. "Hey, young man, is your girlfriend a big star?" This time, Hui Shuchi took the lead and replied, "Uncle, there are no big stars here. Only people who are trying hard to live." Hearing this, Luchi looked at Hui Shuchi with admiration, and the old man also looked at Hui Shuchi with admiration. At his age, he had seen countless people. Just through these few simple chats and observations, he had already seen the character and ability of the 2. And what his granddaughter had just said in his ear gave him his own idea. That is, the young couple in front of him could be friends and worth making friends with. After all, if the grandfather and grandson want to survive on this island for a long time, they definitely need one or two reliable friends. Especially at his current age, wanting to protect his granddaughter forever is obviously a bit too idealistic. Well said. Well said. The old man looked at Huishuchi and gave her a thumbs up. May I know your names? How should I address you? Hearing the old man's polite words, Luchi couldn't help but look at him and said, "Oh, you are joking, sir. I don't deserve your name. My name is Luchi. She is the big star you mentioned, Huishuchi. Sir, how should we address you?" In response to the old man's politeness, Luchi also responded very politely. "Huh, you are so polite and have the ability to survive here. No wonder such a big star likes you. You are really good. My name is Yujan. She is my granddaughter." At this time, the girl saw that the grandfather was about to say her name, so she hurriedly stepped forward and looked at Luchi and said, "Brother Luchi, Sister Shuchi, my name is Yu Sidong." Then she looked at Hui Shuchi and said, "Sister Shuchi, I really like your songs." He he he. Hearing this, Hui Shuchi smiled sweetly and replied happily, "Thank you, Sitong. You are so beautiful." Hearing Hui Shuchi's praise, Yu Sidong stepped forward playfully and whispered to Hui Shuchi, "Hee hee, Sister Shuchi, he's so handsome." After saying that, she did not forget to blink her big left eye. This time, Huishuchi's face became even redder. Luchi didn't pay much attention to the interaction between the two girls, but thought about his name that the old man said. Vietnam Va. This name is so domineering and memorable. If I guess correctly, the old man should have been born in that era, and perhaps he was from a military family. When he expressed his doubts, the answer he got was exactly as he had guessed. "Haha, Luchi, you guessed right. I was born at that time. My father was a soldier, and I'm also a soldier. It's a pity that I ended up here by mistake." Once the topic was opened, Luchi and the old man chatted back and forth as if they had met a close friend, and they got along very well. Yu Sitong, who was standing by, asked Hui Shuchi about her arm injury with concern. She was even more shocked when she learned that she was bitten by a poisonous snake. The old man had a very keen observation ability. After just a short chat, he asked Luchi if he had experienced anything, because he could tell from the red bloodshot in Luchi's eyes and the weakness in his body that Luchi was actually very tired at this time. Coupled with Hui Shuchi's slightly swollen arms, it was clear that the two of them must have encountered something bad. After the old man noticed something, Luchi and Hui Shuchi had no choice but to tell him about their experience in the water. After listening to Luchi's story, the grandfather and his granddaughter were shocked, but also a little scared, because the two of them had been to this area the day before, and the granddaughter had gone into the water alone. As the sky was getting darker, Luchi and Huishuchi had not yet fully recovered their strength. So the old man took the initiative to invite the two to the place where they camped together. Facing the old man's active invitation, Luchi took the opportunity to discuss with Huishuchi. After the two agreed, they decided to go with the old man for a while and stay overnight. After collecting the thorns tomorrow, they would return to the camp. While the two were discussing, Yu Sidong also asked her grandfather, "Grandpa, why did you take the initiative to invite them? Didn't you say that we can't just bring anyone to where we live? Do you trust them?" The reason why Yu Sidong asked this was because her grandfather had always told her that now that they were on this island, what they feared most was not animals, but people, their hearts, and human nature. But when she hadn't even planned to invite them, she saw that her grandfather had taken the initiative to invite them. This made Yu Sidong very confused. "Hey, silly girl, what Grandpa said to you was indeed to protect you. But what Grandpa is doing now is to protect you longer. Grandpa's health is not as good as before. If you want to survive on this island, you can't do it without a good physique. And these two, hey, if possible, Grandpa hopes that they can continue to protect you in the future." "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" Yu Sidong wanted to interrupt her grandfather's worries, but she heard her grandfather continue to say, "Girl, look at the bow and arrow in Luchi's hand. It's no worse than the one made by my grandfather, and he knows how to use the things around him. See those 3 copper arrowheads on his body? They're made of bullet shells. Look at their bodies again. Compared to the other people we have seen, aren't they obviously in much better condition? This means that they at least have enough food and drink, at least for now. Besides, even this big star is willing to follow him, and you've seen how this kid speaks and behaves. He's not just foul-mouthed, but also arrogant. How many young people like this can you find on this island now? Girl, you have to remember this too. When choosing friends, you must open your eyes, but don't just use your eyes to see. You also have to use your ears to listen and your heart to feel. If you want to survive here, you must first learn by yourself. Learn how to hunt, learn how to recognize people, learn how to make fire and cook food. You must also learn how to make your heart strong. Make sure that everyone who meets you does not dare to covet your things. After hearing what her grandfather said, Yu Sitong suddenly became clear-headed. She nodded repeatedly, agreeing with her grandfather's idea. Chapter 133: Grandpa and Grandson Camp Destroyed. After an in-depth conversation, Luchi and Hui Shuchi decided to follow the Vietnam War grandfather to the place where the grandfather and grandson lived. Before leaving, Luchi once again looked at the vast lake in front of him with endless emotion in his heart. I once thought that I knew this lake well enough and that I was very safe here, but now it seems that it was just my self-righteous cognition. This lake obviously still has many unknown mysteries. If I hadn't been lucky enough today, with the swimming expert Hui Shuchi by my side, I would probably have died long ago. However, what exactly is that mysterious creature in the lake? Although Luchi had a fierce battle with it, he was still unable to see its appearance clearly. Hui Shuchi told him that the head he saw in the water should belong to a giant octopus. Hearing this, Luchi was extremely shocked. He had tasted octopus meat before, but today he almost became food for the octopus. Thinking of this, Luchi suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body and was terrified. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge octopus in this lake? At this time, the sky was beginning to darken. Under the guidance of the old man, Luchi and his companions passed through a forest and came to a slope covered with rocks. This place is not far from the lake. Judging from the time they spent walking and talking just now, if they walk normally, they will reach the lake in about 20 minutes. As soon as we arrived at this rocky, sloping forest, the old man raised his hand and pointed upwards and said, "That's it. Although it's a bit shabby, at least it can give us grandparents a safe life. Haha, please don't despise it." Luchi and Hui Shuchi looked in the direction the old man pointed and saw a cliff right above them. Looking up, they saw a gap formed by two huge rocks at the top, where the old man made some simple reinforcements and created a sturdy and spacious shelter. However, when the four of them climbed up the slope happily and arrived in front of the shelter, Yu Zhan and Yu Sitong were stunned for a moment. Then, their expressions changed from dull to angry. How could this happen? Yu Sitong looked at the current state of the shelter that her grandfather had worked so hard to build, feeling heartbroken and tears welling up in her eyes. The shelter in front of us had obviously been invaded by some kind of animal and was in a mess. The items and clothes inside had been torn and smashed and were in tatters. The 2 bottles of honey that Uncle Yuzhan had worked so hard to collect were now empty, and the bottles were torn into pieces and thrown on the ground. That was the gift he had prepared for his granddaughter with great effort, but after just one trip, it became someone else's delicacy. And the stored meat was completely cleared out. Seeing the shelter he had built with so much effort suddenly turned into such a tragic state, Yuzhan was filled with anger and had no place to vent. He stared at it for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh of helplessness. Hey, this damn beast. He really doesn't leave anyone away to survive. After inspecting the scene, Luchi determined that it was a black bear that did the deed. And from the long sighs he let out during the Vietnam War, it seemed like he knew a thing or two about this black bear. Hui Shuchi didn't know what to say to comfort the grandfather and granddaughter. After all, they were invited here with good intentions, but when they came back, they saw such a heartbreaking scene. This might be the shelter that the grandfather and grandson have carefully managed for a long time, carrying their hopes and courage to live, but now everything is gone. She had no choice but to quietly accompany Yu Sidong and search for something that could be used in this messy shelter. Uncle Yu, this place has been visited by a black bear before, and it may come again. It is no longer safe. Let's pack up our things tonight and stay somewhere else temporarily. After hearing what Luchi said, Yu Zhan realized that what he said was absolutely right, but he still felt reluctant in his heart. He was stunned for a long time until he saw his granddaughter packed up the important things. Then he sighed again. For an old man, every sigh seems to make him look a little older. Luchi looked at it and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Just like that, the 4 of them came back happily, and after some painful packing, they left sadly again. As the night grew darker, the 4 of them moved a long distance away from the shelter and chose a flat woodland, intending to spend the night there. After determining the location, Luchi and Yu Zhan looked around for dry firewood and started a fire. In order to keep the fire burning all night, Luchi and Yuzhan ran back and forth 5 or 6 times before they accumulated enough dry firewood. With the fire, the four of them felt a little safer and warmer. However, the fire they lit attracted the attention of another group of people nearby. Behind another hill, a group of more than a dozen people were chatting in groups of 3 or 4. They were originally waiters on the cruise ship, but now they are all dressed in gold and silver and look very stylish. These dozen people were all young men, and there was not a single woman among them. The fire in front of them had only tiny flames flickering, as if it would be extinguished by a gust of wind. At this time, a thin young man suddenly ran back excitedly, came to the 2 men who were resting, and said breathlessly, Brother Young, something's happening." Hearing this, the 2 people who were resting sat up instantly. The man called Brother Young spat out a small stick from his mouth and looked at the thin young man and said, "What are you yelling about? What'll be going on so late at night? Don't you have a stomachache? Why are you yelling when you come back after being out for so long?" "That's right, Xiaoyo. Have you been eating alone recently? Why do you always feel uncomfortable in your stomach?" The man next to him also echoed. Seeing that the 2 men were skeptical about what he said, Xiaoyo stepped forward and whispered to them, "Brother Young, this is what happened. I went out to use the restroom just now and saw a fire coming from behind the hill. So I climbed up the hill and saw 4 people who had just lit a fire. 1 old, 1 young, and 2 women. Hee, those 2 women are both beautiful. Do you want to go over with Brother Cohen to take a look?" The man called Brother Young is named Wu Young, and he is the manager of a group of waiters on the cruise ship. The man next to him, Brother Cohen, is named Lee Cohen, and he is a chef. When Wu Young heard this, he turned his head to look at Lee Cohen beside him. Among the dozen people, the 2 of them were the strongest, which showed that they had the highest status among them. When the 2 heard that there was a beautiful woman, they looked at each other. You have to know that there are more than a dozen of them in this group. Since they gathered on this island, they have always bullied others, and no one has ever bullied them. Moreover, as service personnel, after coming here, they always have a revengeful mentality towards those rich people who are high above them. Robbing the rich of their property and food has become their norm. Whenever they meet a rich person with gold and silver jewelry, no matter if he or she is male or female, young or old, they will never let him or her go. 1 old, 1 young, and 2 women. Lee Kuan repeated Xiaoyo's words, with a hint of greed in his eyes. Chapter 134, Sexual Assault. Seeing this, Wu Yong hurriedly asked again, "Xiaoyo, are you sure they are 2 beauties?" "Hee, Brother Yong, I have an excellent eye for beauties. Just now, at that distance, with the help of the firelight, I could see them clearly. Those 2 women are definitely star-level beauties." Xiaoyo excitedly recounted his first impression of Hui Shuqi and you sit on. "Star level? Are you seeing things? It's very dark now. Are you crazy about women?" Wu Yong looked at Xiaoyo's infatuated look and deliberately hit him to confirm the matter. "Oh, Brother Yong, why don't you believe me? I guarantee with tomorrow's food that they are really star-level beauties," Xiaoyo said anxiously. Now, Wu Yong and Li Kuan finally believed Xiaoyo's words. After all, Xiaoyo looked thin, but his appetite was amazing. Now he was even using tomorrow's food ration as a guarantee, which made the 2 more excited. So the 2 men left the crowd with Xiaoyo, and they planned to go and see for themselves. Soon, they came to the hillside where Xiaoyo was before. As soon as they arrived here, the 2 women by the fire in the distance immediately attracted their attention. As for Luchi, who had his back to them, they didn't take him seriously at all. As for Yuzhan, the old man with gray hair and beard, they were even more dismissive. The 2 of them stared at Hui Shuqi and Yu Sidong. As the saying goes, when you're full, you will want to be warm, but when you're hungry and cold, you will want to steal. Facing a beauty like Hui Shuqi, the 2 men's restless hearts instantly became restless. "Brother Yong, Brother Cohen, what do you think? I didn't lie, did I?" Xiaoyo asked for their opinions, but saw that they were staring into the distance. He knew in his heart that if he made a contribution this time, he would definitely have an extra meal tomorrow, and perhaps he would also have a woman to accompany him tonight. "Xiaoyo, good job. I'll give you a snack tomorrow." Li Kuan looked at Hui and Shu Qi, his saliva almost flowing out of the corners of his mouth. He reached out and patted Xiaoyo's shoulder and said, "Hee, thank you, Brother Kuan. I told you I didn't lie to you." Xiaoyo was very proud of being praised by Li Kuan. "Good boy. When did your eyesight become so good at night? They are actually 2 celebrity-level beauties." Not bad. Brother Cohen is right. I must give you a snack tomorrow. Huh. Thank you, Brother Yong. Bang. Wu Yong gently slapped Xiao Niu on the arm and then reminded him, keep your voice down. Don't let them find out. Li Kuan then added, although they don't have much supplies, these two women are enough. Let's rob them tonight, rob them. Hearing what Li Kuan said, Wu Yong and Xiao Niu both showed an evil smile on their faces. At this time, Luchi and his four friends were unhappy because of their experiences in the Vietnam War. After Luchi changed the herbs for Hui Shuqi's arm, he deliberately found a topic to talk about the Vietnam War. Firstly, he wanted to comfort him, and secondly, he wanted to hear the veteran's opinion on the island. Perhaps Luchi had found the right topic, and once the two of them started chatting, Yuzhan couldn't stop talking, especially when they talked about their views on this island. Something Yuzhan, a veteran, said caught Luchi's attention. He said, when the cruise ship sank into the sea, I knew I might never be able to return. After being stranded here, I have been living every day as if it were my last day, and my biggest motivation for living is my granddaughter you sit on. I just hope that one day she can return alive from this island. Grandpa, why are you saying these things again? We will definitely be able to go back safely. Yu Sitong became very unhappy when she heard what her grandfather said, and said angrily. Yuzhan smiled, looked at his granddaughter, did not refute, and then chatted with Luchi. This island is huge and has a unique shape, which really shocked me. When we first arrived at the beach, we on the lifeboat were looking forward to being discovered by rescuers. However, a month later, after the hope of rescue was dashed, people began to fight for survival, attacking and scrambling for each other. In order to avoid being affected, my grandfather and I came here. On the way here, I climbed to the top of the mountain range around the island and found that the mystery of this island is far from as simple as we imagined. Not only is the flow of the surrounding sea water peculiar, but the vegetation and animals on the island are also very special. The trees and plants in the forest are unusually lush and tall, and the animal species are diverse, and their sizes are 1 or 2 times those in the outside world, and some are even larger. Hearing this, Luchi was extremely shocked. He was amazed at the observation ability of the old man. He couldn't wait to ask, Uncle, facing this situation, how do you think we should deal with it, and how can we escape from here? Huh, you kid, do you think I'm your savior? If I knew how to escape from here, would I still come here to live? I would have known it to everyone long ago. As long as someone can get out of here, it means we all have hope of being saved. After a pause, Yuzhan continued. However, I think the most difficult thing about escaping from here is not the lack of a boat, but how to escape the suction of the surrounding seawater and the huge vortex currents outside after getting a vehicle. After listening to Yuzhan's words, Luchi nodded in agreement. Like Yuzhan, he also believed that the most important thing to escape from this island was the ocean currents and atmospheric phenomena surrounding the island. He believed that as long as he mastered the secrets of this island, he might be the one who could escape from here. There's someone. At this moment, Hui Shuqi suddenly saw several dark shadows flashing in the distance, obviously several people. As soon as she finished speaking, Luchi and Yuzhan immediately picked up the bows and arrows beside them, looked in the direction Hui Shuqi said, and bent their bows and arrows. Hui Shuqi also picked up her spear. Yu Sidong took a 40-centimeter long weapon from the side of her backpack. Hey, that's not a sword, but a long thorn. Luchi took a curious look at the thing in Yu Sidong's hand, and then he realized that he had seen it wrong. It should be similar to the tree thorn he found, but it was a larger thorn, and the handle was specially processed and sharpened in the hand. The four of them stood up together and looked into the distance. Damn, you are all so cautious. Looks like we've been discovered after all. In the distance, Li Kuan, who was walking towards this side, said unhappily to Wu Yong and others. Yes, they were able to spot us so easily under the firelight. They are indeed cautious enough. Hey, those 4 people actually have weapons in their hands. Wu Yong stopped and looked carefully at Luchi and the other 3 and said, What are you afraid of? It's dark in the forest now. Where can they run to? We are in large numbers, so there is no need to worry. They have weapons, and so do we. It will be fine as long as the old and young men know what's good for them. If they don't, I will beat them until they know what's good for them. Anyway, I'm going to take care of those 2 women tonight. Li Kuan's face was ferocious and extremely obscene. Chapter 135, Chasing. Looking at Hui Shuqi and Yu Sitong in the firelight in the distance, Chef Li's eyes almost popped out. Wu Yong just took a casual glance and couldn't help but feel surprised. He really didn't expect that Sheffley next to him was so lustful. Could it be that he didn't dislike the women he met before, but that they were not to his liking? No wonder he was indifferent the first 2 times. It seems that this guy has really high requirements for women's appearance. Wu Yong was secretly delighted. This guy is strong and healthy. It will be good for him if he makes friends with him. While he was thinking this, 10 people had already come to within about 10 meters in front of Luchi and his 4 companions. The reason why only 10 people came was because the camp and supplies needed someone to guard them. Moreover, Li Kuan and Wu Yong both believed that 10 people were enough to deal with the resistance of 4 people, or even more than enough. But the next second, they heard Luchi shouting, "Stop! Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Li Kuan, Wu Yong, and others were stunned. It seems that they have encountered another young man tonight. Ha ha! This is interesting. It seems that we don't have to be too bored tonight. This guy is actually a troublemaker. Huh. Li Kuan laughed and said to his brothers behind him, seeing 10 people coming towards him, each of them holding a long wooden stick in their hands, and they were all young and strong men. Luchi felt something was wrong. He looked at Yu Zhan beside him. The old man said nothing, but just gave his granddaughter a wink. After receiving the reminder from her grandfather, Yu Sidong hurriedly put the package under her feet on her back. Hui Shuqi naturally didn't need Lu Chi's reminder. After seeing Yu Sidong's actions, she also put on her own things on the ground. Luchi, what should we do? Hui Shuqi was flustered and looked at Luchi. Luchi turned his head and gave Hui Shuqi a look, asking her to retreat behind him. Take advantage of the opportunity, and if it doesn't work, run. After hearing what Luchi said, Hui Shuqi hurriedly pulled Yu Sidong to hide behind Luchi. She understood the purpose of these people, so she should obey their orders and not fall behind. Master, these people are here with bad intentions. Take them away first. I will stop them. Leaving now would be a sign of weakness, and they will only get more complacent if we show weakness. Luchi, if anything happens to me tonight, please help take care of my only granddaughter. Yu Zhan's face was calm, but his eyes were domineering and sharp, making people dare not look directly at him or approach him. Uncle, what are you doing? I've been through a lot since I came here. At worst, I could just fight them. Luchi didn't want to listen to what the old man told him, especially when it was said by the old soldier he respected the most. However, the old man's actions made him understand what the domineering and decisiveness of a soldier should be. You bunch of bastards, if anyone steps forward, don't blame me for hurting someone. Yu Zhan raised his arrow and aimed at Li Kuan, who was walking in front. Hey, old man, you're quite old, but still very strong. Huh. Li Kuan looked at Yu Zhan with a joking expression. We didn't mean to hurt anyone. Why are you so angry? So what do you want to do? Yu Zhan asked in a steady and powerful voice, neither humble nor arrogant. But he never put down the arrow in his hand. Li Kuan and Wu Yong also stopped after walking about 10 meters away, not daring to move closer. Old man, we brothers don't have any requests. We just feel uncomfortable seeing beautiful women, so we want to invite the 2 girls to our camp as guests so that the brothers can feast their eyes. I think you will not refuse this request, right? You bastard, do you really think I've lived in vain? Do you think I won't do anything serious when you say these bullshit? Yu Zhan's face was furious, and he spoke in a loud voice. When these words came out, not to mention Li Kuan and others, even Luchi, who was standing next to him, felt his heart tremble. The old man was really domineering. He didn't want to drag his feet and mess around with these bastards. Luchi was deeply shocked. Old man, don't be ungrateful. I was talking to you patiently, but you took advantage of me. Brothers. Li Kuan raised the stick in his hand and pointed it at Yu Zhan, threatening him impatiently. However, at this moment, the sharp arrow in Yu Zhan's hand flew out and went straight to Li Kuan's chest. In a hurry, Li Kuan swallowed the rest of his words and dodged quickly. Poof! Although Li Kuan narrowly dodged Yu Zhan's arrow, a man behind him suffered the consequences. He was shot in the shoulder by an arrow from the Vietnam War and immediately screamed in pain. One arrow caused bleeding. This instantly sobered up the arrogant Li Kuan and Wu Yong. At the same time, it also made Luchi feel what it means to display domineering power. Because nonsense can only make these people more arrogant. Li Kuan, Wu Yong, and others couldn't help but step back a few steps when they saw Yu Zhan shoot an arrow at their brother. But they still had no intention of giving up and leaving. You old man, you want to hurt someone, right? Come on, brothers. Whoever catches these 2 women first will get a free meal. Everyone gets a share. Call out. Just when Yu Zhan was about to shoot another arrow, he saw the arrow in Luchi's hand rushing out and shooting towards Lee Kun again like a meteor. This time, this guy was not as lucky as before. He raised his arm just after he finished speaking, and before he had time to dodge and put it down, he was hit by the arrow shot by Luchi, and half of the arrow went straight through. It hurts. My arm. What are you still looking at? Come on together. Lee Kun was furious. Before he could stand firmly, he yelled at the brothers around him. Run. Yu Zhan turned to his granddaughter and said. After that, the arrow in his hand shot out again. Although Yu Sidong was worried about her grandfather, she still turned around and ran away obediently. Hui Shuchi didn't stop either, because she knew that if she stayed, she would be a hindrance. Seeing this, Luchi also decisively shot his second arrow. The first two people who rushed over did not dodge and wailed after being shot. But it was only a distance of 10 meters, and after the two men fell to the ground, the others had already rushed in front of them. When Luchi wanted to draw his bow and shoot arrows again, he was pulled back by Yu Zhan. As soon as he turned around and ran out, the man who rushed over swept down with a stick and hit the ground where Luchi had just stood. Chase! Don't let them run away. Wu Yong looked at Luchi, who had just shot the arrows, and felt that this man looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember Luchi's name. Luchi did not recognize Wu Yong. After all, he had only met this guy once on a lifeboat. As soon as they started running, Yu Zhan and Luchi became passive. They could only run, but had no time to fight back. Both of them felt a little frustrated. The 7 people behind them, led by Wu Yong, were chasing them relentlessly. If it hadn't been for the darkness at night and the unclear road conditions, the two of them would not have been able to outrun these people, no matter how fast they ran. The reason why the two of them have not been caught up yet is because the route they're running is exactly the same as the way they came, and they know the general direction of the road. As they got farther and farther away from the fire, Luchi and Yu Zhan slowed down their pace. It was not because they were tired, but because it was too dark and it was difficult to run too fast. But the 7 people behind them were always about 7 or 8 meters away from them, chasing them closely. Chapter 136, What a Disgrace. Seeing this, Yu Zhan said to Luchi, I'll stay here to hold these guys back. You go first. He knew that if he continued to run, his body would not be able to hold on. Don't underestimate the distance of several dozen meters just now, which had already consumed a lot of his physical strength. Uncle, if you want to leave, you should go first. How can I leave you alone? Luchi replied without hesitation. You? Why are you so stubborn? Well, let's run separately. Although Yu Zhan was very grateful for Luchi's care, reason told him that running away like this was not a good idea. Since Luchi can't abandon himself, the two of them will share the responsibility. Take the initiative to disperse the pursuers behind you. In this way, even if you fight with the enemy, it is always better than being beaten up by a group of people. Uncle, you. Luchi was about to say something when he saw Yu Zhan turn around and run to the right. With a thought, he also made up his mind and ran to the left. However, when Wu Yong saw the direction in which the two were running, a smile appeared on his face, and he shouted, Don't worry about them. Just follow me. Let's catch those 2 women first. Wu Yong took the lead, flashed past the place where Luchi and Yu Zhan separated, and continued to chase forward. The people behind him also followed closely. After running more than 10 meters, Yu Zhan and Luchi were dumbfounded. These guys are really abominable. Not even one of them chased after them. Not good. Luchi's heart tightened, and he looked at Wu Yong and others who were chasing after him. Very good. Yu Zhan stared at the group of 7 people who ran out, pulled out another arrow from his body, and followed them. Wu Yong's heart was burning with excitement. Seeing 2 vague figures in front of him, he was extremely excited and said to the people behind him, They are there. Hurry up and catch up. Yu Zhan was breathing heavily, following closely behind the 7 people about 10 meters away, but age was not forgiving after all, and his physical strength was seriously overdrawn. At this time, Luchi also caught up. Seeing that Yu Zhan was exhausted, he was about to stop, but he heard Yu Zhan sternly say, Don't stop. Chase him. Take it. As he said that, he handed the only 3 arrows on his back to Luchi, keeping only 1 arrow in his hand. Luchi took it and nodded. Master, I know what to do. Go. Don't be soft-hearted. Luchi nodded and ran out quickly. Seeing Luchi running out, Yu Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Hui Shuchi and Yu Sidong continued to run forward. In the dark night, the 2 women did not slow down their pace because not far behind them, They could clearly hear the voices of the people chasing them. After running over a slightly higher terrain, Huishuchi could no longer see the people behind her. She grabbed Yusidong and hid in the bushes on the right. She crouched down, quietly changed direction, and continued to slip to the right. Wu Yong and others chased here and stopped because they lost their target. The person behind Wu Yong came up and almost knocked Wu Yong down. "Brother Yong, what's wrong?" "Chill. Keep your voice down." Hearing this, everyone behind him fell silent. Wu Yong listened carefully, and suddenly a slight noise came from the right. It was a dead branch that Hui Shuchi accidentally stepped on. Right, spread out, and chased forward. Hearing Wu Yong's voice coming from behind, Hui Shuchi and Yusidong felt nervous and stood up and ran again. However, at this moment, one of the men with Wu Yong suddenly felt a pain in his back and let out a howl. Damn, someone is attacking us from behind." Seeing this, Wu Yong hurriedly lowered his body and turned around to look back. A few breaths passed, and no movement was heard. Just when he was about to make a detour, a black figure slowly came over 4 or 5 meters in front of him, an arrow drawn. It was Luchi. At this time, Luchi seemed to be aware that the other party had discovered him, but hearing the voices of those people chasing him getting farther and farther away, he also wanted to rush over as soon as possible. So he stood up and planned to continue the pursuit. However, just as he took a few steps, a figure suddenly jumped out from the bushes. Before Luchi could react, a stick was swung down and hit Luchi's arm hard, knocking an arrow out of Luchi's hand. The arm that was hit felt a burning pain for a moment, and in a hurry, the longbow turned into a long stick, and Luchi also swung the wooden bow in his hand directly at the guy in front of him. Just like that, after just one encounter, the two of them were entangled in a fight. Both of them felt threatened by the other, and both wanted to subdue or kill the other as quickly as possible. Bang! Bang! After a fight between the two, the longbow in Luchi's hand was still no match for the wooden stick in Wu Yong's hand, and was knocked to the ground by Wu Yong. When he was about to bend down to pick it up, Wu Yong took the opportunity to raise his stick and hit Luchi directly in the chest. Luchi grimaced in pain and became extremely beastly. "Fuck you. I'm going to fight you." At this time, Luchi was furious, and the power of the wildness in his body burst out. He endured the risk of being hit again, stepped forward, and punched the man in the abdomen. The punch hit Wu Yong's abdomen, and the long stick in Wu Yong's hand was too long, so when the stick came down, only his hands hit Luchi's back. This is the surprise that close combat brings to Luchi. Luchi was delighted at this, and while Wu Yong was not standing firmly, he continued to get close to him and punched and kicked Wu Yong in the face, chest, and crotch without holding back at all. After enduring several attacks from Luchi, Wu Yong took advantage of a gap in Luchi's attack and leaped backwards like a monkey, creating some distance between him and Luchi. When he saw Luchi continue to attack, he understood Luchi's intention this time, but he would not give Luchi another chance. He swung the stick straight up and hit Luchi's head. The crisis loomed in an instant, and Luchi certainly saw his actions. While taking out the dagger from his waist, he leaped to the left and narrowly avoided Wu Yong's stick. But his movements were definitely not as fast as Wu Yong swinging the stick. As soon as he stood up, Wu Yong's stick came at him again. "Go to hell." At this critical moment, a sharp arrow flew over and pierced Wu Yong's neck directly. Although Wu Yong raised the stick with both hands and smashed it down, it no longer had any dangerous force. With a bang, Wu Yong fell to the ground, unable to utter a word and bleeding continuously. When he turned his head to look in the direction where the arrow came from, he saw the old man from the Vietnam War slowly walking out. Luchi was also so shocked by this scene that he was speechless. After getting up, he didn't dare to look at Wu Yong, who was lying on the ground, and sweat was already breaking out on his forehead. It's not that he hasn't thought about this kind of fighting, but he just can't bring himself to kill his own kind in this way. But the look in the Vietnam War old man's eyes told him that he had to do this from now on. Yuzhan walked up to Wu Yong, looked at the fallen Wu Yong, and said calmly, "You are so young, yet you are so violent. How can you be so brave? It would be great if you were so brave when defending your country." Chapter 137. This girl is too naive. Wu Yong was staring at by Yuzhan when he was dying. His eyes gradually changed from anger to fear. A hand stretched out. I don't know if it was trying to block Yuzhan's gaze or to stop the ghost who comes to collect the sinful souls. It stayed in front of him like this until his last breath left his body and then it fell down like a puppet with its strings cut. Luchi. Seeing Luchi staring blankly at the dead Wu Yong, Yu Zhan shouted again. Luchi, it's time to go. It was not until Yu Zhan slapped him in the face that Luchi came to his senses. Master, you have educated me well. It would be great if I could defend my country with such bravery. Luchi said this calmly, and then he and Yu Zhan continued to chase forward. As soon as the two men left, the man who was shot by Luchi came out from somewhere. He had already pulled out the arrow in his back himself, and he just used one hand to hold his clothes tightly to try to suppress the bleeding arrow wound. When he saw Wu Yong's death, he was also shocked, but he was more angry because Wu Yong was a distant relative of his. At this moment, a woman's terrified scream came from far ahead, and the sound continued. After hearing it, the man's eyes turned fierce, as if Wu Yong was possessed, and he became sinister and vicious. Brother Yong, I'm going to avenge you right now. After saying that, he also chased out. At this time, Hui Shuqi and Yu Sidong were caught by the 5 men who were chasing them because of their physical strength. One of the blonde men recognized Hui Shuqi's identity at a glance. He laughed out loud with joy. He didn't expect that he had caught a beautiful superstar. Ha ha! Hui Shuqi, oh my god! She really is the queen Hui Shuqi. The yellow-haired man took out a rope and tied Hui Shuqi up immediately. Another man also tied up Yu Sidong's hands behind her back. Although the 2 women struggled and screamed, they were no match for the 5 men. Soon the 2 women who were tied up could no longer make any sound, because at this moment, the yellow-haired man had stuffed 2 pieces of cloth into the 2 girls' mouths. Luchi and Uncle Yu Zhan suddenly lost the cries for help from the 2 women and became anxious. They continued to move forward in the dark, but fortunately these 5 men did not conceal their bodies and hide in time. They were still making noises of excitement for having caught up with 2 beautiful women. Just like that, after more than a dozen breaths, the 2 finally came near the 5 people. At this moment, the yellow-haired man was waiting for Wu Yong and his men to catch up, but after waiting for a long time, he still did not see Wu Yong appear. At this time, another person next to the yellow-haired man said, "Did Brother Yong and the others get into trouble? How about we take a detour and bring these 2 women back first?" As soon as the man said this, the other 3 nodded in agreement, except for the yellow-haired man who did not agree immediately. He wanted to take credit in front of Wu Yong, but he could not wait for him to show up. The next moment, Huang Mao said, "Light a torch. Let's go back." Of course, it was Huang Mao's delay and hesitation that Luchi and the old man from Vietnam War already had a rescue plan. At this moment, under the cover of darkness, Luchi had quietly come to the side of the 5 people and hid behind the bushes. At this moment, the yellow-haired man took out a lighter from somewhere on his body and lit the handle of the wooden stick in his hand. Luchi looked carefully and saw clearly that the handles of the wooden sticks held by these people were wrapped with cloth strips. Isn't this a combination of weapons and torches? It seems that these guys have done a lot of robbery and fighting at night. The tools are so professional. I was thinking this in my mind, but the next second, with a whoosh, an arrow flew over. It pierced the yellow-haired man's thigh directly. For a moment, the yellow-haired man screamed loudly. The stick in his hand fell directly, and the whole person shrank into a big shrimp, holding his thigh and wailing. In Luchi's mind, he instantly had a new definition of profession. A grandfather is still a grandfather. He could have shot her in the head or neck, but in front of his granddaughter, he shot her thigh. Although the cruelty was reduced a lot, the pain level increased sharply. The yellow-haired man was in so much pain that he dared not move anymore. The other 4 were in a panic. At this time, Luchi appeared behind them like a ghost. According to the decision he had discussed with the old man from Vietnam War, he stabbed a man in the thigh with a knife, turned around, and drew his knife and stabbed another man in the thigh again. 2 screams rang out. The other 2 hurriedly turned around. One of them smashed down with a stick, but he only saw the figure of Luchi who was running away, just when they were about to chase him. With a whoosh, an arrow appeared in the man's thigh, and half of the arrowhead had already penetrated his leg. The man let out a scream, and the 3 men seemed to be singing a symphony at this moment, with wailing sounds coming one after another. The only healthy man looked around after the 3 people were injured, and his expression was filled with fear. Just when Luchi wanted to attack again, the man finally couldn't stand this atmosphere anymore, and he left his 3 companions and turned to flee. Even when he passed by the Vietnam War uncle hiding on the side, he failed to see or discover him. Seeing this, Luchi hurriedly stepped forward and appeared in front of the two women. He raised and lowered the dagger in his hand and rescued the two women. As soon as the rope in her hand fell to the ground, Hui Shuchi hugged Luchi tightly. Just now, I was almost scared to death. Although Hui Shuchi didn't say it so excitedly, Luchi could tell from her slightly trembling body that she was indeed quite frightened just now. When Yu Sidong saw her grandfather appear, she hurriedly ran over and hugged him, and her tears could no longer be held back and fell. Seeing Luchi and Yu Zhan appear, the yellow-haired man was furious. He endured the pain in his thigh and tried to stand up and attack the two of them, but was discovered by Luchi's quick eyes and hands. He kicked him to the ground again, and the scream of pain continued. "Grandpa, are these people crazy? Why are they trying so hard to capture me and Sister Shuchi?" Hearing this, Luchi, Hui Shuchi, and old man Yuzhan all looked at Yu Sidong. This girl is so naive. Even the three men with injured thighs stopped howling in pain after hearing Yu Sidong's words. "Yes, kid, you are right, they are crazy. These lunatics have lost their humanity. Look at them. They fight and rob, do whatever they want, and are covered with other people's property to gild themselves and enjoy themselves. They have long been greedy, evil spirits." As the old man spoke, he angrily walked up to a man and kicked him hard on the leg. The man in pain stood up immediately, hopping on one leg and trying to escape. Seeing this, the other two also ran in the direction of that man, no longer caring about the pain and limping and jumping away. Seeing the three people desperately leaving despite their injuries, Luchi and Yuzhan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Especially in the Vietnam War, the chase just now had pushed his old bones to the limit of his body. If he had run a few more steps, he would probably have fallen to the ground and needed oxygen on the spot. Chapter 138, Octopus Flying Vane. Master, your decisive action and response strategy really show that you have applied all the military tactics. Luchi looked at the Vietnam War and praised it generously. Haha, what applications have you seen? Yuzhan asked curiously. Strong deterrence, passive traction, dispersing the main force, active detour, tailing harassment, coordinated sneak attacks. I don't know if what I said is correct, but you taught me a lot today. Yeah, that's right. The general idea is correct. But I'm old and can't run away anymore. Otherwise, these bastards would have been defeated by me long ago. Obviously, there is nothing wrong with what the old man said. Luchi and Hui Shuchi were both shocked by the old man's courage. Master, let's go. We can't stay here for long. Yeah, yes, let's go. However, just as the four were about to leave, a man hiding in the dark suddenly rushed out and hit Yuzhan on the head with a stick. The force was so fierce that it was obvious that he was doing it for revenge. This man was none other than Wu Yong's distant relative who was shot in the back by an arrow. None of the four had time to react, and Yuzhan just lowered his head instinctively, but the stick still came down hard and hit the back of his neck. I'm going to make you pay." The man had a ferocious expression on his face. He roared, retracted the stick in his hand, and attacked Luchi again. Uncle Vietnam fell to the ground under the attack of the stick, completely unconscious. "Grandfather." Yu Sitong knelt down hurriedly to check on her grandfather, only to see a stream of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. No matter how she called him, there was no response. At this time, Luchi was already fighting with the man. The stick in a man's hand was very solid. If he was hit by it, not to mention the Vietnam War, even a young man like Luchi might die on the spot. So when a man hit Luchi with the stick for the first time, he dodged cleverly and then took the initiative to step forward and try to snatch the stick from the man's hand. As long as he could control the stick in his hand, he would have nothing to fear. But what Luchi didn't expect was that this guy was actually good at wrestling. Although the stick in his hand was caught by Luchi and he couldn't attack, his other hand and his feet easily put Luchi to the ground. Then he quickly pinned Luchi under him and swung his other fist fiercely, heading towards Luchi's face. At the critical moment, Hui Shuchi rushed forward and grabbed the man's raised fist, preventing him from succeeding. At this time, the furious man took the initiative to let go of the stick that was entangled with Luchi, freed his right hand, and knocked Hui Shuchi back with one punch. Luchi had just hit the man's head with the stick, but the man grabbed the stick in his hand and stopped it in midair. The other hand swung a fist towards Luchi's face again. A punch landed, Luchi turned his head and narrowly avoided it. But another punch came. This time, Luchi was not so lucky, as he was hit hard on the forehead by the man. Now, Huishuchi stood up again and rushed towards the man. Luchi was also struggling hard, but at this moment, there was a sound of puff. An arrow hit the man directly under the armpit, and his raised arm froze in midair. The person who shot the arrow was not Yujan, but his granddaughter Yusidong. At this moment, Yusitong's eyes were full of murderous intent, and a trace of hatred flowed between her tender brows. Enduring the severe pain, the man pulled out the arrow. At the same time, a heart-wrenching scream of pain pierced the night sky. The roar reached Li Kuin's ears in the distance. Beside him, two other men who were wounded by arrows also heard the roar clearly. The three men looked dejected. No one could have imagined that a group of people who were so arrogant and domineering just a few minutes ago are now collectively disabled. I don't know what this guy is thinking at this moment, but from his expression, we can see that it is difficult to change one's nature. After the man who was suppressing him was hit by the arrow, Luchi took the opportunity to turn over, picked up the wooden stick in his hand, and swung it towards his forehead. Bang! The man fell to the ground, and after struggling to get up, puff! Another arrow flew towards him and pierced the man's abdomen. This time, the man was completely dumbfounded. He immediately knelt on the ground, holding the long arrow in his abdomen with both hands, and then fell down twitching. The fight finally came to an end. Luchi stood up and rubbed the big bump on his forehead. Then he hurried to the Vietnam War and squatted down to check his injuries. Although he was still breathing, his pulse was extremely chaotic. His vital signs were very unstable. If not treated in time, it may be life-threatening. Without saying anything, Luchi's urgent voice rang out. Hurry up. Master needs medical treatment now. We can't delay here. Sister Shuchi, I'll leave her to you. After saying that, Luchi helped Yujan up, carried him on his back, and after confirming a direction, he walked out first. After Hui Shuchi picked up the things on the ground, she pulled Yusidong and hurriedly followed. It was not until Hui Shuchi dragged her for more than 10 meters that Yusidong finally woke up completely, calling out, Grandpa! Sitong, don't worry. Luchi is a doctor. He will cure your grandfather. Watch your step and follow me closely. At this moment, Hui Shuchi felt mixed emotions. Originally, I just wanted to come out to find some materials to make arrows, but I didn't expect that after coming out, I felt like I was experiencing a death relay for the whole day. First, he was bitten by a poisonous snake and almost lost his life. Fortunately, Luchi tried his best to save himself. He was attacked by a giant octopus in the lake again. Fortunately, he had the ability to save Luchi. The two of them saved one life and just tied. When I met the grandfather and grandson, I thought I would have a good rest for a night to recover my strength. But their campsite was destroyed. The four of them were sleeping outside, and they encountered such a group of scum. Hui Shuchi recalled her experiences of the day as if watching a movie. She felt that what happened that day was 100 times more exciting and thrilling than everything she had experienced in her star journey since her debut. Holding Yusitong's hand, she didn't dare to let go. Her grandfather had just been injured, and at this moment, she might have been at a loss and heartbroken. If she fell and got hurt, she would feel guilty about it, because he did not bring his own silver needles this time and did not have any extra herbs. Luchi's destination now was their camp in the direction of the stone cave. Although it was already midnight, it did not stop them from rushing back. Carrying the old man from the Vietnam War on his back, Luchi was desperately rushing back. He was already sweating profusely from exhaustion, but he knew that if he didn't try his best, the old man on his body might die halfway. The force of that stick was such that even if I was hit, I wouldn't necessarily survive. This day also caused a transformation in Luchi's heart. The old man's decisiveness and resourcefulness today shocked Luchi. It was hard to digest for a while, but this also made Luchi understand why the grandfather and grandson could live well on this island until now. How can Yusidong still remain so innocent? Grandpa is the only support in her heart. He is also the driving force for her to become stronger and stronger. From the two arrows just now, we can feel that for the sake of her grandfather, she can completely put aside her innocence and weakness and become strong. Yusidong doesn't know where Luchi and Hui Shuchi are going to take her, but she had no choice at this time. Grandpa was still in a coma and not out of danger. When Huishuchi told her that Luchi was the doctor, she placed all her hopes of saving her grandfather on Luchi. The four of them kept running. The night in the forest is always eerily quiet. Occasionally remembering the roar of one or two wild beasts always makes people's hearts tremble. Fortunately, after a lot of hard work, the four of them, we were finally getting closer to the cave. But at this moment, Luchi felt that old man Yujan on his back suddenly groaned. His right hand gently patted Luchi's chest, and he felt the old man wake up. Luchi hurriedly stopped and gently laid him down on the ground. But as soon as the Vietnamese soldier lay down, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Seeing this, Yu Sitong became extremely anxious and fell to her knees, calling her grandfather with concern. Luchi quickly turned his body sideways to prevent him from suffocating due to difficulty breathing. Then he hurriedly felt the old man's pulse. But after only 4 or 5 breaths, Luchi's face was filled with worry. The pulse of fish flying. It should be severed by death. Chapter 139, Farewell to the Vietnam War. Woo woo. Brother Luchi, how's my grandpa? Is he okay? Woo woo woo. Yu Sidong asked anxiously without waiting for Luchi to finish taking her pulse. Seeing this, Huishuchi hurriedly pulled her and comforted her. Sitong, don't get excited. Wait until Luchi finishes the examination. With Huishuchi's comfort, Yu Sidong finally calmed down a little. Ahem. Vietnam coughed again. Luchi's hand still didn't leave his wrist. Yujan used all his strength to turn his head slightly. Luchi hurriedly supported old man Yujan and let him lie against his thigh. Ahem. No wonder you are so indecisive when it comes to attacking others. It turns out that you are a medical student. Yujan's face was pale, and he uttered a word weakly. Then his eyes moved and looked at his granddaughter Yu Sitong. His eyes were full of reluctance and love. Yu Sitong hurriedly grabbed her grandfather's hand, held it tightly in her palm, and asked with concern, Grandpa, you have to hold on. Brother Luchi is a doctor. You will be fine. Woohoo. As she spoke, Yu Sitong began to choke up and cry. Yujan tightened his grip and said to his granddaughter in a gentle tone, Sitong, Grandpa is dying. I'm afraid I can't protect you anymore. Cough, cough. From now on, just follow this brother Luchi and sister Mingxing. They are both kind-hearted people. No, Grandpa, don't say that. Sitong wants Grandpa to be by her side all the time. Grandpa, you'll be fine. Whoa. Yu Sitong didn't want her grandfather to continue talking, so she interrupted him while crying. Luchi hurriedly said, Sitong, let Grandpa finish what he is saying. Yujan looked at Luchi gratefully and then continued. Sitong, follow Brother Luchi and learn more about how to protect yourself so that Grandpa can rest assured. Then Yujan looked at Luchi again. At this moment, his eyes were wandering and showing signs of distraction. After Luchi called him uncle twice, Yujan continued. Luchi, hey, I'm sorry to trouble you. Remember, being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. My dear granddaughter, I'll leave it to you. Uncle, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Sitong. Luchi knew that Yujan was about to die and was at the last moment of his life. In order to let him go in peace, he hurriedly agreed. Thank you. After saying this, Yujan tightly held his granddaughter's hand and never breathed again. At this moment, Luchi felt like he had something stuck in his throat, but he couldn't say anything. Grandpa, woo, Grandpa, wake up, Grandpa, don't leave me, woo. Yu Sidong held her grandfather's hand tightly, not wanting to let go at all, and cried heartbreakingly. At this moment, her crying startled the people who were sleeping in the cave in the quiet midnight. As soon as Jean K.I.'s and Wang Chung ran to the entrance of the cave and met each other, they saw Nie Xiaorong and the other girls coming out of the cave. What's going on? Is he one of ours? As soon as Jean K.I. saw Nie Xiaorong, he asked. He thought it was the woman from his side who was crying, but Nie Xiaorong denied it. Brother Jean, he's not one of us. He sounds like a little girl. Hey, Brother Lu hasn't come back yet. It's so frustrating. The island is getting more and more chaotic now. Everyone, don't run around without permission. How about this? Wang Chung and I will go take a look first, and you all stay in the camp first. Brother Jean, I'll go with you too. The person crying is a girl. Maybe it will be more convenient for me to go. Nie Xiaorong stepped forward and wanted to go with them, but was rejected by Jean K.I.'s. No, you can't leave here. You are needed more here. There was no way he would let Nie Xiaorong go. After all, He knew best how much Luchi cared about Nye Xiaorong, and he would never let Nye Xiaorong get into trouble. At this time, Shun Bing volunteered, "I'll go." Lee Fay also rushed over and took a step forward and said, "Have you forgotten me?" Jean Xianzhu and Leah both said that they wanted to go. Jean Ki's made the final decision. "Don't argue. The camp is the most important place. Wang Chung, Shun Bing, and I will go take a look first. You all stay here." After saying that, he walked out first. In the distance, Yu Sidong still couldn't stop crying. Luchi and Hui Shuchi did not interrupt her crying, because the person she just lost was the one closest to her on this island. The separation of loved ones brought tears to her eyes, and perhaps only tears could take away some of the pain. Luchi placed Mr. Yu's body steadily on the ground, and he sat quietly beside him. Hui Shuchi wanted to step forward, but seeing Yu Sidong still crying, she could only stay with her. After a while, Jean Ki's, Wang Chung, and Shun Bing heard the sound and came here. Luchi. As soon as the three of them came over, they saw Luchi sitting on the ground. Hearing Jean Ki's voice, Luchi looked up and saw three people walking towards him in a hurry. When Hui Shuchi saw the three people appear, her anxious mood finally relaxed a little. Luchi stood up, walked towards the three people, and briefly explained the situation to them. After listening to Luchi's words, they all stood aside quietly and waited. When Yu Sidong had almost vented her emotions, Luchi asked Shinbing to come forward, and together with Hui Shuchi, they helped Yu Sidong up and took her back first. Afterwards, Luchi and his two companions made a simple stretcher and carried the old man from Vietnam War to the front of the cave. After seeing Luchi and Hui Shuchi finally return safely, the girls and others finally put their minds at ease. Ollie and Mu Qing hurried forward to ask Hui Shuchi what happened. Nye Xiaorong pulled Luchi aside and asked him about the injury on his forehead. After confirming that it was not serious, Nye Xiaorong stopped asking. Afterwards, she and Hui Shuchi were arranged to look after Yu Sidong, while Luchi had to stay outside to keep watch for the old man. However, he was persuaded by Jean Ki's, Lee Fay, and Wang Chung to go back and rest. However, out of respect for Mr. Yu, Luchi insisted on staying. On the second day, early in the morning, Jean Ki's, Wang Chung, and Lee Fay went to prepare firewood for the old man's cremation. When Luchi woke up from a short nap with his exhausted body, the three of them had already prepared the venue and firewood. Amid Yu Sidong's wailing, Luchi and everyone else bid farewell to the Vietnam War with heavy hearts. It was not until this moment that Luchi walked towards his thatched hut with heavy steps to rest. 2 days later at noon, Luchi walked out of the thatched hut. During this period, he was almost always in a deep sleep. The women took turns to visit him many times, but they saw that he was sleeping soundly and did not disturb him. At this time, all the fatigue in his body disappeared, and Luchi only felt a lot lighter without the heavy feeling. When he arrived in front of the cave, he happened to see several women surrounding Hui Shuchi and listening to her story of how they had gone out. Jean Ki's, Lee Fay, and Wang Chung were also sitting nearby, listening attentively. These 2 fong marks on the back of my hand can be regarded as a testimony to my thrilling trip out this time. Chapter 140, Comforting Yu Sidong. After Hui Shuchi finished talking about her and Luchi's experience of going out, she saw the surprised expressions on everyone's faces. She slowly raised her right hand, turned it gently, and saw the venomous snake tooth mark that had not yet disappeared on the back of her white hand, and said lightly, although the snake venom in her body had dissipated and she was no longer in danger, this experience would stay with her for a long, long time. Sister Shuchi, your hands are so beautiful. Seeing Hui Shuchi raising her hand, Kim Hyunju couldn't help but say something. It was not until then that Ollie and Mu Qing were shocked to find that Hui Shuchi had actually taken off her gloves. Oh my God, she didn't wear gloves today for the first time. Think about it carefully. It's not that she didn't wear it today, but she hasn't worn it since she came back. Maybe others think it's nothing, but people who are familiar with her know that she has never exposed her hands in front of the public, and what do her gloves symbolize and represent? The public only knows the surface, but not the inside. But Ollie and Mu Qing are different. Although they and Hui Shuchi are in an employment relationship, they are like sisters, and they know many of Hui Shuchi's secrets. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Sister Shuchi, this is a lucky coincidence. Do you have someone you love? Cough, cough. At this time, a voice came from behind everyone. Luchi. Brother Luchi, you finally woke up. Brother Luchi. Hey, hey. Seeing Luchi coming, everyone stood up enthusiastically. After seeing Luchi, Hui Shuchi also showed unprecedented gaze and concern. She was even the first person to step forward and check on the injuries on Luchi's arm and forehead. This made Ali and Mu Qing even more certain that Hui Shuchi's partner was Luchi. When he came to the crowd, Luchi first answered some of the questions everyone was concerned about, then asked about what happened in the camp in the past few days. During this time, Nie Xiaorong brought a cup of hot broth to Luchi. This made Luchi feel very warm. After a joyful chat, Luchi then realized that Yu Sidong was the only one missing from the crowd. After asking, he learned that Yu Sidong was still grieving over the death of her grandfather. She locked herself up and refused to leave the cave. Upon hearing the news, Luchi felt heartbroken. The feeling of losing loved ones and being left alone. Perhaps he is the only one who can understand and experience it now. Isn't Yu Sidong at this moment the same as herself a few months ago? Luchi came into the cave. Behind him, Nie Xiaorong, Hui Shuchi, Shun Bing, and Jin Xianju were also there. As soon as he came in, he saw Yu Sidong curled up on the stone bed alone. He didn't expect that Nie Xiaorong would give up her stone bed to Yu Sidong to rest. After looking at Nie Xiaorong beside him with appreciation, he took the initiative to walk towards Yu Sidong, because he understood that the best way to help her get out of this pain was to go out. No matter what you do when you go out, as long as you have something to do, only in this way can Yu Sidong get out of this pain faster. Coming to Yu Sidong, Luchi did not rush to speak, but sat on the side of the stone bed. Yu Sidong did not make any extra moves. She just turned her head to look at Luchi and called out in a whisper, "Brother Luchi." Then he sat quietly again. Your grandfather is very competent and has protected you very well. He is also a good man. He is also a respectable man. Actually, I'm the same as you. 2 months ago, I also lost my grandfather. He is my last relative in this world. Luchi spoke very calmly, although there were slight pauses and sobs in the middle. But just after these two simple opening sentences, Yu Sidong turned her head and looked at Luchi. The four girls on the side couldn't help but become curious when they saw Luchi comforting Yu Sidong in this way. Only Nie Xiaorong stood up and walked towards the pot of broth cooking on the fire. My parents died when I was very young. My grandfather is an old Chinese doctor. I've been with him since I was a child. Listening to Luchi slowly telling about his life story and experiences, Yu Sidong gradually became fascinated. She couldn't believe that Luchi, who was only a few years older than her, was an orphan. And when Luchi talked about his psychological journey after his grandfather passed away, Yu Sidong burst into tears while listening. Not only her, the other girls couldn't stop crying. Although Nie Xiaorong already knew Luchi's life experience, she still couldn't control her emotions and secretly wiped away tears when she listened to Luchi's story again. After Luchi finished telling his story, Nie Xiaorong took the opportunity to bring the fresh meat soup and handed a bowl to Yu Sidong and Luchi respectively. After Yu Sidong took the broth from Nie Xiaorong, she thanked him gratefully. Your cooking skills are very good, Sister Xiaorong. Come on, Sidong. Drink this bowl of broth first. Whether you want to make bows and arrows, collect wild vegetables and fruits, or go fishing or hunting, we can go with you. Yes, I understand, Brother Luchi. Thank you. Luchi stood up and winked at the girls, but seeing that they all had red eyes, he suddenly wanted to laugh. He told Yu Sidong some of his own affairs in order to comfort her and help her get out of her predicament. How come he made these women cry too? Oh, damn charm. Then he saw the women nodding slightly, so he walked out with peace of mind. When I came out of the cave, I happened to see Jean K.I.'s, Lee Fay and Wang Chung practicing archery. He came forward curiously, wanting to see who was better at archery among the three. But in order not to disturb their competition, he quietly stood not far behind the three of them without saying a word, because Nie Xiaorong said that Jean K.I.'s had gained something every time he went out in the past few days. Although it was not a big prey, the prey he brought back plus the wild vegetables and fruits collected by several sisters were enough to fill their stomachs. Unlike the time on the beach, people thought that rescue would soon appear, so they were very passive in getting food. But now they're all very proactive, and those who have no ability or weak ability also know what they have to do. Although they cannot get food, they can serve the group in other ways. Yu Sidong has felt the difference here in just 3 days, and Ali and Mu Qing are attracted by the friendly and united atmosphere here and like it here. They also found that everyone here was particularly caring and friendly to Luchi. It was not until they learned about Luchi's help to everyone that they understood the reason. Today, after the three saw Luchi go to comfort you sit on, Lee Fay took the lead and wanted to have an archery competition with Jin Ki's watching. The two of them readily agreed and invited Ollie and Mu Qing to be their assistants and referees. Because the other girls had gone to comfort you sit on and had not come over yet, apart from Luchi, who was observing secretly, Leah became the only spectator present. Seeing this, Luchi was very pleased, but at the same time, he was also curious about which of the three would be better. So he watched quietly. Brother Jean, I won't let you go in the next competition. I also want to learn from those beauties and use this competition to win the opportunity to go hunting with Brother Luchi. If I don't go out, I'm going to get sick. Li Fei held the bow, an arrow, looking at the target that had just been placed 20 meters away. It was an archery target woven with twigs and leaves, but this target was made of a square woven fabric with 2 red strips of cloth wrapped around it in 2 circles. A rope was tied to one corner of the square braid, and the other end of the rope was tied to a thick branch on the tree. Ollie was standing next to the target in the distance, and Mu Qing was acting as the referee for the 3 of them. Hearing Li Fei's words, Jin Ki's laughed and replied cheerfully, "Huh, then you don't have this chance, because I also want to go out with Brother Luchi." Hey, I'm telling you 2 grown men, are you going to compete or not? I've been standing here for quite some time, and I just heard you 2 moaning about something. If you don't come soon, I'm leaving.